This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. It's palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level where funds gets tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city appeared it with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. It's palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level where funds gets tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city appeared it with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah.
What's good? What's good? What's good? 25 to Life. 25 to Life crew with Uncle Yahshuah. Welcome everybody. I think the intro played twice. I wasn't sure. I had to run and use the bathroom. So I came back. I'm like, I wonder if the intro played twice. Hopefully it didn't, but it might have. But anyway, welcome 25 to Life crew. Let me get a drink of water really quick. All right. Welcome everybody. I hope you guys had a blessed day, a couple of days. We're going in. All right. So shalom to and welcome to Zayana, Atsiyah, Alina, Delaris Yah, Adrana Yah, to Lil Yarel, to Yashara La, Yahakanan, to Yavad, to Young Wyatt, to Yana, everybody in the building. Welcome to Uncle Yahshuah 25 to Life Testimony TV. All right, so we're going to get started. All right, so today, shout out to Faye Yah in the building as well. Everybody in the building. All right, so let's get started. Tonight's story, we left the 25 to Life prison sentence. All praise to the Most High for a second chance at life. I got a second chance at my life. So now, shout out to the Don 88 in the building. Shout out to Birmingham, UK. Shout out to the United Kingdom, all my brothers and sisters out there in the UK in the building. All right, so this story now, shout out to Abriya in the building. The story now takes some really insane turns because I'm free now from 25 to Life. And I literally have a second chance at life. What I mean by that is you really, unless you lose your life, like meaning on your deathbed and you got resuscitated or something, or you get a life bid and somehow it gets overturned, or you beat the life bid, taking it to trial. Let's say you've been taking it to trial for a year and a half or whatever, and you was incarcerated that whole time or whatever. But there's something that happens when you get a second chance. Yes, young Yarel, you is getting a second chance. You are in your second chance right now. All praises to the Most High, young king. You definitely have a second chance at your life. And that's why I'm sure your mom has you listening to this channel, because she wants you to understand that no matter what happened, no matter what you did, no matter what circumstance, the Most High gives you a second chance. You never blasphemed the Holy Spirit. In the scriptures, that's the only thing it says, that we won't be forgiven for our sins. And you've never done that. So neither have I. So and most people haven't. It's kind of what people don't realize is really hard to do that, but that's for our ministry. Um, but yes, young Yarel, you have a second chance at your life, and you're really young. So I'm thankful that the Most High gave me a second chance at my life as well. Um, so I want y'all to understand this mind frame because some of the events that I'm gonna bring out tonight, some of it may be a little disturbing to realize that I did some of these things, but you have to understand I wasn't who I am right now because this was 2010 where we at right now in this story. It's 2010. And now it's 2023, right? So I'm a whole different being. I'm a whole different man now. So I've been built up and pruned and learned. But when I came out, I had 25 to life. Now I knew who the Most High was now, and I knew who what they call Jesus, the Messiah was. But but now I'm being released to the world. At this point, I've been incarcerated for almost like 4 years, right? So the first 15 of life, I came home for about 4 months, 5 months, something like that, after I beat it, right? So first I was incarcerated for the 15 of life, then I bailed out. I was only incarcerated for about 3 to 4 months, and I bailed out. But then I was fighting 15 of life, and I didn't think I was gonna beat it. So I was walking dead. That's not life. That's not. It's kind of, and honestly, it's kind of worse because you're out. See, when you're in jail or prison, you're in there with everyone else who got their time. But when you're facing 15 of life, and if you blow the trial, they'll give you 55 years. You're out in the world, and everybody's free. So everybody's free and they're walking around, see people at the park with their kids in the grocery store, and you looking at people and you realizing your life is over. Like it's like a corpse, like a shell. You're walking and everybody's just la 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 la, right? They just going on with their day, la 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 la. And you're like in the world, but you're so disjointed because this it's like a death sentence is hanging over your head. And I didn't think I was gonna beat it because, I'm just a little boy from Hempstead, Strong Island, Parkside Projects. I don't, that's it. I don't know nothing about, big superstar lawyer teams and Supreme Court and all this stuff. I don't know nothing about that. So I feel like this big, right? I'm a little guppy in the whole sea of sharks and whales. So to me, I'm never gonna beat it. So I'm walking around and I'm trying to prepare myself mentally, physically, and spiritually to be going away for the rest of my life. But I'm seeing normal people, and it's it's bittersweet. It's really hard. It's really bad. It's so bad. So anyway, then after I beat the 15 of life, remember I was supposed to leave. I didn't leave, and I stayed in New York. And about 3 to 4 months later, I got locked right back up again for 25 to life. So the little time that I had to breathe from beating the 15 to life, those little couple of months, I tried to hustle to make up to 25,000 to go back to North Carolina. So I wasn't really like relishing, and I'm free, and you know, and that went like this. Y'all know 2 months, 3 months go like this. Next thing you know, I'm back for 25 to life. And this time, ain't no money, ain't no superstar lawyer team, ain't nothing can save you. Nothing. But the Most High. But I wasn't even thinking of that. So for those who rewind in these lives, the lives are where I tell my testimony, the live streams. That's when I got really introduced to the Most High in this bit. Well, to this purpose of my life. So now that I stayed in there for about a year and a half, and then another year and almost a half in the drug program. So altogether, it's almost 3.5 years, something like that, 4 years of insane stress. It's really not okay when your life is taken. So now, when I got released, I have a second chance at life. So everything that I felt, this is what I want y'all to understand, because I'm just giving a disclaimer because I don't want y'all to look bad at me for some of the things that I'm about to share that I did. Okay. But I'm just transparent and I have to tell the truth. Okay, this testimony TV is a testimony of the truth of what really happened and the transforming that if he could transform me, he could transform anybody. Shalom, Yahshuah and Ahavah out there in Canada. Shalom, shalom, everybody, my brothers and sisters out there in Canada. Okay, so now he when I got released, only thing I could think of was trying to fulfill the things that I thought I would never be able to experience again. And one of the most important things was a woman being with a woman. Because I thought that the rest of my life, I would not, unless I got to some type of prison and then I could marry somebody, find some way to marry somebody in there, which that happens, and then able to get conjugal visits or something, but that's not guaranteed in New York State prison system. They done away with a lot of that stuff. So that wasn't guaranteed that you're going to be in a facility that even have conjugal visits. So and I used to live my life. I kind of still do it, always looking for worst case scenario. I live my life preparing. Shout out to Jay Asamoah in the building. Shalom King. I live my life preparing, or I'm not sure if it's a daughter or a king. Sorry. I don't want to say king and it's the daughter of of the Most High. So I even to do it today. I live my life preparing for the worst circumstance because my life, as y'all see when I go back in these stories, I had a lot of worse circumstances in my life. Like a lot of things happened to the worst. And from a little boy, I taught myself to always look for the worst scenario so that if it happened, it won't destroy me. This is just a spiritual tip or a tool for some of us who seem like we're like unlucky, right? Or I learned later that these are honestly curses that we have inherited from our family bloodline. Because you look at someone else and they seem to have like good luck or something, like they seem to have a easier way at life, like things seem to work out. And then for you, it seemed to always like go wrong. Like it's always negative. It's always, and if you don't understand it spiritually, it could destroy you. So in order for me to not let it destroy my life, just from a little boy, because I didn't have a mom and a dad, and I get to see little kids with their mom and their dad. I get to see little kids, love on their mom and hug their mom and all that. And there's things I wasn't awarded and things I didn't have, which as a little boy, I had to block it out. So the way that I coped is I dealt with a lot of things by looking for the worst. I prepare for the worst, no matter what it is, so that if that happens, I expected it. Like I was already prepared, so that if it happens, I'm not destroyed by it, because it can destroy me. Because really bad things happen to me in my life. So, and this is for others because it's doing that to people right now, as we speak today. Like little young Yarel, a lot of bad things, some bad things has happened to him. And if we're not able to understand and cope, it could destroy us. It'll destroy your mind, your spirit, everything. So, and what I mean by looking for the worst case, it means if I'm going into a situation, I have to look at it like, okay, this might happen. right? I might not get this job, or if I'm going for a job, or I might not get this apartment if I'm going trying to get an apartment, or I might not, whatever it is, I look at it like, okay, what's the worst thing? I won't get it, this, it could go, and I deal with the bad. I deal with it. I receive it and I act like, okay, so that when I go through with the thing, if it doesn't work, I'm not destroyed. I'm like, okay, all right, well, I knew it wasn't going to work. But if it does work, then that is like a blessing. It's like, oh, it's so, I receive it and I'm so thankful. But I couldn't go into this thing thinking that it's going to work, because if it don't, it could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. And growing up, I had a lot of stuff on my back, a lot, like more than any child should ever have. I was dealing with trying to have somewhere to live when my peers were just going to school, when we were going to school, and they not realizing when we're in the classroom that I'm sleepy and I'm yawning, I'm tired, but they don't know it's because I was on the street all night, hustling at 12 years old on South Franklin Street, out there with heroin addicts and crack addicts in Hempstead, Strong Island. So when we go to school the next day, everybody fresh, and the teachers get mad at me because I'm falling asleep. But they don't understand I was on the street all night. And no one would understand it. But it was my reality. So there are things that everything I had to look for the worst. So for those who go through a lot of heavy trauma and a lot of dark things, just prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. And hope and pray for the best. But I prepare for the worst. It's not that I'm pessimistic. I am the most optimistic person in the world. I am so optimistic that I don't like to be around pessimistic people. It brings my energy down. So even though I'm preparing for the worst, I don't let others know. If you're around me, you'll think I'm going to get the apartment, or I'm going to get the job, or I'm going to get whatever it is, because I'm not dwelling on the negative. That's what I mean. I'm thankful for the Most High. Let me explain it. I'm not dwelling in the negative, acting like, oh man, I'm not going to, because that brings others down. That's a Debbie Downer. You know what I mean? That sucks life out of others. I'm the type, I build inspiration. Anybody know that's around me. I'm always smiling. I'm always inspiring while I'm struggling. But you won't know I'm struggling. But internal, I'm fighting. And I'm really hoping I can get this this thing, whatever it is, because I really need it. And this is speaking for all of y'all. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. I know all of y'all know what I'm talking about, because all of us has been through it and still will go through it. So inside, I'm battling, but I still have to bring energy and life to others and inspiration. But I just prepare for the worst. I want to read it's a lot of comments, and I don't know how this happened. I guess because I'm about to start telling stories about things that I did, and I want y'all to have an understanding, to know that I'm not proud of some of the things that happened. But once I got free from the 25 to life, I was so, I wanted to do everything that I thought I would never do again, right? Down to eating a lollipop and like just the most smallest things you can imagine. So let me see. Yakna said, we've all done things that weren't true to who we are or what's in our heart. We never look down on you for your past darkness, Unc. Thank you. Y'all said, the person you were no longer exists at Unc. We are here because we love the Most High, Yah, and you. The Most High doesn't speak to and through just anybody. Unique said, peace, King. Shout out to Unique over on Facebook. He said, peace, King. Some people will not understand our lives and our testimony. Salute to you, my brother. You telling the truth, and through the Most High, you're getting thousands of people to understand our testimony. Thank you, King. Sabiya said, we all have a past that we are not proud of. What matters now is that we are in a different place and the Most High has us all in his hands. Yes. Um, Yahshuah said, especially from his son's table in his house. Yahakana said, I've always done that and I always will. If anything good happens, it's a gift from the Most High. That's how I receive it. Yahakana, I prepare. Delaware Shah said, you was able to survive through it at Unk. It was conditioning yourself mentally, yes, and preparing. Thank you. Unique said, I still sometimes thinks like that, but listening to you, thinking of the good times brings me back to reality without thinking the worst. Instead, it makes me push on. I understand you, King. Thank you, Unique. All right. Why y'all said, Unk, your optimism is contagious. Yeah, I have to, yes, that's that woe is me spirit, Delaware Shah. Those people who suck energy in life. So that's why I try to limit pessimism around me as much as possible, right? You know, I look at the glass half full, not half empty, while I'm preparing it for it to be empty. That's the word. I look at the glass half full, not half empty, while preparing for if the glass empties. That is the, thank you for the Most High for allowing me to explain that. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So now, okay, let's keep going. So I preface all that because, and I wanted to say, I had something else I was going to bring tonight, but I couldn't find the pictures because my hard drive froze. One of my separate hard drive, and it had all these old pictures, but I'll do it. I'll try to do it next week and try to see if I can find the pictures somewhere else. Hopefully I can get the hard drive to work, or maybe take it to Best Buy and see if they can get it to work. But I wanted to show, so I'm gonna do the best I can, and I'll tell the story. But there's certain things I'm not gonna tell because I need to show y'all the visuals to this story. Praise y'all for the visuals, the Most High. Yah said, your humble spirit is needed in this dark world. Continue to be the light. All praise to the Most High. Thank you, Yah. Okay, so guys, so I came out from last week's story. I came out of the program. Remember, they took me to JFK Airport and I got on the plane. And now I'm flying to, hold on, somebody over on Facebook. Shout out to Byron Prince and Audrey Oates in the building. Shout out to you, King Byron, and shout out to Audrey. Tell your brother Dre, Audrey, I said, what's good? I said, what's up? Love is love, King. Love is love, Hempstead. So I left the program and I got on the plane to go to Florida. Remember, my brother sent me the plane ticket. The United States Supreme Court Justice allowed me the what's they call that? The Phoenix House drug program and the tactical custodian to street crime unit. I got all the papers. I'm free. Now, the only caveat is I got to go back to Hempstead again. I think it was in 1 month or 2 months, come back to the court in Mineola to get the final paperwork, get the final thing done, and then I'm free. And that felony got reduced to a misdemeanor. So I don't have the felony. That's why I did the drug program, to get that felony reduced. And then the Supreme Court judge took that, whatever that cop wrote, that negative stuff that cop wrote on my sheet, that jacket, he took that off. So I had to come back, and I told that story on here. That's the story with little E, the little Hoover, when Daddy U, oh, I got the picture, when Unique, that's here, when he allowed me to stay in this girl's house, and I had to go to that court, and the DA wanted to keep me. This is actually the building. I found the picture. So this is the building, guys. This is the building where I was at, where Unique, where I stayed in the girl's house, and I had to sleep on the chairs because the rats was in the living room, and the rats was mad I was in their space, and I had to sleep on one foot on one chair and one head on one chair and elevate myself because the rats were all over the couch. And Unique said he was arguing with that girl all night. So this is the share screen. This is, it must be this one. Yeah. This is the building. So this right here is Terrace Avenue. This is Terra Avenue in Hempstead, Strong Island. So it's a long street of these buildings, project type buildings. And this is the building right here. So this is where, and yeah, and my sister that I'm telling the story, she lived in here before too. My sister Arlene, she lived in here before too. So now that's the building, and this is hold on, this is, I might as well do it, and this is Terra Avenue right here. So this is that same street. So these are projects right here. These are projects that you see. I don't know if y'all can see my cursor, but that's me and Lex Luger. We in my white Mercedes, ML Mercedes, and we're videoing. This is when we had PMOB TV. We're videoing. This is the project where Method Man come from in Rock Marciano. This is Terrace Avenue. Okay, so Unique said they got a little better in 145. That's 145 buildings. I'm quite sure they probably, trying to make all these buildings a little better. So this is this is some of our projects in Hempstead, Strong Island. Yeah, we got projects on Long Island. I know y'all ain't know that. Just be careful sleeping and thinking it's the suburbs and all that type of stuff. You come out there and get yourself hurt. Okay, so yeah, this is the projects. That's us driving down. This right here is, again, share. This is the projects. So that's the police. So the first picture I showed, that's the other end of the street. Those the police double parking, and it's probably some crap going on, some crap, going on. So we driving up. We in the ML driving, and Lex is from Harlem. So I remember when I was taking Lex through my hood because he didn't know we had projects on Long Island either. So when he coming through, he like, "Tag, bro, this the hood." I'm like, people running and people getting shot and all type of crazy ghetto crap, right? So so this is our hood. This is where I'm from. This is Hempstead, Strong Island. It ain't nothing to be proud of. We're not I'm not promoting, no hood life. And this is that same street. All right, let me share this tab. So this is around the corner from that street. Around the corner, they have houses, but this is a tree, and this is some young blood. He's a blood. You see this 5-point star here. You see him. They got memorials. So any ghetto, no matter where you go in the world, if you see memorials on the tree and memorials on the fences and on the buildings all over the place, yeah, you are in the hood. You understand? When they got memorials for the dead that got killed there, this is in the hood. And we just took this picture because we was filming, and I was like, okay, there go another memorial. There used to be memorials everywhere. I haven't been home in a long time, but they used to be everywhere, all over the place, all over, to the point where they start trying to stop us from putting up memorials. So many. So any hood, anywhere, you see these memorials. All right, now this one last one, I just want to show y'all this because that's me. That's me. But this is back in the days. So this is a Diamante, for those who remember that. I had the Diamante. This was when 17-inch rims were the biggest rims. Now they got 30 inches and 40s, and y'all heard of 20-inch rims, 20s, dubs. This before dubs. There was no such thing as dubs and stuff. So there's times when these were the biggest rims. So this is my Diamante. I had the silver wagon one. That's me. Back in the days. All right. So this is back in the 90s. All right. This is probably like 92 or 93 or something like that. Early 90s. All right. So just to give y'all a clearer picture of, how how I looked in these stories when we going back to the 90s. All right. So anyway, the first picture was this one. So I was sharing because you tab and stream. There we go. All right, because this was the project. All right, now let me stop share. I just want to share that because I'm gonna show. I need to share receipts so y'all can see, not just hear the story. Y'all can see and understand. All right. So now I leave the system. I leave the 25 to life system. I mean the prison industrial system, the jail system. The Most High gave me a second chance at my life. That's what I want to say. So I got this second chance, but I want y'all to understand Shout out to Linus Yah and Kevin Yah in the building. I want y'all to understand, I thought my life was over. So for almost 3.5 years, well, for that whole 2.5 years, whatever, that I was in the 25 to life, but going through it in the program, at least for the jail part, for the most part, I thought my life was over. And it was a long time since I had my freedom. So when I get off the plane, it lands in Florida, and I realize I'm free. I'm in a land that I've never been to before. I had never been to Florida in my life when I got off that plane in Orlando. This was 2010. So as I said, I get off the plane. Now, I want you to understand that the only thing I'm thinking of is to be with a woman, because that was the thing that hits me the most. Shout out to Phyllis Richards in the building. Shalom, shalom, daughter of Yah. Shalom, daughter of Most High. Thank you so much. That was the most important thing, because I felt like I would never touch the soft skin of a woman, never feel, to lay with a woman, to make love to a woman, to be amongst the feminine presence of a woman. I was preparing myself to be a monster, meaning to be in beast mode. Because when you go to prison, especially for my sentence, 25 to life, that's A max. I'm going behind the wall. I'm going to an A max penitentiary with killers and murders and rapists, people who do that to men, and just the most. So you have to prepare yourself for that environment. If you go into the jungle, you want to be a lion or a bear or a rhino. You do not want to be a sheep in the jungle. You don't want to be a lamb in the jungle. So I was preparing for a life of just straight masculinity, and not able to have no feminine aspect, period. Because in prison, you can't allow any level of femininity at all, or you could become a victim of that femininity. So you have to tap into your masculinity and become a lion. Like, you can't show any weakness, any softness, none of it, humility, anything that makes you a normal, moral, well-functioning man has to die when you go behind those walls. That's why I said you have to turn into a monster. Literally. It's because they are monsters, and they have zero compassion or empathy. They are monsters. And so because I am the type that I control my physical body, I had turned my mental to be straight. Yes, Adrenaline, beast mode, to be straight. So my reality was I would never, be with a woman again. But now I realize I have a second chance at my life. And because of the 25 to life, I lost my family. I don't have my girlfriend who I was going to marry, Christy, and the new baby that I have only seen that time that she came to visit me in jail. And I don't have anyone. So when I was in the program, when I knew I was leaving, I went to the library and went on the computer, and I went on MySpace, and I tried to find me a chick, because I'm in get a female mode. Okay, so I'm not Uncle Yahshuah yet. Shout out to Mia in the building, Mia Mac. Shout out to Mia in the building. Love you, Mia. So my whole thing is women, and then next will be food, right? It's women first, and then next would be like experiencing, right? So I'm like, women, but the food is not. See, the reason why the food ain't that important is because in the program we was able to get food, and I was the driver. So I had a level of freedom, praise the Most High. So I didn't come straight from jail. I came straight from the program, even though I wasn't free. But there's a level of, freedom that, I'm driving them around and I could get stuff driving the van. So the food was cool, but it was the freedom and the of life, able to be free and no sentence over your head, and I can get women. So I got on the computer and I bagged some Polynesian girl. I told a little bit of the story before, but so I bagged some Polynesian girl because I knew I was coming to Orlando, Florida. My brother was Orlando. So I got on the computer, and this was MySpace before Facebook. There was a MySpace thing for the youngsters. Y'all could Google it. It was a thing. And it was kind of like Instagram a little something, not really Instagram, but you could message, right? You could message. And so I went on there and I went to Orlando, like went to Orlando Space or whatever. I forgot how it works. And and then I started trying to bag. And so I bagged some Polynesian chick from Polynesian. There was those Hawaiian chicks from it just happened to be, I wasn't looking for nothing. I was looking for anything, I was so I bagged this Polynesian chick, and so my right game is really good. You know what I mean? So I bagged it up and everything, and I didn't let her know I was coming from jail. You know what I mean? I told her I was moving there from I was moving to Florida, Orlando from New York, right? I'm straight from New York. So she thinking I'm just moving. She don't know I'm coming from 25 to life. Like, she don't know I'm coming from jail. I'm like, I'm free, right? So I bagged her, we talking everything before about the week up till I come. So she know I'm coming. So I had her already set up to meet me, because the first thing I want to do is go be with a woman. So that's when I told the story. I come off the plane. My brother picks me up. Him and his boy Chip. They from Maryland. Him and Chip. They pick me up. I start driving. I tell them, I got somebody needing me, and they like, what? And I'm like, yeah. And then she met me on OBT. So the mall on Orange Blossom Trail. I don't know. Now when I get off the plane, I've never been to Florida, so I'm seeing all the palm trees, and I don't know. This is where the reality of a second chance at life kick in, because now I'm actually free, free, free. But guys, I have nothing. I have nothing. Only thing I have is that bag of clothes that I shipped off that's on its way, and the clothing on my back, right? I have no more money, because the money that Demetrius gave me paid for the bag, and then the little I had left over, I ate food on the long trip. So I have not a penny in my pocket, probably like change or $1 or something. I don't have nothing. No, that my storage unit is gone. So shout out to Q Dog in the building. My storage unit is gone. Everything is gone. And I was a multimillionaire. Now I do have the black Mercedes. It's still parked at Joy House in Hempstead, right? So, but I don't have the key and stuff, and I can't, like, you need the title, because the computer shut the car down, so the car is flat, meaning it's all the air shocks, everything went out, and it won't start. It will never start unless you prove to Mercedes-Benz with the title and stuff that you're the owner, and then they'll come and their technician or set the computer, and then the car will start. So that's that whole thing. So that car is stuck in Hempstead. Okay. So that's the only thing that I possess, but I don't have access to it, right? Not yet. So my goal is go get myself established in Florida, and then get my way back to New York to get my Benz, right? I need to go get my car, okay? Because that's the only thing I got. And I don't got, and I got nothing. So I got no money. So I feel, now listen, guys, I'm used to, as Q Dog and everybody here from New York know, I'm used to having paper. I'm used to having the hottest whips, like, y'all see the other picture I just showed. I mean, I could show y'all every year. I could show y'all cars, all cars, Cadillacs, Diamantes, Lexuses, whatever you want to name, Cadillacs. I already said that. BMWs, Mercedes, and just everything you can ever imagine. All right. I had in my whole life probably like 40 something cars, 40 something. All right. Now, so all I know is that's my normal. My normal is, that's like we get accustomed to the lifestyle that we live, right? That when that becomes your normal, that's what you're used to. So that kind of becomes your identity in a way. That's why when you're walking with the Most High, it's like hard because you have to die to all of those things and remake yourself. But now I'm telling this because this is going to matter in a second. So I'm used to, money, putting my, my wells on, my jewelry, jewels, clothes, the best flights, the best car, and, being me, not being poor and having no money, having no car, having no clothes, okay? Nothing, okay? Q-Dog said the Benz with the, I tried to find the red one. Well, you saw this dog, Q-Dog. Let me show this one. It's this one. You remember this car, Q. I done seen you plenty of times in this car. But I'll try to find a picture of mine with the red in the rims again. This one, Q. Share, present, share. I know you don't remember, but it's this one. You'll remember when I show you. This one. Remember this one? This black Benz. That's Star, my daughter. That's behind Hempstead High School. So you remember this dog, Q-Dog. This is the last time you see me. I was in this one. So I'm used to like this, getting dressed up in all white or something, getting all fly, sunny out, coming out, the car glistening, gleaming, you know what I mean? Loud system in the car, you know what I mean? Getting to the car and people pulling up at you at the light and people, ooh, that is beautiful at the gas station. I had red in the rim. I meant to show that the red in the rims and all that. And so people, it's a lifestyle. It's yes, Mia, it's a huge adjustment going from this. And now the problem, guys, is I lived this my whole life. And everybody here, Mia's here, Q here, you got other people, Unique is here, people from New York are here. I can't tell y'all this and be lying because my people will be at home. They'd be like, boy, please, you ain't never had 2 nickels. Like ain't nobody know you for nothing, boy. You would, boy, stop lying to these people on YouTube. So I can't lie. My people here, and I won't lie anyway. Y'all know. But praise the Most High, I got receipts to show y'all everything. I done showed y'all all my Escalades, cars, Benzes, all the houses. So. Now, the problem is, guys, I've been having this stuff since I was a little boy. I started hustling when I was 12, okay? When I was 15 is when I bought my first car. And that's when we got it messed up. When we go back in time, I'm going to show y'all that. Unique, remember that? That's what Unique was with me when we went to buy my first car. I was a little boy. Unique had to act like he was buying it because he was older because the white man didn't want to sell it to me. Like, these little kids. Shout out to Shaka Z. He drove us to buy my first car. So I was hustling since a little boy and successful. So all I know, this was my life. Now, what y'all don't know is these material things, like this car right here on the screen, and all Q said, don't forget the white Lincoln Navigator truck. Yeah, I showed it on here, Q. I'll show it again. I showed the white Navigator, the monster. Yeah. So now what y'all don't know and y'all learn out later is these material items I use to fill the void. So these material items, I know y'all like, that's materialistic. That was my mother and father, meaning that was my self-worth. Okay. My mother abandoned me and my father abandoned me. Okay. My mother she was doing her thing in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. She was a hustler. I ain't trying to point no fingers at nobody, but this is just my reality. She was doing her thing. She neglected us. My father, my auntie, shout out to my aunt Yolanda and shout out to love you, Aunt Yolanda. She called my grandmother in Hempstead, Strong Island, Parkside Projects, and told them that we were being neglected in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and they need to come get us because my mom is leaving us all over. My mom was a hustler in Brevoort Projects, in Bainbridge buildings in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. My mom was getting that paper. That's when I found out later that's where I get the hustle from. Sure enough with my dad, because he just worked. So now, once my dad came and got me and my sister, my older sister, he took us right to his grandmother in Parkside Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island, and dropped us off. And he went back with his new wife and his, and his life. And my dad got money. He was a hardworking man, but he loved cars. So now it's going to tie in where I became a hustler. Now understand, I wasn't raised by neither one of them. So all of this stuff, these things will be passed down into your DNA, guys. This thing is called generational curses or blessings. One of the two, depending. But things be passed down from your bloodline, whether you know your bloodline or not. That's why it's good to learn your people, know who your people is and watch, because then you'll know, okay, this is where I get this from. Because I didn't know my dad, really, and I didn't know my mom, but I had more access to my dad. Y'all learn that later when I go back. But my dad loved cars. He always had a brand new car every year, but he worked for a living. He never hustled a day in his life. He was a hard worker and he drove trucks. And he drove trucks all through the Bronx and he delivered in the city. So I'll get to that later. But his thing was he had brand new cars all the time. So later I realized this is where I get this love of all these brand new cars. And then my mom, when I met her and when I was 27 years old, I met that side family. I find out she is a hustler. My uncles told me they turned her on to weed in Bed-Stuy. Next thing you know, they was like, but 6 months she was running the whole project. Had us working for her. And I said, that sound like me. I'm like, that makes sense because I started hustling. Unique, no. I started hustling. Next thing you know, Unique, no. I had everybody working for me. Like, I'm young and got my older people working for me. And I'm young. You know what I mean? And got my crew. So where did that come from? I never could understand because I didn't know my family. See, that's why meeting your family is very important. Your uncles, your aunts, because you'll see traits of your personality in your family members. Even if that's something prone to making you an alcoholic or a drug addict, right? Or anything, or a sex addict or whatever. You'll find out that your Uncle Billy was smashing everything that moved. And you like, this is why, maybe I got parts of Uncle Billy in me because I'm smashing everything, you see? So it's very important. So when I met my actual birth mom, that's when I found out this is where the hustler come from. Because my dad didn't get along with me because he couldn't identify with me, right? So he would come over to my grandmother and he would try to play this, because you got a job and you drive a truck. I don't know what's wrong. See, I don't know. I'm a hustler. You hear me? I'm hustle. You hear me? I'm making paper. I'm like, I got more money than you. You just don't know it, right? And I'm 12 and 13, guys. So I don't understand. And we clashing because he don't understand, he don't like it. But he also didn't be a real dad and show me who I am and show me, yeah, you like your mom. Let me introduce you to your mother family so you can know. None of it. So anyway, me 40 and Ray Ra, he said it's popping out here. Me 40 and Ray 40 Deuce and Ray. Shout out to B2B and 4 Pound 40 Deuce. B2B, I got a story I'm gonna tell about you later too. B2B, when I was in which one? I think it was the 25 to Life. B2B. That's Ray. I saw you in the bullpen and you was coming from Rikers and all that. I saw B2B. B2B is crazy. B2B was holding it down. You was telling all them stories about you and Rikers. I was just listening and watching. I know you saw me. I was stressed out, B2B. That's when they was giving me 25 to Life. I was really stressed out. I know you probably saw it on my face. But yeah, I seen B2B. He was telling, I was listening to the story. I was enjoying the stories. He was talking about when he was in Rikers and stuff he was doing and all that. Shout out to Ray Ray. Shout out to your little brother Tim too. Oh, B2B passed away. So what are you talking about then? Unique said, "Wait, Ra, wake up! It's popping out here. Me, 40, and Ray Ray. I'm a little lost. So you must be telling another story. All right, so you must be telling a new story. Unique said the apple don't fall from the tree. He said my dad got a new car every year. Yeah. See, everybody in the projects know that. Unique know that. He got a brand new car every year, my dad. And he would come, they knew him in the projects and stuff. So Unique said Ray Ray passed away. All right, my bad. B2B passed away. Well, shout out to his little brother, Big Tall, 6'9", Tim. He's 6'9" too, guys. He's like 7 foot tall. His name's 6'9". He actually 6'9". So Unique must have been telling the story. He said when we was popping me 40 and Ray. Wait till I go back when we was boosters. That's when the me 40 Unique. When I go back in the days and start telling those stories are fun, guys. Y'all gonna enjoy this crazy stuff we was doing when we was young. We was boosters at one time, and 40 was the biggest booster in our hood. Boosting is when you steal robbing out of stores, like you go in Macy's and steal the whole store, and boosters come and they sell you clothes in the hood and radios and TVs and sheet sets and anything the boosters, you put your orders in this ghetto stuff. You put your order in for the booster. You're like, listen, I need this, and they go get it. That was 40. All right. So anyway, I'm digressing. We'll get there when we go back in time. These are things that whatever. So now let me get back to where I was. And this is the reason why I'm setting this foundation, because it's going to make sense by what I'm about to go through. Okay. So these material things that I was able to get when I was young, hustling, these things, guys, became not a God to me, but like a mother and father, like a validator, meaning there was times that I would get depressed because I would feel like I was worthless because my mother didn't love me and my dad didn't love me. They didn't love me because they left me. So, and later I found out my mom, she had other kids and she raised them. Shout out to my brothers and sisters, my other brothers and sisters, my little brothers and sisters by my mom. And she moved to Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, and raised them, right? But she left me and my older sister, and my dad left us too. So for a child, it's I had to block all of that out. That's what I mean by certain things I had to block out. Otherwise it would destroy me. But there'll be times in your life where these things, and I know people can relate, even though y'all got mom and dad, there's different things that happen to a lot of us. So I know y'all can relate to this stuff. There are times where it'll come to your memory, your reality, and it'll get you depressing. Yes, good word. Lanicia said these were fillers in my life, not idols. Yes. And I'm glad, and see, now I know the Most High. I'm glad he gave me those things because I needed it. Now, what I'm saying is there will be times where we going along, right? And everything is okay. And let's say me and Unique is here and it's a bunch of us. We in one of my cars, right? We in one of my Benzes or whatever, Cadillacs, whatever, 98s. And we partying and doing us, right? Or coming from doing a show or something. And we get to Unique house or something. And Val, his mom, RIP to Unique's mother, Valerie, her earth birth was just a couple of days ago. All right. RIP to Valerie. And Val, Unique would go up and Val, and he go up and kiss his mom. Right. And he looked just like his mom. Like you could see him in his mom. And he go up and hug his mom. And she like, boy, get off me. And such and such. And I just watched the interaction. And then it hits me that I don't got that. I've never had that. And I won't know what that feel like ever. Like you don't have this. You don't have this love. This love that this woman is looking at her little son with, you will never have that. You don't, you're empty. So I filled the void with material objects of wealth, of value. Meaning, if I got a brand new Mercedes with leather seats and wood and the smell, and so it makes me feel like, it would make me feel like I'm worth something. Because the fact that my mother and my dad abandoned me and didn't love me can make you feel like you're worthless to a child. It doesn't matter how tough you are. It doesn't matter how much respect I had in the hood. It doesn't matter how much popular I was from being a nasty 4MCs and the 98 Posse and being Rashawn the God and everybody know me and I'm popular and all that, having all the, beautiful women in the cars and the status and, respect. None of that fills the void of true love, especially the one that was supposed to come from your parents. So I'm thankful to the Most High that He allowed me to have possessions, physical items, like a nice apartment with leather couches and glass and shiny gold things and gold and possessions where I feel like I'm worth something. So when it would get really heavy that I don't have real love, the unconditional one from the parents, and like I was worthless, that they didn't want me, like they threw me away. So then the vehicle, the car, I would get in the car and stop myself from crying, because I won't cry. I tell you, I didn't cry. To me, crying was weakness. So praise Yah, I can cry now. I'm free, right? But back then I couldn't. There was no crying. There was man up. There was no room to cry. There was no room to release. Now, if I would have had some type of love, or, and my grandmother, she been dead. She died when I was 16, but she, even when she was here, she didn't know emotion. She didn't show love and compassion. She didn't hug. She just provided. So I knew she loved me because she provided. But she never hugged me ever, or said I love you, or kissed me. Never. I've never had a hug in my life. I've never had a hug, a maternal, like my mom or my grandmom or, my dad, ever, or a hug or a kiss or I love you or none of that ever, right? So anyway, so I would get into the car or something, and then I would feel like, okay, like, I would be like, still lost, right? I am somebody, right? I am something. And these objects, this material possession made me feel like I had some worth, right? Even if down to the clothes, I could get fresh and freshly clean and the brand new clothes, pop the tags and the brand new crispy sneakers or whatever. It makes you feel like, okay, I am somebody. I am something. Sometimes we just need that, especially those who don't have family or nothing. Those things go a long way. So I don't want y'all to think that I was materialistic. That was my mother and father. Like that was the way that I knew that I was worth something, because I didn't know God. I didn't know nothing. And I'm thankful that the Most High allowed me to even have the possessions, to have that outlet. He provided that because He didn't have to do that. And who knows what would have happened to me without that. So I'm setting that stage because it's going to have importance for what's about to happen to me. Because what's about to happen to me, the Most High is about to take me through things to remove these things. Think about this. Right now, the Most High is about to change my whole life. So He's about to remove the things that was placed in my life to give me value and love. It's like my objects was love to me because I loved my car, right? I loved my and I held dear to it. So that's why I didn't like, and I had abandonment issues. So I didn't like letting go stuff. Like I keep stuff. And you know, my exes, I'm type, I end up hoarding, right? I get a storage unit. I've had that net here. I have a storage unit for 4 years and pay for it every month and I never go in the unit. See, that's trauma. Just let that go. What is you doing? You paid more for the storage unit than you did for the value of the thing after 4 or 5 years. But I want the trauma and abandonment of the things. I don't like to lose things or people because everything in my life was taken. So anything that I get, I cherish it. That's another reality check for some people who just have a normal life. They don't understand why something will be so important to me where I won't want to let it go. And they're like, dude, throw that away. And I'm like, no, I'll keep it. That's trauma. So now, Unique Quick Q Dorsey, your circle had mad love for you too, fam. Day one. Yeah, I received that. Thank you. And that's the thing, Q. But y'all didn't know the emptiness, and I loved y'all too. But there's something that only your mother and father can feel, the parents. Yes, Dolores Shaw said a parent's love is irreplaceable. Yes. And if you take that from a child, he's dysfunctional. No matter what. If you take a mom and dad, they did experiments with this. This is why the serpent seed who enslaved us and stuff like that did these things. This is why they sold off the parents in slavery and stuff to keep the child emotionally traumatized. And not only does that, if you really love your child as a parent, it'll traumatize you. That's what child support and stuff is about. No disrespect, but that's what giving the authority of the child to the woman and have her being able to just take the child from the man and do what she wants, and he has but he gotta pay. This is all systematic things to destroy the mind, body, and soul, and the spirit of the man and the woman, of the person, of the family. This is serious. It's been practiced and done. It's dark. Okay, so there's things that nothing can heal. You can't heal from. Unique said grandma was hardcore for real. That's how she showed her love. Yeah. Everybody know. That's what they be telling stories. Even what's his name came on here. Mike Garcia was like, grandma was crazy. Grandma was hardcore. Everybody know that from the project. Everybody know. Grandma was like, oh my goodness. So anyway, so now let me get back to the story. And I'm glad I got that part because these things that we're doing on this channel and these stories are also bringing healing to others. Yeah, it's cool to tell all the gunshot shooting this and this, that, and had this and all the little stories. But this is a real life testimony TV channel. And it speaks to the things that people are going through, because you got people going through that now that you won't even know. Because nobody knew. Q and nobody knew. Unique been with me half my life. He never knew that I would go through depressive states of abandonment, or not having, they just see me as normal. That's Ra. Let's go. You know what I mean? Ra always uplifting and always, So, yes, Laria says to make children soulless, S-O-U-L less, and soul less than themselves. Yes. All right. So now my whole goal is I'm trying to find, I want to find my wife. I want to find, I'm sharing my mind state because it'll make sense to all these mistakes I'm about to make. My number one thing right now is to find me a foundation. That's a woman. Because from a child, all I knew was to have a woman in my life. Now, later, I psychoanalyze myself and realize that's trauma. Because I never had a mother's love. I never had love. The only feel for that is a girlfriend, a woman. But that ain't the same love. 9 times out of 10, that love is conditional, meaning that woman or girlfriend will love me as long as I'm with her, as long as I'm pleasing her, long as I'm smashing, long as I'm providing, long as I'm, she's in love, long as I'm with her. But 9 times out of 10, once we break up, she won't love me no more. She's going to move on. A lot of them don't even care no more. That's 9 times out of 10. You get your special woman who would still care. But me, guys, I was so traumatized that I don't love you conditionally. I love you, period. Meaning, even if we break up, I still love you like you, because we've been together. We become family. More or less, if we got a child together. So it would hurt me that they would just flip and turn. Now you want to hurt me. So that means you never really loved me. Not the real love, unconditional. That love that you can get from a girlfriend and boyfriend, most of them, is a condition that long as we together, once we ain't together, ain't no love. Because they're hurting me now. Y'all see in the future stories. So now, all growing up, I had girlfriends from a little boy. I mean, guys, I was spending the night with girlfriends at 12 years old, and we got schooled. This hood stuff. Now, I know nowadays everything is so disjointed, but this is back in the days. It's like the 80s and stuff. It wasn't like that. And I realized later, when I grew up, I psychoanalyzed, I realized that I used girlfriends, and I always had to have a woman. Because I remember my sister always be like, man, leave these girls alone. Why you always got to have a woman? And I didn't know. I felt like I got to always have a woman. So even if I broke up, ain't no, you know how they say you break up and then you got to have time to heal and move. Oh, please. I'm going to get healed from this one. Well, usually I never been broken up with, so it really wasn't no healing. It is healing because I really liked the girls, but it just, they would act crazy, and y'all learn that later, other stories. It's just my life, and I have to break up with them, so I have to move on. So I still have to heal because I really like them, but now the relationship, I got to move on. So anyway, I always had to have a girl. Now, I don't know this, but that's trauma right there, because that means I can't be by myself. See, I had to psychoanalyze myself later and go back in your past. You all guys, you all need to do this to learn your errors and mistakes, because you'll find out where the trauma is and things to work on. So I always had, and later I realized it's because I had abandonment issues and I didn't like to be alone by myself. And then the second part was the feminine aspect of the woman and her, I love you, and, pleasing, the thing that happened when you make love to her and bring her to her fullest thing. And, all of that was filling a void of what my mom, the love of a mom, that love and caring. So I would always keep a woman. So yes, Adriana said you were looking for stability. Yes. So I always was trying to find a family. So again, guys, I was abandoned by my family. Okay. Now I had my street boys and everything, but that's different. So it doesn't, shout out to everybody, Q, Unique, and all that. I love y'all all. But I'm talking about you guys had your family, right? It don't mean they were perfect, but you had your moms, your dads. Well, some of us ain't have, a lot of us ain't have dads, but you had your moms, your aunts, your grandmoms, cousins. I was alone, but y'all didn't know it. I had this huge family, but they was all over, but I didn't know it. When we go back in my story, y'all understand more. So now I'm bringing down the trauma so y'all can understand why I was making these mistakes I'm about to make. So my thing was, okay, I got to establish a foundation. That's what I always called it. Meaning I got to get me a woman, And now I got my root, my foundation, and now I got a family. And now I can work for something. This, okay, let me stop sharing on this image. I had this picture up too. Stop sharing. So this thing, guys, of me, I was the type, I learned that I need a goal. Like I need to work for, I need something to motivate me to work for something, to push me to work for something. Shout out to Khalid Courtney. This is my cousin. Shout out to my cousin Khalid. I was just talking about family, Khalid. Guys, Khalid is my cousin from my mother's side who I just met later when I was an adult. This is the family I'm talking about that I was separated from that could damage a child. Because I got all these cousins and uncles and Khalid, his uncle, his dad and them is my uncles and all of them. And they deep, and it was a bunch of them in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And they had a strong family name and a bond. And they have family reunions and they all know one another. And I was separated. And I was alone in the hood, not even knowing I got this huge family all over the country and the world. And I'm in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I moved to Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. My brothers and cousins and them is there. And I don't know them. I could have slept with one of my cousins. I could have killed my cousin Ronnie from the Bronx. I could have shot my cousins from Bed-Stuy. You see, this is why family is so important. And this is why they disjointed our family and they don't want us to know one another. Because you can't be complete. The unit, it takes a village to raise. You can't be complete. You're diseased. You see, dysfunction. You're dissed. So shout out to my brother Khalid. And that's why I wrote you too, Khalid. I seen Khalid, I wrote him like, yo, cuz, if you ever need anything from me, I ain't got nothing, but I'll do whatever I can. Because I'm trying to, before we leave here, form a bridge and let them know, even though we never got to be raised with one another, you still my family. You see, you still my blood. All right. So now the fact of not having any love, my first goal is I need to get a woman coming from this 25 to life prison sentence. I need a woman, right? I need a foundation. That's what I thought. I didn't think that I need to set me as the foundation. Ooh, that's a good word. I didn't know that I'm the foundation. So first I need to root myself. I need to root myself first before I go to try to get a woman. Because if I don't, then the order is reversed and it won't ever work. Because the foundation, the root is the man. I'm sorry. This is according to the Most High. Y'all can read whatever else y'all want. Y'all can do all this feminist stuff. No, I don't play no parts of that. The foundation is the man. He is the foundation. And the real woman, they know that and they want that. The reason why the woman have to try to be the man now, because the man ain't taking his foundation to root. Shout out to my big brother Kevin in the building. Kevin said, hello, my brother. I'm finally caught up to you. Shout out to Kevin. Last week, Kevin, I showed you a picture on this. I showed the one with you was in the army, the military. I showed you a picture last week, Kevin. That's my older brother. When I go back in 92, I'm going to tell his story, how he's from Roosevelt, Strong Island, how I met him. My dad, that me and him got the same dad. And my dad abandoned him too and act like he wasn't his dad. But his mom found my grandmother and let him know. My grandmother knew. She like, that's your brother. And that's my older brother. Again, disjointed. You see? Disjointed. And I had an older brother this whole time, didn't even know. This is how they did our family through slavery. They destroyed the family. And they want to continue it. Because if you do that, you'll destroy the strength and the bond and the things that will assist you growing up. I needed a big brother growing up. You know how many fights I had fighting these cousins and uncles, and oh my goodness, I needed some. All right, love you too, Kev. That's my big brother. That's the one who got me to Joy. Right now my Benz is at Joy House. So Kevin, I'm telling a story. When I left the 25, I was with you, Kev. I told you this whole story about you. They gotta know about you already, Kev. So I told the story when I almost said his name, when Unique and them had that trap house and I saw you, and then I started messing with you. You hooked me up, and then that's when I had the black Benz with the red rims. And the picture of my red rims, I was in Freeport. I was going to see my brother. That's why I said, yeah, that white girl out there. Remember that crazy white girl you had in Freeport on drugs? Kevin had the crazy, he always get these crazy women. Kevin is a Rolling Stone. I swear he's a Rolling Stone. That boy is a trip. So anyway, so Kevin hooked me up with Joy, and that's a Joy, Joy, that's when we rented the apartment in Joy House. Remember that, Kevin? So my black Benz was stuck there. That's right where we at in this story. So anyway, so shout out to Kev. Love you, bro. I'm glad you finally caught up to me. Kev don't work with technology too good. You finally caught me. I'm like, Kev, I'm on YouTube. I'm like, so he found it through the Facebook now. All right. So, all right. So guys, so now my first goal from leaving the 25 to life, I'm like, I need to get a woman, because I'm still traumatized. Now, I don't know that I really need to set my own foundation. Now I know that now. Now, one thing is my sister Arlene, we reconnected. Y'all gonna hear that. She kept trying to tell me, now she was telling me, don't leave the girls alone, get yourself together. Now listen, I remember this, and she's gonna laugh at one of these stories when I tell, because this not listening caused me a lot of mistakes and a lot of kids. Now, just so y'all know, guys, at this point, at this 25 to life where I'm at, I got 2 children. Me and Pam got 2 kids from high school, right? They are like older now. They are like adults at this point. 2 kids, 1 baby mama. Okay, I need to set this foundation because y'all need to hear this Fulio stuff. Because y'all gonna understand. Y'all ain't about to get. Now, at this point, it's 2010. I'm leaving 25 to life. We got 2 children, 1 baby mama. I broke the mold. Back in the hood, everybody got baby mamas. Child support is the thing. I don't know about that. My boy on Ty Fields and Buddha, all of them, they got you. So I seen the effects of child support. I seen how it destroy you. I seen it destroy Ty, where they taking all his money and he can't get a job. And Buddha, they come into his house and we gotta hide, and we gotta hide because we go home 5 o'clock in the morning and you see a black car, they waiting to try to catch him. Child, so I've seen the fruits of it, but I don't know what that is, because I got 2 kids that we raised from adults, Star and Ra, and we raised from child up to adulthood, and me and Pam, and that's it. Ain't no child support. We raise ours. Ain't none of that, right? So that's all I got. Now I have Benito, but Benito was an accident. Love Benito, but remember I said me and Pam had broke up, and I was there visiting, and I just did a mercy smash. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Because Pam ain't trying to have nobody smash her, and I knew she was having it rough because she ain't just trying to smash, and it's been a long time, and no woman, she was extra horny, and I'm looking, and I look, that's family. Again, that's family. Now we ain't together. I ain't in love with her or none of that, but I do love her because she's my family. That's how I look at it. We've been through since high school. This is family. You're the mother of my children. So I was like, you know what? I got her, but she happened to stop taking birth control, because remember, this is back then. So because we didn't want no more kids. We had 2 children, a son and a boy and a girl. We raised them to adulthood. We didn't want no more kids, right? So we were straight. We did the whole parenting thing. We had 2, a boy and a girl. We good money. 1, no child, no nothing. I'm good. We done, right? So then once we broke up, we went together. She stopped because she wasn't smashing, so she wasn't taking no type of contraceptive, right? And I've been with her forever. I don't even think of no condoms. Right? I was a fool, right? I was the dude. I was the no condom dude. Yeah, I was the Russian roulette idiot, sticking my little wee. Oh, y'all don't ever do this stupid stuff. The Most High was saving me. I'm about to tell you, I was sticking my wee in everything. I ain't put not 1 condom to cover myself. All praise the Most High, I didn't get a disease. That's just a covering of the Most High. Don't ever do that. You're supposed to wait till you get married, but I'm keeping it real. Everybody ain't there. So again, we on the 25 to life reality, right? I ain't on my ministry where I'm telling wait till marriage, and people are smashing. So if y'all gonna be smashing, wear a condom. Wear a condom. Men, for child support, and also for diseases and stuff like that. But don't smash, but if you're going to, again, all right, because I'm a minister. So I got to tell you out of the real. Now, I'm crazy. I was crazy. I'm smashing and I ain't putting no condom on nothing. That's Russian roulette. You might as well stick a gun to your head and pull the trigger and let the barrel and hope the bullet don't smash, right? Right? A revolver, right? Spin the barrel on a revolver. And that's Russian roulette. And I spent my whole life. I probably put a condom on 2 times in my whole life or something like that, right? And that's because something crazy was going on. But you shouldn't have smashed. Some of us men, boy, you can't. Boy, if a man ain't got control of his anatomy, you can't stop him. That thing, amen here, no doggone well, we just smashed something where you holding your breath. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You like, oh, trying to hold your breath. You know doggone well, that thing smell like the sewage, and you still, oh, men are crazy. Boy, oh boy, men are crazy. All right, so anyway, let's get back. So now I should be okay. My sister Arlene was telling me, you need to leave these girls alone. You need to establish yourself again. Meaning, I'm just coming home from 25 like I have nothing. I need to find me a foundation, get me find out what am I gonna be. So I was gonna be a truck driver because I got my CDL from when I was in the program, and I got the double trailer CDL joint. I passed my CDL, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna be a truck driver. So my sister is like, now she's on the phone from Atlanta telling me, I'm in Orlando, you need to leave, don't mess with no girls, get your foundation straight, right? And I'm not listening. And you know why? I said, it's easy for you to say that with your husband laying next to you in the bed, right? So I'm like, yeah, I hear you, but you telling me this while your husband is laying next to you in the bed. But I'm sitting in this bed lonely, and I've been in jail, right? I've been in jail for 3.5 years, trying to face it a 25 to life. You are tripping. I need me a woman in my bed just like you got your husband in your bed. But what she was saying was actually wise. But you can't tell someone that when they don't understand, right? Kevin said, it's been 17 years, bro. I can't believe it. But little Roberto is now 17. Dad, he was little. Is that the little one? The one who used to be, dad, it's been that long? All right, so I'm setting that foundation. So I was in a program. I met the Polynesian girl. So now my job is I'm on a mission to find a wifey, right? Now, I'm not trying to get married because I'm not who I am now, right? But I know God, but I ain't, I know God. That's what I know. God and Mashiach, the Messiah. But I'm not religious, right? But I'm just starting the path. I'm free now. So my job is I need a girl. I need a foundation. That's what I always call it, a foundation. So bang, I got the Polynesian chick. So I hooked it up. She's coming to meet me. As soon as I get off the airport, I already know what she looked like because she's on, what's her name? We on MySpace. So she banging, right? She got some melanin. She's Polynesian, that Hawaiian, like the rock in them type Polynesian, right? She banging, short, right? Stick and all that. So I'm like, all right, I got a bad Polynesian joint. So my brother picked me up and all that. He thinking I'm going in. That's when I told him, yo, bro, take me to old Orange Blossom Trail, right? Because I got the phone, I'm calling, so she meet me like, what? And it's like, what you do? I'm like, I got a girl. His friend Chip is like, how you get a girl? How you get a girl? I'm like, I ain't playing, right? I done bagged something from New York here. That's how we do, right? I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong guy, the wrong guy, to think I'm from suburb, right? So I ain't proud of it, but this is just how we was, right? I'm no joke, right? Everybody know that from home. I'm no joke. I be bagging something. So I used to be bagging something. So so we pull up, we meet. I tell my brother, take my bags. I meet the girl. She in a black shiny car, Camry, right? New one. She pull up, nice. So she get out the car, bang. I'm like, woo! And Chipping them is like, whoa! And I'm like, yes. So I get out the car. I go with her, right? I go meet her. She come running up. We hug each other, right? I'm like, ooh, this girl is bad. I'm like, yes, I'm free now. See, this is the freedom kicking in now. Because listen, guys, I'm in Orlando. I'm in Florida. They got palm trees. I ain't never been here a day in my life. Talk about second life. Here I am in this land that I've never seen a day in my life. It's wintertime in New York, freezing, but it's summertime right here, right? So I got all these clothes. I done took off all my clothes. I got a t-shirt because I came with a big coat because I came from New York. It's freaking 80 degrees. Like it's like 70 something at night. It's beautiful. Palm trees. I'm in this mall parking lot and this bad Polynesian is getting out this shiny car coming up. I ain't got a nickel. I ain't got a penny. I ain't got nowhere to live. I ain't got nothing. But guess what? I got a bad Polynesian coming to meet me. You heard? That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Now, of course, I'm not promoting. Now, if she was a bad Ghanaian, I'll be saying I got a bad South African or a bad. It's just she just happened to be Polynesian, because I'm not racist or prejudiced or none of that. It just is. I find whatever if they were attractive and I'm attracted to them, and it just is what it is, right? So but all my life I've only dated black girls. So y'all know that when we go back to my story, only dated black women. So it was just once I got out of this relationship, I don't know, it was just the whole world open. It just is what it was. People on the internet. So, and a lot of times, no disrespect, but the sisters, they would, I don't know, it just, people just different. Times is different. Sisters be looking for the real pretty boy or something. I don't know. It is what it was. I wasn't trying to find nothing. It just is what it was. One thing, I never had that trauma over me. All right. So anyway, so I don't want you to be thinking like, oh, he keep talking about she just happened to be Polynesian. That is what it is, right? She could have been Puerto Rican. She could have been Chilean. She could have been African American. She could have been whatever, Dominican. It doesn't matter. All right. So this one just happened to be, and they're going to change. This one just happened to be Polynesian. So anyway, so I'm in the parking lot and I'm looking and I'm like, I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life in a cage. And here I am in this parking lot somewhere I don't know. It's nice and warm, and the palm trees and the breeze going through the palm trees. And my brother, he right there with his shiny Escalade. My brother had a burgundy Escalade. And I'm like, I'm free. And so she come running up. She hugged me. I'm like, dang, everything. So she's like, come on. So I'm like, all right. So I'm like, yo, bro. So I'm like, when I'm coming, I said, when I'm coming back. And she was like, tell him a couple of days. So I was like, well, bro, I'll see you in a couple of days. And he like, bro, you crazy. So he said, I'm leaving out. He said, I'm leaving out to drive the trucks in a couple of days. Like, I think he said Sunday, and then probably was Thursday or Friday or something like that. He's like, bro, I'm leaving out Sunday, so you need to get back. Because, guys, he drives trucks. My little brother, his name is Vincent, he drives trucks over the road across the country. So he would leave out and he would come back every, he back for once a week a month. So once a month for 1 week, he comes home. So when he leaves out, he's like, I'll see you next month. That's going to mean something in a second. All right. Right now, it doesn't, because I don't even know what's going on. Only thing he said was, I leave out on Sunday, so make sure you back by Sunday. So she was like, okay, I'll have him back by Sunday. Right. So I give my brother a hug, give Chip that, and I get in the car. Now I get in the car. And she like, hey, so I'm driving. And now, again, guys, I was just facing 25 to life, right? So I'm like driving, I'm looking over at her and she's on, and I'm like, and I don't know her. I met her up there, right? So I got this brand new chick that I never knew. And I'm like, oh, I'm free, right? So this reality. So she like, you wanna eat something? So I'm like, yeah. So she takes me and we go get something to eat. So we go get something to eat. We go back to her place. Now, I've never been to Orlando. So now I guess if I saw this apartment, I will know it. It's probably over there by the Millennium Mall. Now that I think about it, because it was really rich, nice condos, but it was nice area, right? So but I knew it was by the mall somewhere. So she takes me. So we go into her apartment. Now she's a server. She serves at one of the resorts. She served at a rich restaurant. So she's making a lot of money. So the servers, because Orlando is the tourist destination of the world, you get the rich. If you work at one of these rich restaurants, you get these rich people from all over the world. They live tips like $100 tips. So she come home with $800 in tips, and beside her little money. So she come home and she dropped $1,200 on the bed. I'm like, dag, that's tips, right? That type of thing, right? So I'm like, so she got a lot of money, right? Because she's waitressing, so she's killing again. So we get to apartment. Her apartment's really nice, right? So she like, all right, so she goes to take the food that she bought and put it on plates. So she wants to serve me. So she goes and she had these square plates, right? And they were like black. So her apartment was decorated, I guess, in like an Asian, Polynesian type of theme. It was really nice. And then she had these black square plates. This is 2010, and all this and everything in the square bowls, and just everything was so really nice and decorated, right? Now, guys, you gotta remember, I'm coming from jail in a program, and I'm thinking I'm about to do life. So all this stuff is hitting different. Okay, so we in there, whatever. She make the thing. She makes the food, whatever. I eat whatever little, whatever. So then she wants to smash as much as I do, right? So it's not a problem. You know, once a woman choose you agree, then y'all know this the worldly stuff. Nah, I don't do that stuff. But this I'm telling you, this what happened. So we like, all right, you know, I'm like, forget everything. It's time to smash, right? Now I'm about to smash, and I was just about to have my whole life taken. So we go, you know, we get in the room. Now, the first thing I realized is freezing in the apartment. This is the first red flag. It's cold. I mean, cold. And I'm black. Now, she's got melanin because she's Polynesian, but I don't know. Maybe it's a culture thing. I'm black. We don't like to be cold, right? I'd rather be kind of hot than be too cold. That's just me. Some people are different. So anyway, it's freezing in the apartment, though. I'm talking about it's cold. Y'all know that cold where it start to hurt your bones, where you're like shivering. It's uncomfortable. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I need a hoodie. I need a coat. So I'm like, hey, you know, hey mama, could you turn the AC down? So she's like, no, it ain't. So she walk around. She act like it ain't cold at all, right? So and I'm like, I am uncomfortable cold, right? I'm sitting there shivering. I'm like, this is way too cold, right? So then we go into the bedroom, and now she ready to, you know, this is why I find out she a little freak, right? She like, you know, she ready to do it. And I'm like, all right. So I'm like, I'm so cold, I don't want to take off my clothes because it's too cold, right? So I'm freezing. I'm standing there. She took off all her clothes, and she's like, what you doing? I'm like, I'm not about to take. I need to put on more clothes, right? I need a coat, and you try to tell me to take off my clothes, right? So I'm like, so she's like, Dang, you a big tough, and I'm like, it is cold, right? So she's like, all right, I'll turn it down. So she turned it so it stopped, because you know the AC is, you know when it's blowing, you can feel it coming all through the vent. It's just, so when she turned it down, it cut off. So I'm like, oh goodness, like bro, it's the North Pole in here, right? So then I find she come over and whatever, and I take off my clothes, whatever. So we do this act, right? Whatever. So let me see. Do I want to tell this part? No, I don't need to tell that part. It would probably be funny, but no, I don't want to tell that part, because some people might have this thing and it might harm some people. But it would be funny. But I ain't gonna tell a story just for the fact of it being funny. So anyway, I ain't gonna do that. But so anyway, she had something going on with her that I never saw before, but I heard it before, right? All right, let me just tell it. Just adult conversations. So she had and if anyone had this, I'm not clowning you or making any joke. I just never seen it before. I've heard of it before, but I never saw it before. So she had I don't even know how to say this. She had, okay, her her clitoris. We all adults. We ain't on the ministry so good. Her clitoris was extra big, like real big. When I think I've heard of that before, but I had never seen it before. So it looks kind of weird. I'm just saying. So for anybody that suffers from that, I'm not clowning you or anything, because we all have things that, I'm not perfect. You know what I mean? I had things about myself I don't like. You know what I'm saying? We all got things that we probably don't like about ourselves, or right. So, but it was a little too big, and I had to like, I need I need to see your kid pictures. Like, I need proof. I'm like, what is that? I don't know what that was. I'm like, yo, what is that? And you're like, what you talking? And I'm like, so I literally need to see. Um, yeah, I had no trouble not seeing it. So I needed to see, and she showed me I needed to see baby pictures because I knew about that. I'm not playing no games, right? I ain't playing no games. So I need baby pictures and all that. And she showed that she had it. I seen her, a little girl, she was a girl. Right? I don't know, because that thing, shout out to Saquon in the building, that thing was too big. It looked like it was big like this. It stuck out the thing. I'm like, what is that? I don't know what that is. That thing, boy, I don't know. So after she proved it, and then I could tell she was a girl and everything, but I don't know, man. You know what I mean? She had the rest of her body, everything, but still, I'm not playing no games, right? So she showed me all her stuff. She didn't care. She laughed about it. She was like, I understand. She's like, I don't like it. I'm gonna try to get surgery and get it, removed, get it, shaved down or something. But she said they told her that if she shaves it or anything, she can lose her sensitivity for her, because it's her, you know. So she decided to just leave it, and she like, whoever don't like it, whatever. So you know what I mean. So she showed I seen her pictures. She was a little girl. I seen all her pictures, little from birth all the way up, right? The little naked pictures when you're born. You're little naked. She had those and all that, right? So I'm like, okay, this is definitely a woman, right? So whatever. All right. So now, right? So we did the act, right? And I'm in beast mode, so I did my thing. I've been in jail for a long time, so I handle my business, right? So we good. So now, but then I find out this girl is like, she's extra freaky, right? She's extra, like, she's a freak, right? She's extra. I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool, whatever, I'm like, all right, cool, I can handle that, right? So I handle her, everything. So she extra, right? So we finish, right? And everything. So I did my thing. She's, when you guys, you do your thing, you feeling, I'm all good, like, So she ready to go make some food. That's how you know when you did your thing, when they ready to go cook for you, or they sleep, right? Either one, either ready to go cook for you so they can go to sleep, or they just knock out, right? So anyway, so I'm feeling good about myself and everything. So she goes, she makes some food and everything. She come back, she ready to go again, right? So I'm like, okay, yeah, she's super freak. She definitely got her Rick James going on, right? So she ready to go again. I'm like, okay, we already did a marathon, like literally. We already did like an hour, something crazy, like literally, right? We already did a marathon, right? So she ready to go again. So I'm like, all right, okay, let's go. I do, we handle it again, right? So this time, I put her to sleep, right? So I put her to sleep. She knocked out. So she knocked out, right? I done knocked out. She already practically snoring, right? So I can't sleep because I just came home from 25 to life. right? I'm free. This is my first, I got off the plane. Remember, I left the program. They drove me to the JFK. I got on the plane. I got off, and now I'm in this woman's bed. Literally. Within, because the plane only took a couple of hours or something like that. So within hours, I was just sleeping in the program bed in Phoenix House in Lake Ronkonkoma, and now I'm sleeping in some girl's bed, right? So I'm in the, and she got money, so the bed is like a Tempur-Pedic, super plush. She got the big, she got the $1 million stuff going on, right? Because she making a lot of money, and she likes nice things. So her house is really clean, immaculate clean, which I like. The kitchen, everything is totally, you can eat off the floor clean, right? So I'm loving all that. Yes, it's all too surreal. Yes, Yahshuah, that's what I'm talking about. So the surreal, I'm sitting there, she's knocked out, right? I wore her out. So I'm laying there and I'm looking around. She got the big screen on the wall, and I'm in this plush bed, and I'm like, these big old sheets with a million pillows, and I'm just like, wow, dude, my whole life was over. My life was over. I was supposed to be from prison cell to prison cell to prison cell for the rest of my life in beast mode, trying to survive. And here I am in a land that I've never been to before, in some nice rich condo with a bad chick over there with a fridge. So I'm laying there for a while, basking in the surrealness. And then I'm like, all right, I'm hungry again, right? Because now I'm free, right? So I'm taking advantage of freedom. So I get up and I'm like, okay, I get up and she knocked out, right? So I go, I'm looking at her, I'm like, dang, dude, okay. Strike went up for me. I done wore her out, right? She out. Unique say you feeling like Prince Rashon again. Yeah, King. Exactly. So I go and I go into the fridge. I go in there. So when I go in there, so I open the bedroom door. Now the heat, I guess from us doing it, and me and this big, I open the door out of the bedroom, and it's like whoosh. It's like Alaska, right? So I'm like, oh my goodness, right? So what I do is I go and I'm like, I got to find the thermostat. So I'm going through her living room and I'm trying to find it, and I finally find it. So I'm like, ooh, ah. So I take the thermostat and I turn it. Boom. She got the AC. I think she got that thing on like 65 degrees or something. It's freezing. I'm talking about bone chilling cold. Like, woo, right? So I turned it off, right? So when I turn it off, it cuts off. Woo. So I'm like, oh my goodness. But I'm still freezing, right? It's cold. So I'm like, you know what? I'm about to warm this up. So I click it over, bang, and I turn the heat on. And I turn it up to like 73 or 70, I'm like, because it's like 60 on the thing. So I turn the heat on, bang. So then I turn the heat on, bang, and then I go in the kitchen. So I go in there, she got mad stuff. So I pull some of the stuff that she bought out, and I pull it out. So then I go sit at her little thing in the kitchen, her little dining room thing in the kitchen. So I sit down and I start to make the stuff, and all of a sudden, it's just smoke. Like, and burning and smoke. And all of a sudden, the smoke alarm, bing, 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 everything started going crazy. Smoke. I'm like, yo, I'm looking for a fire. I'm thinking I didn't burn this girl's house down. I'm like, I didn't turn the oven on. I'm looking, and it's just smoke and the fire alarm and stinking and it's burning. I'm like, and then she go, ah, she jump up and run. What happened? What happened? It's a fire. It's a fire. So I'm like, I don't know what happened. She's like, what? Where? I said, smoke. And she looked, and the smoke is coming out of the vents. And she runs to the thermostat. She's like, did you turn the heat on? I'm like, yeah, it was cold. And she's like, boy, you can't turn the heat on. And she turned it off. I'm like, what do you mean you can't turn the heat on? She said, this is Florida. She said, the heat probably ain't been on. She said, I lived in this apartment for 3 years. I ain't never turned this heat on ever once in 3 years. And I'm like, so guys, the system because you don't use the heat in Florida, if you just turn it on, it's gonna smoke, burning. It gotta cycle out all of that, and then the heat will work. That was my first lesson of Florida of learning that they don't turn the heat on. Right now, some of the, I guess the black people do when it get winter, but that doesn't last long. It get kind of cool. The coldest it get like 40s, something like that. But that'd be kind of cold because it's humid, so it's kind of a wet cold, right? So then, and then you get spoiled from the warm weather, so that's cold to you, right? So in the black neighborhood, because that happened in my house. So now this house, I'll turn it on. As soon as you turn it on, you smell a little bit of smoke burning, and then it goes away. But she is Miss, I don't know, maybe Polynesians like the cold. I don't know. She Miss Frosty the Snowman. So she ain't never, if she ain't cold in this, she ain't never gonna get cold. So she ain't never turning on. So now, okay, so you know, she like, you can't turn it on. So I'm like, well, I need coats, because she's like, all right, so I'll just turn it up. So she turned the AC back on, but she turned it. So I'm like, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm like, so we go back in the room. Now we go back in the room. She want to do it again. So we go back in the room. So now I'm like, all right, I need to go to bed, right? But it's cold. So I'm like, oh man, I'm not liking this, right? So now in my mind, I'm like, okay, this might not work for me. Because now remember, guys, I'm looking for a wifey. Just so y'all know, I'm not just looking to smash. I'm looking for a wife. I always had a girlfriend, always had a wifey. So I'm looking for a wifey, right? So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this might not work. Because this cold thing is serious. And I like my house or apartment to be comfortable, right? I like comfortable. Black people, we like comfortable. We don't like too hot. We don't like too cold. It's just so-called black people. It's just our nature. We like comfortability. We really love like the meat, like just comfortable. Not too hot, not too cold. Either one of those is an extreme, right? Now, so because of that, she likes extreme cold. And I can't do extreme cold. I like to be comfortable in my house. I don't want to walk around with a snorkel. I don't want to walk around have a goose down North Face and a beanie on in my own apartment. You gotta wear shoes because she freezing. Yeah, climate control. We like climate control. We ain't no joke. We keep our stuff climate controlled, right? So I'm like, okay, this might not work. Because that's going to be a real problem, because she couldn't take just regular climate control. She wanted it cold. She's like, I can't sleep. It got to be, she want to be cold. I don't want to be cold. So anyway, so now she want to smash again. So I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh, you want it, right? You one of those, right? But, I'm like, okay, I don't know about this cold. And you she extra crazy with it, right? So she extra crazy, which was cool because she extra freaky. So she got extra, noises and all that, which builds up the man's ego, right? So she having the time of her life, right? So that makes me feel good, right? My ego. So anyway, I'll do it again. Now we finally we go to sleep. So we get up the next day. She goes to work. So she goes out to work. It's warm in the day. So she go make her money. Then she calling me all day. What you doing? I'm watching TV. I'm set up. She got food. I'm in this house, the living room. I'm like, oh, again, it's surreal. I'm free, right? So I'm watching. She like, all right, baby, I'm coming home, right? So I'm gonna buy you something. I'm this. So she went shopping and bought me some clothes and everything. She bought me a couple of things from the mall. Then she came home. She bought food. So we come in. And no, she didn't. She forgot to buy food. So we come in. She come in, and then we are like, so whatever. I'm happy to see her. She wants to smash. She goes. She takes a shower. She comes out the shower. She ready to smash. So I'm like, okay, it's all good. It's the next day. I'm good. I'm sowing my wild oats, right? I was just ready to get 25 to life. So we smash again, all good. So now she's like, okay, I want to go out. Let's go out, right? So I'm like, all right, let's go. So we go out. here we go. We get in the car, we go out, we're going on around. She take me around. I think she took me to see Universal Studios just to see stuff. So she's taking me around. I'm seeing palm trees. We driving. I'm like, wow, this is surreal, right? So then she like, we going places and seeing stuff. We walking around and everything. She's emotional, right? She's feminine, which I love. She's feminine, very, very feminine, not masculine at all. She's not yelling loud. She don't want to argue. She's feminine. So she's like touchy. She want to hold my hand, and I'm like, that's all good, right? And I'm missing that because I just thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with men. You understand? So this is what I wanted, femininity. And so I got it. So she's extra feminine, extra touchy, all that. So it's all good. So we going places and all that. So then we about to go back home, and she's like, we wanted to go get some food. So she was like, she wanted to go to McDonald's, but I said, I don't want McDonald's. So I said, let's go to Wendy's, because Wendy's was a little cleaner, right? So and I could get me a baked potato. I can get French fries, because I don't eat flesh and blood, right? I get baked potato. I can eat French fries. It's stuff I can eat. So we go to, that's why I said they used to human weather. So that's why she wanted Alaska temperature. A lot of y'all said. So we go to the drive-thru. So we at the drive-thru, and we in the line. Now I'm driving her car because I want to drive, right? Because I've been, I'm like, so I'm driving the car, so I'm whipping, right? So we get to the drive-thru, and it's not too many cars. We have like one car in front of us before we get up to the window, right? For I think it's to either order the food or get the food, one of the two. So anyway, we end the thing, and she like, come on, babe. So she's one of them. Everything she says, babe, right? Come on, babe. She's really feminine and really like, she's really like into relationships, right? Everything is baby, baby. Hey, baby. Hey, babe. I'm on my way, hun, babe, right? So it's all good, right? I'm looking for the feminine, right? So I'm kind of pleased with that, right? So she's like, hey, babe. So I'm like, hey. She like, come on, babe. All right. This is a little graphic, but I'm just saying it because this is what happened. So she's like, okay, so she's one of them who likes to put it in her mouth. Okay? This adult conversation, right? Which is cool, right? But, again, I'm talking 2010 and all the old, I'm Rashawn. I'm Rashawn at this point. I'm not even Joshua Starr, none of that. I'm Rashawn. So she so I knew that already, because she at the house, she like, come on, babe. I need it in my mouth. I need it in my mouth. And I'm like, okay. So now I'm like, okay, you a little crazy, right? Because okay, so it's balanced to everything, right? So y'all know super freaks, right? But she's a super freak, but I guess she's high on the freak thing, right? So she's like, I want it in my mouth, right? And I'm like, okay, right? So I'm like, okay, this is starting to be a bit much, right? Right? Because again, guys, I'm looking for a wife. I'm looking for wifey. So there's things that I'm looking for that have to check the boxes, right? So I'm like, okay, this is like, because the energy of she like, come on, babe, come on. I need it in my mouth. I need it now. I need it, daddy, right? I need it in my mouth. And I'm like, okay, that could be cute and a little freak. You're like, okay, the daddy, right? But I'm like, it's starting to like Widowville type of thing. You know what I mean? I'm starting to be like, okay, the way she's. And so I'm like, I'm looking at her and I'm like, okay, when we go home, right? I could give you what you want. She's like, no, daddy, no, baby, I need it now. I'm like, what do you mean now? And she's like, no, yeah, right? You need to talk about this is daddy you style, right? So I'm like, okay, right? But you gotta say, I'm looking for a wife, guys. So I want y'all, I ain't looking for a freak. I'm looking for a wife, but it's okay to have a little balance, right? But I'm really looking for a wife. So she like, I'm like, okay, right? So then she like, no, come on, baby. And she reaches over and zips down my zipper. And I'm like, what are you doing? Now we on the drive-through. This is what I want to tell y'all guys. All right. I know about the car thing and all that, right? I did all that, right? But we in the drive-through, right? And it's one car and the person is kind of right there. So we one car behind and the person who's serving through the window thing could still kind of see in our car because we're not 4 and 5 cars back. So they could see us, right? So she zipped my thing down and I'm like, I know this girl. And she like, come on. But it's her actions. It's the way that she's like, come on. I need it. And I'm like, okay, right? So then she does it. She takes it out and she does it. And I'm like, and I'm sitting there and she's just like, and now she's also a talker, meaning, do you like this? Do you like it? You know those ones that want you to answer them. You know, you're like, okay, just please shut up. You know what I mean? Like there's too many questions. You're like, stop asking me, is it okay? Do you like it? You know, that's that weirdo stuff, right? So she's doing all this. Okay, do you like it? And I'm just like, okay, what is happening? I'm doing a Yahshuah. What is happening right now? Right? I'm sitting there like, okay, this is crazy. And now she's doing it and keep looking up and do you like it? And I'm like, oh, I would like it first of all if you would shut up. That's number one. I would like for you to stop because this is creepy that you keep asking me. You keep like, and then the car pulls off. So now I'm sitting there and I'm like, hey mama, the car, like, she like, just go. She look, go. And I'm like, go? You want me to pull up to the, Laria says she sounds like an exhibitionist. See, I don't even know what that is. I'm new to this stuff. Look at Unique. Unique talking about some, yeah, boy, freaky, yeah, right? So I'm like, Yahshuah said, yeah, I want you to shut up. That's what I want you to do. So anyway, I'm sitting there, now I'm stuck, guys. I don't know what to do. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't know what to do. She won't stop. She's like, go ahead, daddy. Go ahead. And I'm like, so I'm standing. So then the girl sticks her head out the thing and she look. And when she looks, she can see. Like you can literally, and she look at me and the girl sticks her head out to say, come on. But when she go like this, she look at me and I go like this. And she like, and now so the girl at the drive-through thing is stuck and I'm stuck. And I'm like, and she want to tell me to come, but so I'm like, hey mama, she like, just go. And I'm like, no, like, stop. So I try to take her head and she won't stop. I'm like, stop. And she go. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, stop. I try to pull up again and she smacked my hand down and I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my goodness. So now I'm like, okay, I don't think this is gonna work. Right? I'm like, this ain't gonna work. Right? Because first of all, I'm freezing the cold, and then this, you crazy. I'm like, you crazy. All right, it's cool, right? I understand that. Right? Mia said, I see nothing wrong thus far. Right? So I understand. You get the super freaks, right? But again, I'm looking for my wife, right? So I'm like, so the drive-through girl, she leaves the window and then she comes back with two more girls, right? And I guess in they like Hispanic because Orlando is a lot of Hispanic. So they come back and they look and they're like, and I'm like, hey mama, I'm like, I gotta get the food. And she like, go. I'm like, I'm not. You gotta stop. Mama, stop. So I had to like, stop. And I grabbed her hair. So she got long hair, right? Really long hair. So I grabbed it and I wrapped it around and like tugged a little. I said, stop, mama. stop. And then that's when she stopped. And she looked up and I said, stop, mama, stop. And she's like, what? What? And I'm like, it's okay. I'm like, not, I like all the freaky stuff, but I'm still, I don't know. I'm still kind of, Unique said, definitely not wifey material, but a fun time. See, y'all see all these crazy New Yorkers, right? So I'm like, so she stops and I zip my clothes up and then I pull up. And, they looking at me like, and I'm like, I'm just like, give me the food. They looking at me like, dag, dude, you got it like that. Then they look over at her and she bad. It ain't like, some crackhead doing it or something. She bad, and they look at her like, I'm like, so we get the, Mike Mills says, she sounds like a keeper to me. See, that's the New Yorkers over here. That's the New Yorkers, right? Again, so I pull off and I pull off and then that was the first. She didn't like that I stopped her. This was the first big red flag. So we pull off and she like, so what, you got a problem with? And that's the first attitude, I was like, whoa, okay, the honeymoon is over, right? The honeymoon stops here. So I'm like, okay, right? So I'm like, okay, nah, mama, I'm just saying, I'm down for stuff, but there's certain things like I care because I care how I look. I care about my image. I did. I've always been like that, right? So I'm like certain things. That's why I know a lot of y'all like sounds like a wife to me, right? But I'm just a little different. We all different, right? So I don't mind my wife being a little freaky, but that's at home in the bed. Well, a wife in the streets, but a freak in the bed type of thing, right? But it's a limit to my freaky. I just want y'all to know that too. Again, I'm not judging nobody else, but I had limits to my freakiness, all right? They ain't touching my booty or no crap like that. There's certain things I ain't with, all right? Certain things I guess I could be corny about. I don't know, all right? But I'm no joke. All right, so now we driving and she's really not she's not okay, right? She's like, she's just like upset that I stopped her. So I'm guessing with Laviero, she's probably an exhibitionist. I didn't think of that. I didn't even know if I even, and she's really upset. And I'm like, no. All right. So then I had to pull over because we practically arguing now. All right. So we're driving. Yahshuah said now she's using the mouth for attitude. So I had to pull over and I tried to explain because I'm good at explaining. I'm good at understanding women and relationships and communication is everything. So I pulled over and I said, hey, yes, Unique said that's what made the Nasty Four say we are thugs with manners. Remember that was our saying, we're thugs with manners. Yeah, right? So I literally was like, okay, listen, mama. I'm like, Zayana said, you killed the vibe. She told me, itch don't kill my vibe. That's what she's telling me. Don't kill my vibe. Yeah, I definitely killed her vibe. So I said, listen, mama, I understand. I said, I'm with you. I'll let you play out your fantasies and certain things, but there's certain things I'm not going to do and certain things in public. I don't mind, I'm with the adventure. You know what I mean? I've done that. I've done it outside. I've done it, where people right there, where people are there and they don't know you, no, I'm, slide the skirt over and slide the little pen, that stuff is adventurous. I get the adventure stuff. I don't like boring. I'm not boring, right? So I understand that, right? But there's certain things also that's within me that outside is, so that was just too much. Like, I'm not about to pull up to the drive-through window and got this girl, because guess what? That girl could be 21 or something, right? 20 or something or whatever, or could be an innocent little girl. Let's say it's an innocent little girl got a job at McDonald's, right? Now, this girl ain't from the hood. This girl just, somebody's child who's, got a job while she's going to school. And here I am pulling up with you giving me head at the thing while she's giving. Come on, that's way too. That see, I guess I was being built to be Uncle Yahshuah. You see, there's certain, I guess, qualities that was already in me. So it's again, it's not knocking nobody, but I understand the voyeurism. I don't like boring stuff, so I like that. I've done the whole driving. I even did an outside in the cold. Sorry, a little TMI, but I did a cold outside New York, freezing cold, just to see what would happen. to see if your wee wee turned to an icicle. Right? Shout out to Mike Mill. Okay, anyway, she yes, limits to everything there. So I tried to explain to her. I was like, I'm with you, but there's certain things, and she was nasty with it. She wasn't trying to compromise. She wasn't trying to be like, you know what, I understand. So yeah, so long as, at least you ain't trying to stop me from exploring, no, we good. We gonna have fun. We could do all that, but certain things I'm not going to, I'm not going to do that in front of no old lady, you know what I mean? Or no kids. I'm not going to, a certain thing. I have limits, right? But she didn't want to receive it. She was like, well, I'm free and you going to be with me? Oh, so what she started to do, this is what she started to do. She started to take her beauty. I don't think she ever met someone like me before, right? She started to use her beauty as like any man is blessed to have all this. Y'all know I know when the women get to all that, all this, when they get to all this stuff, it's a blessing. You better be thankful to have all this, and I'm not the one for all that, because even in the world, I'm no disrespect to nobody, I'm in control. Sorry, no, this is just how I always was. All that can be gone. That's how I am. All that, bye-bye, right? I just never did it. Your beauty and all of the other stuff does not give you a power over me. I'm in control of it. That's why I always kept my woman. That's why I was never left by a woman and all that type of stuff. And that'll come later. I wasn't. Just be keeping it real. Now, I had my heart broken before because I messed up. And, I messed up in the woman, but no one ever, like, I'm done. Like, I'm bored, or I don't love you no more. That's never happened to me, ever. So, but I know what heartbreak is because I messed up and lost someone that I love. So I praise y'all, I know what heartbreak is. All right, so anyway, and it's because of the communication that I have. And for men, this is for men. It's the keeping your manhood, meaning keeping your status, no matter how beautiful, no matter how much money, no matter how much power, none of it. If a woman can conquer you with that, then later she'll lose interest. It's just a fact. It's nature. It's a biological, natural thing. Over time, a woman wants the challenge. So you don't have to have all the money. She can make the money. She can have everything, the looks and everything. But as long as you got your manhood, your stature, meaning you have you can stop her, you can shut it down, that she know that no matter what, that part will keep her alive. People don't understand that. I've always had it. So this little girl is about to get a rude awakening because she's gorgeous, she banging, she's short, thick, she got the whole kit and caboodle. Short, thick, legs, hips, all that looks, and she got the bag, right? So she got money, so she thinks she's in power. So I'm guessing all the other dudes, she's definitely in power. And then she a super freak? Oh man, that's why Mike Bill, they're like, oh, it sounds like a winner to me. She got the bag and everything. Oh, but she done met her match. Oh, you really done met your match. So she started the whole castrating. She started the whole, you gonna be with this, then you go. And I'm like, So you don't say. So now I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay. So I sat back, okay, I'm gonna let her rock. Because she got a rude awakening coming. So I sat back, I was like, okay, let me let her rock. Now, guys, understand, I did the man, what a man, his role is supposed to be. I understood my future prospect of us being a couple. I understood what she come with, and I'm willing to fulfill to a certain degree, limits. A man has to put there has to be a limit no matter what. No matter what. There's a limit to everything. The Most High doesn't allow us to be lawless, meaning you just can do anything. That's Hasatan. That's the devil. Do what thy wilt is the whole of the devil's law. Okay? The Most High has limits to everything. So it ain't no yes, yes, yes to everything. There's going to be a no, right? So she needs to know. I just said no. Now you have a problem with that. Then she started to switch it like she was in control. She, no disrespect, was the catch. She, you know how they say, I'm the prize and all this. So I guess I'm just, what you call that? Roadkill on the side of the road. If you just the prize, then what am I? Oh no, we both prizes here. Yeah, see, they didn't mess this up in society, but they ain't messed me up. The Most High had me from a little boy. I don't play that with nobody. Yeah, she thought she was a bowl of cherries with whipped cream and all. Oh yeah, and she got the money and everything. So she was like, anybody want to be with me? You want to be with me? You want all this? Then you gonna do this and you gonna do this. And I said, okay, let me try it again. I said, all right. What we're doing now, this is communication. I said, we just met each other, mama. You don't know me yet, right? I said, I'm from New York. I just got here. You gotta get time to get to know me. I'm a man's man. I understand that you're all beautiful. I get it and all that. But that means nothing to me. Right? No disrespect. But all I've ever had was beautiful women. So all of the, if I'm going to be with you and all that, I said, right now, I'm determining if I'm going to be with you. And that said, woo! Her face was like, yeah, chopped liver. That's what I was thinking of. Why? What am I, chopped liver? Her face was like, oh, you, what's she say? You determining if you're going to be with me? I said, oh, yeah. Yeah, this, we getting to know one another. I'm trying to see if I'm going to be, oh, you already my man. I said, not yet. I'm like, no, not yet. No, you my man. And if you going to be my man, then we are going to do this. You don't tell me no, and we going to do this. And if I say that I want to give you head and we could be in a restaurant in front of everybody and I pull your zipper down and I give you head, then you let me. I said, ooh, this girl. I said, okay, mama, I'm trying my best. This is a two-way street. I will give you the things you want. But you are not. If we are in a restaurant, she said we could be in a 5-star restaurant in front of everybody and I could pull your zipper down and I want to give you head. You going to let me give you. I said, we are not. You will not in front of, unless I agree to it. Just because you want to do it, that's one side of the equation. This is a two-road street. I'm right now trying to compromise for your side of the street, but you ain't trying to give no compromises for me. And she said, because any man that's with me is thankful to be. You know how many? I said, listen, mama, you stop, please stop. And she kept, and I said, mama, please, dude. I'm trying to work with you. No, I'm trying to work with you. If you want to be with me, then I'm going to take care of you. I give you money. I buy you stuff. She's like, I'll take care of you. My man, you ain't even got to work, but you just got to please me when and whenever. I said, I don't need, listen, please, mama, please. And she just, and I said, all right, you know what? Enough. And I got loud. Enough. And she stopped and looked. I said, I'm about to call my brother to come get me. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. We about to go home because you about to put me to sleep again. I said, not if you don't act right. Oh, so I gotta act right. Here she go again. Any man should be, oh my goodness. She just going and going. I'm sitting there like, all right, you know what? While she was doing it, I pulled up my phone. I text my brother, yo, bro, come get me. I said, I'm sending you the address. Come get me. And she's running her mouth. He wrote back, it's early, you're a day early. I said, yeah, come get me now. And he wrote, LOL. And she's so busy running her mouth, I don't even think she even saw it. Right? So she's steady in her whole, and every man, and I'm the most high God's gift to men, and I'm this, and yeah, that's why she alone. Exactly. Gorgeous as she is, much money as she got, super freak, that's exactly why she ain't got a man. So I put that together too. I'm like, this is exactly why you don't got a man. Because you want a masochist, a masochistic toy, right? You want a toy. You don't want a man. So she steady. So I said, all right. So I started the car. I said, all right, mama. I put the GPS on. I said, all right, we going home. That's right. We going home and everything. So we got to the house. We took everything out. We go. I'm looking for my brother. I'm like, come on, bro. Now, I don't know how far he got to come. Later, I found out he got to drive a half an hour because I don't know where I'm at. So now I know where I know how long it was. So we go back upstairs, and she goes in. First of all, as soon as we get in there, the house is freezing. We go in the door, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, oh, this that'd be the most high. I'm like, okay. This is my sign. I am so out of here. Right? So she go and she she a low-key dominatrix. So she Nick said she miserable, probably jumping from man to man. So she goes and she's doing this and making this, and she's talking, mumbling to herself and everything, talking about, yeah, you my man, and you going to, matter of fact, we about to go do this and that. And I'm looking at her like, if she think for 1 second that I'm about to smash her again, she really somebody done told her wrong, right? So I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting for my brother to be like, I'm outside. So I'm like, so she's doing everything, and she like, yeah, we're going to do this. And she like, come in the room. I'm like, it's cold. I'm like, I'm going to turn on the heat. She like, don't touch my heat. I'm like, mama, it's freezing. I'm like, I'm black. We don't like it cold. She said, well, you're going to have to get adjusted to it because somebody, if you're my man, she's saying it all the way from the room, my man, they're going to have to do. And I'm like, oh, this girl is crazy. I'm like, oh, I am so by Felicia, right? So I'm like, okay. Next thing you know, my brother, I'm outside. So I said, mama. She's like, yes. I said, it was nice to meet you. And right? So now I got all my little bag is ready. She has no idea. She's so she's so self-absorbed that she's clueless that a man would actually leave her. Okay? Because this, honestly, a lot of them that's really that beautiful, they can have that. When they got all that going on, don't give them the money and all that. Oh my goodness, they think they call them the queen bees, right? So she thinks she queen bee. So she has no idea that I'm plotting an escape. Okay? That's another fool. See, I'm from the streets. You need to watch everything. Her foolio head ain't on swivel. Her head need to be on swivel. Because, Laria, she done married herself. Because if she knew anything, she would know this man is out of here. But she too clueless, right? So she run around feeling herself. She run around and make it because she really clean. So she making the bed and shit because we done tore the bed up. You know what I mean? We got all type of stains all over. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? So the bed is a mess. So she in there redoing and vacuuming and she's yelling, babe, right? Hey, babe, I'm almost finished. What she say? I'm making our palace. I'm making our glory bed. And babe, she practically said, I love you type of stuff. Like she's quick. Like everything is, those are all red flags to me. It's too fast, right? That's that stuff that goes so fast that they should go get obsessed, right? Give her 2 months, she'd be ready to try to kill me, right? So she all, babe, I'm not our glory, babe, and babe, this, and babe, what do you think next week we're gonna go to? I think we're gonna take us a trip to Miami. You never been to Miami Beach, right, babe? Right? Everything is babe, right? She just, babe, I only got a name. I'm babe, right? So she like, babe, Miami Beach, you're gonna love it. It's beautiful, babe. We're gonna get a suite after this, because she got all this money. So she ready to fly me around and do all that. So she just like, yes. And then, what do you think about a vacation, babe? Have you ever been to, right? Right? So she just having a ball. Yeah, microwave love. That's a good word, Adriana. She already, and yeah, we already married and everything. She already planning vacations and trips and going here and babe, right? So she just doing all this. She has no clue that I'm by the door. I'm on her couch with my bag. I'm just waiting for my brother to be like, and I'm hoping he hurry up, right? I'm like, please come, bro, before she finished. Because it's going to be a fight when she try to get me in this room. Because first of all, I ain't taking on my clothes. I'm cold. I'm freezing. I ain't taking on my clothes, period. Right? And you ain't about to come in here and seduce me because y'all know men, we get weak. You know what I mean? Beautiful woman, she comes start the seduction. You be like, you know what? Let me give her one last one for the road, right? So I'm trying not to, so I'm literally like, I already know a man, right? She come out of there because she probably going to come out of there with nothing on and be like, hey, babe, or whatever, right? So I'm like, so then all of a sudden, my brother hit, I'm downstairs. I say, yes. I said, hey, mama. She's like, yes, babe. I said, it was nice to meet you. And it took a second. I knew that when she catch that, I'm out the door. So I was like, it was very nice to meet you. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I wish you all the best. And before I hit the door over there, she said, huh? And she opened the door. And she said, babe, where you going? I said, I'm going home. She said, this is your home, babe. I said, no, my brother here, he came early, come to get me. She said, what you mean it was nice to meet you? I said, uh-oh, right? I don't know if she got a gun or nothing, right? So I'm thinking, right? So remember, I'm a survivor. I'm from the streets. So I'm like, uh-oh, right? I don't know if she could have a gun in there or something. So I'm like, and I'm at the door. So I was like, oh no, I was just saying it was nice to meet you and I had a good old time. And she's like, but you leaving? No, babe, no, tell him to come. I said, no, he's leaving. He got to go to work early. He's leaving out, so he got to take me home. And she said, but I'm coming, babe. I said, no, it's okay, because she ain't got no clothes on. So she's like, I'm coming, babe. Give me a... I said, no, babe. It's okay, babe. Right? So I'm like, no. I'm like, I'll be back. Right? I'll be back. She said, no, wait, babe, I'm coming. And I close the door. Boom. So I go running down, because it got stairs. So I go running down the stairs. And then my brother, so he see me running. So he like, yo, bro, what you running for? I said, start the truck. Start the truck. He like, the truck is started. I said, put it in drive, Vince, put it in drive. He like, what you did? I'm like, they're going crazy, Vince. So I'm running down the stairs. So I get to the bottom landing. And then all of a sudden I hear, hey, babe, wait. And I hear boom. And I took off. So I get to the run and I got my bag and I'm running it. And then she said, babe. She get to the run and said, babe, stop. What are you doing? Wait, babe. I want to kiss you. And I was like, babe, it's okay, babe. I'll be back. And I jumped in the truck. I'm like, oh my goodness, thank you, bro. And she's like, wait. I said, no, babe. Bye. I had a good time. She said, what are you talking about, babe? Hey, I'm going to call you. I said, no, don't call. My phone is... And we pull off. And she started calling. And I just turned the phone off. And I'm like, oh, yeah. My brother is like, what? in the world? I'm like, bro, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. He's like, what happened? I said, this girl crazy, bro. This girl crazy. This is crazy. I mean, crazy one. She crazy. You know what crazy? I said, she a sex freak. She crazy. She crazy. This girl crazy. I already, I didn't have freakies. I understand freaky. But this girl crazy. Mixed in. She was to her, we was already married. You know what I mean? And it's been what it's been? Not even 24 hours probably. She already married. She already planned the vacations and everything. Oh my goodness, I got out of there. All right, now, okay. So that was my first experience. My first smash. My first Florida. Okay, listen to this one. My first Florida experience. Now, I want y'all to know something. I've never been to Florida before in my life. At this point, 2010. Now, I don't know that they got a thing called Florida Man on the internet. Google it if y'all want. Florida is insane. It's a whole different breed of people. And what I mean, now, the people ain't all she from Polynesia, Hawaii or something. Everybody's from somewhere else, just so you know. When you meet a Floridian, it's an exciting thing. And I used to drive Uber, so I know what I'm talking about, right? I had 10,000 rides on Uber, so I know what I'm talking about. And I did the regular streets. Almost everybody, and you could tell the Floridians, right? They talk, they got the Florida, but it's a more of a molten pot. I can't say, okay, it's different from New York. It's little baby New York City anyway, Orlando. I can't say it's more of a melting pot because New York City got everything. But the difference with Orlando, not Florida, Orlando, is it's a melting pot, but everyone melts together. New York City is a melting pot, but everybody's separated, right? So you got every nationality, but everybody's separated, right? We ain't melting together. New York is a mess. Here, everybody comes together. So it's a melting pot of every culture and nationality, but they all be mixed together. So they all hang together, date each, you'll see so it's a real melting pot. Now, the thing that I learned over time, and this is what I came up with, it got to be something to do with the sun. This is the best I can do. I think the sun bakes people's brains. From years here, that was the best I could come up with, is that the sun, I don't know, for so much sun, 12 months a year, it fries people's brains. These people crazy. These women crazy. Florida, that's what I found out the whole, Lasha said, you said I do, when you asked to meet up in her mind. Yeah, she said I do when I said I was going to meet her. I know, right? I found out something is wrong. They fry, I don't know if it's in the water, the frying, the sun. I say it's the sun. And these people be from everywhere. They was normal when they on land. They come here and they crazy. Y'all think Florida, man, it's no joke. These people crazy. These women crazy. These women are crazy. I swear. I had my share. Now, so that was my first experience, right? Now, at that point, I don't know it's a Florida thing. I just think this girl was crazy. This Polynesian chick, I just got a crazy one, right? So anyway, let me get back with the story. Now, we go to my brother. So now I'm finally going to see where I'm staying. Because remember, I never went to my brother's house yet. I got off the plane and I was with crazy, freaky Polynesia freak, right? I was with freaky Polynesia chick, right? So, and it would have been cool. And this is my luck. Y'all gonna see this a theme. I'm like, dang, dude, why did you have to be crazy? Because if she was normal, she was a good worker. She's loyal. because she's from her Polynesian culture. She don't believe in cheating. She told her, I don't cheat on. She don't look at me. She's respectful when she only look at me. She holds. She's just, everything checks out. But then there's always something that's a crazy box. Like a lot of them, they all check out. But the one with the box that don't check be an extreme box. That's the difference. Now remember, we don't all check all boxes. So sisters, don't be looking for no man to check all your boxes. You ain't gonna stop it. Ain't no man gonna check all your boxes. We all got places where we lack areas. But the problem is that box that didn't check, the rest of the boxes are this big. That box was this big with the check. It was a box that I can't. Yeah, they crazy in Atlanta. So they crazier than everybody. Unique. These women, boy, don't come down here with your New York freaky on and think you just gonna New York freaky everything. You're gonna run into crazy after crazy after. It's gonna be you can juggle it. You know, something like the crazy. It's bad. Y'all are here. So anyway, so I now we get to now my brother, he like, dang, bro, you crazy. He like, how you just, I'm like, I just met her. So I'm straight. I fulfilled my wild oat, right? I done smashed 99,000 times. We only been with her for 24 hours. We done did it for 10 hours of the 24, right? So I'm like, I'm good for a month type of thing, right? So anyway, we go. So now my brother, he takes me to the house where I'm gonna be staying. That's the one picture I didn't download. That sucks. I wanted to be able to show y'all. Is it a way that I can show y'all? Yeah, I didn't crop that picture. I could probably do it while I'm talking. So let me try to find it. So it's in the one that my hard drive broke is where all the pictures was, especially the ones I wanted to show you. Is it in this one? No, it's not that one. Crap. I had it too. Maybe it's I put it in a folder. Let me see if I can find that folder. It's a 25 to life pics. Is it in this one? Watch it be not the one I want. Look at Kevin. I got Kevin's picture right there. No. And that was the one I found because I wanted to show you. Well, that's okay. I can show y'all next week because I'm still be in this house for a minute. So anyway, I wanted to show y'all the house and my brother's truck, his motorcycles and stuff, because this is the things that I walked into. All right, so Unique said, Mosey said that too. Y'all made me a believer. Yeah, Mosey here and he in Orlando. I'm sure. And Mosey live in the hood. I'm sure he done ran this crazy crap all day, a day. Y'all know New York, we crazy. So you know if I'm talking about these people crazy, they crazier than us. So we like got sane. We sane compared to them. They just, whoa, my goodness. So anyway, so my brother takes me. So then I found out the neighborhood I'm going to. Beautiful, quiet neighborhood. I'll show y'all next week. And my brother got a motorcycle. He got an Escalade. And he got a Mazda 929. And so we pulled to the house. And then on the way there, he tells me, bro, the house is yours. So I'm like, huh? He like, I'm never here, bro. He said, I drive the trucks. So I'm saying, I know. He said, but no, I only come home for, I think it's 4 days out of a month. So I'm leaving out tomorrow and I won't see you till next month. Y'all listen clearly. Mike Mills said she needs counseling and I can help her with that. I know you're like, where's she at? I know Mike like, where's she at? That was in 2010. I know you're like, send her my number. Right? So now my brother tells me, now I have no idea of this. He tells me when I leave tomorrow, I'm coming back next month. So I'm like, hold up. So you're going to leave tomorrow and I'm not going to see you again? Because I think it was something like November. Yeah, it was. It was November. And I'm not going to see you again until December? So he's like, yeah. And I'm like, he said, that's how I live. So the house is yours. He said, so I'm going to leave you the keys to my Escalade, the 929, and the motorcycles, and it's yours. And I'm like, so now remember, guys, I said, I have no money. I have no clothes. I have nothing. I lost everything. But now my brother's telling me he's taking me to this house and it's going to be like mine's because he's never there. But then I'm like, but bro, I don't know where I'm at. Right? I've never been here. And he like, oh, well, I'll buy you a GPS. This is when they had those Tom-Toms, not the phone, the one where you buy the GPS and put it in your car, the Magellan or the Tom-Tom GPS. It's before, what's the name? The apps on the phone stuff, right? We still got this is 2010, we got the older stuff, right? I think we probably still in the flip phone time or something, I don't know. But anyway, so he like, I'm gonna take you to Walmart and buy you the a GPS thing. So I'm like, okay, right? So then we get to the neighborhood and he pulls in the neighborhood and it's beautiful. So he lives in a valley and it goes down. So when you're at the top, so this part of Florida, I was in Claremont, Florida. It's a suburb of Orlando, and it's really nice. It's beautiful, black, white, and Hispanic, but a lot of Hispanics and whites. But a lot of Hispanics, mostly Hispanic, and so it's really beautiful. So we get to the top, all you see is the neighborhood and the lights, and it's just beautiful. And I'm like, oh, so we get there. So you're like, this the house. He got two big palm trees in front, little nice house. He said he got a pool. So he like, I got a pool. So he's like, you got the pool. And so we go to the house. We go in through the garage. He opens the garage. He has, right outside, he has a Mazda. And I'm like, bro, that's a 929. And he says, yeah, I bought this car because, and I'm telling y'all this for you, I bought this car because when I was little, you let me drive this car. You gave me your car. Now, I don't remember this because I didn't do things to be remembered. I did them because I love you. So the things that I did in my life for my people, I don't remember a lot of them because I didn't do it to be remembered. I did it because I care and I love them and I do anything for my people. That's just how I am. So I guess I gave him my brand new 929 when he was in high school. And I must have gave it to him for a long time. He said I let him hold it for like a month because I always had more than one car. I was always balling. I was always a hustler, right? So I always had cars. So he told me, and I don't remember none of this. He told me I gave him my 929, a brand new car, and I let him drive it for like a month. And he fell in love with the car. And that's why sometimes when you do things for people, guys, you don't know what that does to them or for them in their life. Sometimes the things you do to and for people will affect them for the rest of their life. That's why you have to be mindful and careful what you do to people, how you treat people, because you could affect them negatively or positively for the rest of their life, children as well. So we were young And because I gave my brother this car, it affected him in a way that he loved this experience so much that he told himself whenever he became an adult and whenever he got money, he's going to buy that car. So he, Unique said, you gave Dow Lex the Mac Daddy car and he loved that car. Yeah, thank you, Unique. Yep, I gave Dow Lex the Mac Daddy. That's the green and white car. That's how I am and was, guys. I've given people a lot of stuff. My brother said I gave him my Benz too, and I remember I let Bakim have my Benz for about 2 months one time. So he said that when he ever got his first car, he would get this 929 because it affected him that much. That act that I did, selfless, changed him so much that he bought this car when he was a young teenager. And now this car is sitting in his driveway and he won't sell it because it's what they call it when it's a emotional part. It's like a heirloom, or like it has emotional value to him. And so he got his Escalade, he got his motorcycles, but that car. So I pull up to his house and I literally see my car sitting, my old 9, now I didn't have 40 cars, but this 929, when it was released, it was special because back then, this was like 91 or something, 93, somewhere around there. Back then, all the cars were square. Everything was square, but Mazda came out with this new 929 and it was bubble shaped. It was rounded. So it looked like a spaceship and it was fast. It was hot. It was big. And mine was like a funny burgundy, wine-ish, dark color. I end up hooking it up and putting rims, but I got a picture to show y'all, but it's not hooked up. So, but I come bearing receipts. So I want to show y'all so y'all can understand. So this is the car. So this is, hold on, let me share screen. And this before I hooked mine up. Share screen. I know now y'all look like, oh, that's ugly. Not then, it wasn't. Then it was crazy to have it. All right, so Unique said when Clark Kent messed up our record there with Electra, Bakim had your Benz then. Thank you, Unique. You remember that? And I'm gonna go back to that story, Unique, with Clark Kent and Electra Records, Leaders of the New School, Dawes Effects. This is one of our record deals. When Clark Kent, this is with Jay-Z and Biggie Smalls. Big. This is where they got their deal through Clark Kent and stuff like that. DJ Clark Kent. I'll tell that when I go back and start telling Nasty 4 stories. Y'all gonna love all that. That's where all the old hip hop. Shout out to Brooklyn Red in the building. The old hip hop stories and stuff like that. We go to the beginning of hip hop, right? Before Jay-Z had a record deal, before Biggie Smalls, all of this stuff, right? All right. So back when Dawes Effects got their record deal, and when the Leaders of Busta Rhymes, before he was Busta Rhymes, and all these different things, we had our record deals. All right. So anyway, so Unique, you were saying when that happened, but Clark Kent didn't mess up. Yeah, he did mess it up because he played the song. That's what you mean. He played the song in Electra Records' office, and he wasn't supposed to play the song, but he didn't know we was disrespect. We didn't know it was a battle song, but he loved us. He came out and was like, "Yo, he the one who told us to press it up." I'm gonna say that for when I tell the story. Shout out to DJ Clark Kent, one of hip hop's legends, a hip hop legend, responsible for a lot of your greatest musicians that you enjoyed back before they signed, back before they were Illuminati or whatever the crap these people are now. But anyway, so Unique, you saying when that happened, Bakim had my Benz then? Okay, so exactly. So see, Unique, I got people to validate the stuff I'm telling you about. I always do for my people no matter what. And it does. Now, listen what I'm pointing out. Remember I told y'all these cars. Now, this Benz that Unique is talking about, this ain't the black Benz. This is a silver 500. This is in the 90s. This is a silver 500 SEL, a European German edition. This back in the 90s, early 90s. So I've been having Benzes and stuff back. Okay, so that's what he's talking about. He ain't talking about that new one. That was 2000s. He's talking about the 90s, the early 90s. So what I'm saying is, I let Bakim have my silver so he can drive it for months. And so remember, I told y'all these physical possessions meant something to me, but I'm letting you know I didn't idle them, right? They just made me for my work, but it wasn't like worship where I'm like, oh, nobody can know. Here, I'm just free. I didn't take attachment to the thing, but it does have sentimental value because it made me feel like I was worth something because I didn't have parents. Okay, so that's a good example. Let you know I didn't make it an idol because I would always give. But I loved my cars. I like cars now. All right, so this was the 929. So this was let me share. So that's my little baby star, and that's Rashawn. They right now are in their 30s. So that's how old this picture is. So you see the other cars, these are the cars. All cars were square, and this car is rounded, the corners, right? It's rounded with the fogs. So it looked like a kind of spaceship. So that's them. I think Rashawn's getting from kindergarten. I think he's graduating kindergarten. This is Hempstead High School. This is another side. That's where the cafeteria is, right up over with that blue van where those people are standing. The cafeteria is over there. That's Hempstead. That's another. Hempstead High School is huge. It's so many sides. It's huge. Y'all can't even imagine. It's like a college campus. So anyway, and it's bad. It's the horrible school. Y'all know that from my documentary. So anyway, so that's one. This is the side of it. So that's little Rashawn. So this is the back of Hempstead High School by the football field. So see, all the cars are mostly square. This is the early 90s. And so that's the 929. So later I put rims on it and everything. But this was like a spaceship back then because it was circular and it's long, it's big. And it has gray leather and all the wood, crazy wood grain, and the dash looked like an airplane. It was crazy in this car. It was really nice. I hooked it up, put tints all on it. So this is before I really hooked it all up. So this was the 929, and this is what he fell in love with. And I guess I let him hold this car back then. I know now y'all looking like, what is that? But no, that's like having a brand new, Lexus or a brand new something, now, and just giving it to somebody to drive your brand new car for a month. And, no time frame on it. So do I got another one? Oh, no, that's just Lil Rod again. So that's another picture of it. And that's Lil Rod, his graduation. That's Lil Rashawn. He'll come up later. He's crazy so. So that's the back of Hempstead High School. Let me see, what else? So, oh, wow. That's funny. Now look at this. So this is her. Wow. What? All right, so look, this is the back. This is that same back. So this is crazy. This is this little girl graduating this high school. And this picture, that's her. And where this car is, if you move up a little further, that's where this other picture is taken. Because it's building. This is the other building with a pool and a cafeteria, and then the other building where the classes are on the other side. That's crazy that that's her graduating from this high school from the other picture where she was a little girl. Wow. And this right here, okay, let me do this picture. This picture, that's more, you can see the size of the school. And look, see that? That's the library. It's a skywalk that connects two buildings. And you walk that blue, I know you can't see my cursor thing, but that blue thing is the sky. These are the classrooms. And this is only one of the buildings. This thing is huge. and we be all out the window. This school is crazy. So this is the back of the school, by the way. So that's Hempstead High School. It's horrible though. It is one of the worst schools in the country. It's really bad. 4,000 kids in there, and they all from the ghetto. Okay. So Unique says, show them the Fendi Audi. They're gonna go crazy. You had the whips. True story. Yeah. And when I go back and talk about the Fendi Audi with Fendi all over. So anyway, so that's crazy that this little girl, that's her graduate. Laria said, look like Hofstra University. Yeah, it does. And it's huge. It's the size of a university too. The school is so big. It's literally the size of a university. It looks like a college campus, but it is bad. Don't think for one instance that you are safe. It is not okay. That school is really bad. All right, let me do this. No, that's the wrong close. Do I even got it? Yeah, it's this one. All right, so let me go back here. Stop share. Present. Share. Window. Done. All right. So now y'all can see my cursor. So this is the back. Now over here, that's what I was pointing to. Here, see this blue thing right here? This is a sky walk. You walk, so under here, it's called the underpass. So you go in here, you walk through the door. So this is in the air. It's suspended in air, and you walk from this building. It's the library. The library is suspended in air. So if you look out the window, and you walk to connect to the other building with a cafeteria and the pool and the other building and the gym over there. So yeah, this school is crazy. It looks beautiful, but it is no joke. So let me see if there you go. That's what I wanted to do. So that's in the air, and people will be under here. We'll be cutting and all under. There's plenty fights and stabbings and everything that happened under this underpass. They call it the underpass, but this is the back of the school. But later when I go back, I'll show y'all in my documentary stuff. So anyway, so I just wanted to make it a little bigger. All right, so where they took the picture, all right, so that was the 929, right? So when I get to my brother's house, that 929 is in the parking, in his driveway. So I get to my brother's house, we pull up, and hold on. We pull up, and this car is in his driveway. And I'm like, is that a not? Now, this is 1993 or something. It's 2010. I want y'all to understand. It's 2010. This is 1993 when I owned this car. And I let him hold that back in the days. It's 2010. He pulls up at his house, and this car, the same color and everything, is sitting in his driveway. Next week, I'm going to show y'all. I had it tonight, but my thing closed, so I can't find it. I was going to show y'all his driveway where they're sitting in the same. It looked like he took this car and put it in his driveway. So I pulls up, and I'm like, is that a 929? Right? And he's like, yeah. I said, but that looked like the one I had. He said, I went and bought the same exact car. And I said, huh? He said, bro, I had this car. It's the first car I own. And that's when he told me, you gave me your car when I was in high school, and you let me have the car for like a month or something. And that car meant everything to me. He said, and I had no idea. I did not remember. Now, the reason why I'm making this point, guys, is because throughout this whole journey of my life with the Most High, he keeps showing me that the actions that I took later came back around to me. Remember when I went to the drug program and I had no clothing, and they gave me clothing vouchers? They took me to the Salvation Army to buy the clothing. And the only thing I can remember is I always donated my children's clothes because I was rich. So I took all of my children's clothes and gave it to the Salvation Army. Bags and bags of Rockaway, Nietzsche, Don Dada, Damani, all the labels, right? Fat Baby Fat, Fat Farm, Gucci dresses, sneakers. I always would just give bags because I knew there were children who would never be able to afford this clothing. And my kids, Star and Rashawn, those are the two kids I raised. Me and Pam had two. You see them two, we were done. And they knew that every year when they would outgrow their clothes, they'd be like, all right, Dad, they would build the bag. They would have a big bag and they would just throw when they finished with their stuff, toys, clothes. And then when it get really big, they'd be like, all right, Dad, we got a bag ready. And we would go and take the bag to the Salvation Army and give. And I raised them so they weren't selfish with their things. And we always gave. And when I went into the program, I end up sowing what I reaped. Abba Yah. Yes, you reap what you sow. And that hit me like a ton of bricks because I said, that's crazy. Now I was a multimillionaire. Now I have nothing. My life is gone. And they give me vouchers from the program to go into this secondhand store in this white neighborhood and I'm getting clothing. Shout out to Knowledge Born, my little brother. He said, what's shaking, big bro? Knowledge in the building. He said, Juice there too. Shout out to Bug Juice too in the building. Love you, bro. Love you guys. So I'm going to show y'all because throughout my journey, the Most High is showing me that the things that I reaped, I'm going to sow. It's very key. It happens in real life. So now, I get, Bug Brown said, I'm here also. Facts. Facts. Love you, Juice. Love you guys. Love you, Knowledge. My two little brothers. So he takes me, we get to the house. I'm like, is that the 929? And he like, yeah. And then he tells me the story, how I gave him the car, right? I gave him my car. Now, I heard the story and I'm like, wow, bro, I don't even remember that. So he's like, yeah, bro, that means something. That meant something to me. I love this car. And I realized that the act that I did for him as a child stuck with him all his life. And that's why I said we have to be careful how we treat children and how we treat one another, because the things that you do will stick for someone for the rest of their life. And you won't even know it. Like you'll go on in your life and you won't even realize how much either damage you did or how much good you did. You won't even realize it. So he told me and I was like, okay, bro, well, that's good. I don't even remember. So he was like, here. We pulled the truck in, we in this Escalade, we pulled in and we get on, I'm looking at the car, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. It's clean. He said, I really don't drive it. He said, I don't drive it. It's like he keep it like antique condition. It's clean. He said, the only thing is the AC stopped working. He said, the only thing, knowledge said, that's a fact that I'm learning right now, bro. Facts. The only thing, he said, the air condition don't work. And he said, in Florida, that's a bad thing, right? Now, I don't know Florida yet, right? I'm still having experienced Florida. I'm fresh off the plane, right? And I got off the plane at night, right? And then I got to the girl house and I didn't leave her house again till night because she went to work and she came back. So I was in the house. I turned the AC down though, but I was in the house during the day. So I still don't know what Florida hot is like. I still ain't experienced it yet, right? So I So now, and then when I bounced on her, knowledge, y'all just missed that story. That was kind of funny. So when I bounced on the girl, it was still nighttime when my brother came and got me from that girl house. So I ain't experienced a daytime yet. So now it's still night. So he like, it's no air conditioning. That's the only thing wrong with the car is no AC, but everything works. So then he said, here, bro, it's yours. So I'm like, he said, it's yours. He said, you need a car. And I'm like, wow. Now listen, guys, I did a selfless act probably 30 years earlier or whatever. Somebody, okay, 93, 93, what's that, 20 something? I don't know. Y'all had that up. Sorry, I'm trying to do it on spot. What's that, 30 years, 25, 20 years or something, right? I did a selfless act. Let's just say 20 years or 1993 and it's 2000. No, sorry. It was 2010. So that's what, 15 or 13 years or something like that, right? I don't know. Y'all, sorry, don't make me look stupid. I'm good with math, but not when I'm on the spot and because I'm trying to teach. So, but I'm good with math. But I have a dyslexic way of doing the math. So y'all gonna learn that. When I was in Queens, Jamaica Auxiliary High School to get my GED, I had to teach myself the algebra. Yakanan says 17 years. Thank you, King. I taught myself how to do my own algebraic formula because the teacher formula, it didn't sit with me. So I sat in that class and I made my own algebraic formula and I passed 100% of the test and I got put into the honors. I'll share that when I go back into the story. That's 1992 with that bid in Jamaica, Queens, when I was living in Jamaica, Queens. I graduated from Jamaica High School, Auxiliary High School, alternative school. Most people don't know that. Shout out to Queens in the building. So, because I didn't graduate from Hempstead High School. So I went back and got my GED. All right, so anyway, so just giving you a disclaimer with my math. I'm good at it, but I make my own formulas. It's just my brain works different when it comes to numbers and math. All right, so 17 years. So now, I did a selfless act, and 17 years later, when I have nothing, this is the work of the Most High. I don't have nothing. And my brother says, it's yours. And I'm like, so my old 929, that I only had it for maybe a year. I think I had it maybe a year and a half, 2 years maybe, because I switched cars back then. After that, I bought the burgundy BMW. Then I bought y'all know me back then. So I only had it for about 2 years, right? But now, 17 years later, the car that I selflessly gave to my little brother is coming back to be a blessing to me. The thing that I sold into someone else, I'm reaping that benefit without even doing it for a benefit. That's what I want y'all to understand. I didn't remember I gave it to him. So I didn't do it to ever say, oh, yeah, you owe me. Oh, shout out to Reese Collier in the building. Shout out to Big Reese in the building. I didn't do it to be like, yo, you owe me something. But this blessing came back to bless me at the time that I needed it most. Y'all hear me? I didn't know nothing. So he said, the only thing, it don't got no air conditioning. And I said, well, I don't care. I had nothing because I didn't. And then he said, of course, you can drive the Escalade or the motorcycle, but the 929 is yours. So now I got a car. The first thing. But I also got somewhere to lay my head. I got a car, but I kind of got a house too. Because remember, he said he drives trucks and he's like, I'm never at the house. The house is yours. So now we go in through the garage and we go in, Unique said, just like your pops with the cars. You didn't know that at the time. Yeah, Unique. So we go in through the garage. I see his Escalade. He got the big crazy, I was going to show y'all that tonight. But I'll show y'all next week. He got the big, crazy, extra long burgundy Escalade. He got his rims, a little Rolls Royce grill. And I'm like, yo, bro. And I had the white Escalade, right? Y'all remember, right? I had my white Escalade. So now he's like, I'm going to leave you the keys to the Escalade too. He says, so you're going to have access to the Escalade and the Mazda's yours. So I'm like, wow, right? So now I'm like, okay, I got access to the Escalade as well, right? So then so hold on. So present, share, window, right? So this one, y'all remember this Escalade, and that's my ML. So he got the Rolls Royce grill on his, but he got this the regular Escalade. He got the extended, the ESV, the long pull, look like, right? And he got Orlando Magic, because my little brother Vince into basketball, so he got Orlando Magic on the plates. And one time I drove it, they thought I was people used to think I was part of the Orlando Magic basketball team because of the truck. And he had rims on it, and it was burgundy though. He had the pretty shiny burgundy, but it was the extra long joint, right? And that's gonna mean something in a minute. So so now he's like, you could drive the Escalade too whenever you want, and you can have, you could drive the motorcycle, but the 929 is yours, right? So I'm like, so now, remember guys, when I was leaving this 25 to life, I was homeless. I wanted to go to North Carolina, and I was going to sleep. I was going to go to the homeless shelter program, right? I would have slept on the streets because I just wanted to be around my son Benito, right? But that's when Pam was like, you can't stay here, because I wanted to sleep on a couch or a floor and I can go to a program till I get my life together. But I had nothing, right? Now I got the black Mercedes, but it's still parked at Joy's house, and I don't got the keys, and the computer is dead on it, right? So I don't know but my goal is to get back there and get it, right? So at least I have something. But now I pull up to the house, and my brother gave me a car. He gave me keys to the Escalade, keys to the motorcycle. The keys are right there in the garage, so the keys are there. But he gave me my own keys to the 929, made me a copy. And he's like, this house is yours because I'm never here. So now we go through the garage. I'm looking at his motorcycle. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm loving the Escalade and everything. I'm proud that he doing good for himself. He doing good. We go in the house, and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and it's pretty. He got the big, crazy big TV, and it's like, he like this home, bro. And then he got the glass door, and it's a pool, and I open it, and he got palm trees in the pool, and I'm like, but guys, I was just about to do 25 to life in prison. I want y'all to understand the surrealness of it all. That the Most High gave me a second chance. I'm doing it because I want y'all to understand why I'm so sold out to God. Why I'm so sold out. For everybody, for my little brother Knowledge Born, for everybody to like, Dad, bro, why, why? Because it's this crazy stuff that happened, Knowledge. Like, guys, this whole time, I still live that. I'm still supposed to be somewhere in Attica if the Most High didn't give me a second chance. Somewhere still doing time. So we walk into this house, and my brother's showing me the pool and stuff. And he's like, and then he showed me, he said, but be careful, because my brother got this pool, and the pool goes to 13 feet deep. Unheard of. So my brother bought a pool, but the pool got a shallow end, but the deep end is 13 feet deep. I'm like, how? He said, yeah, they don't make that. He said the owner of the house put it in. He said, that's what made me buy it, because it's a deep end. I'm like, Dad, I never heard of that. So he's like, yeah, bro, just that's 13 feet deep. I'm like, yo, so yeah. And I end up going swimming. It's 13 feet deep too. That thing deep. All right. So anyway, so it's a pool. So now out on the patio, so my brother's into sports, like most of y'all, right? Y'all, especially Hempstead. We sports players. I was too. But once I became a hustler, I didn't watch no more sports or do anything. I was just in the streets. So I put my sports bag down. So I don't even watch it. You know what I mean? At one time I watched it back then when remember when OJ Simpson did that thing and they was chasing him? We was watching sports then at Daddy U house. Remember Unique? We was watching, that's the time I was watching sports. That was back then when OJ Simpson, because we watched them chase the live Bronco live. It was in the basketball game. It was on. We was at Unique House in Lakeview. Knowledge said, you remember we both almost got life bids. Me at 16 years old, we are blessed. Yes, King. Praise the Most High for our blessing. Second chance at life. So, and if you wanted to, Knowledge, when I go back, you can share that story and we could tell it on the channel too. Because I'm gonna go back. I'm going way back. I'm going back, Knowledge, to when you first came to Hempstead, when you met Junebug, and I had to fight. I remember I had to fight because what's the name of them? Remember they tried to take your bike, Knowledge? Big. I'm gonna say the story though. I had to fight them big. Yeah, it was on. They was jealous of Knowledge. Because he's fly. And Knowledge wouldn't give him his bike. Of course he ain't going to give him his bike. But this big, grown man. And I had to, and they was always hating on me. Then they want to try to hate on Knowledge because he my little brother. And he from Roosevelt. That's when he met Junebug and yeah, facts. All right, so anyway, when we go back, we'll be telling those stories. We're going to go back in a little while. All right, so now he's taking me out on the patio and he's like, yeah, he got a TV. My brother got a TV on the patio by the pool. Now guys, remember, I want y'all to remember, I'm supposed to be in prison. Like, so my mentality is like, my life was over. Okay. Junebug said it was over once he met me. Facts. And I knew, and Bug, I knew once he got with you, I knew he was straight. Because I know my little brother, I know Knowledge can handle his own. He's from Roosevelt, right? But I knew that coming to Hempstead, he was going, people was going to be hating. Even that he my little brother, you'll have people hating because people used to love me. Man, they'll try to set it on him just because they want to be my little brother. I know how it was growing up, right? So, but I knew he could handle this. But once he got with you, I was like, oh, he's straight. Now he's straight. Because Bug and them holding it down, and Knowledge going to hold it down. He got his clique. It's a wrap. Now he can set his own foundation. You know what I mean? He could set his own name. Bug said, once you introduce him to me, he was my brother. Facts. But there you go, Junebug. See, love is love. All right. So Olin in the building. Olin said, but look at you now. Preach, my brother. Tell your story. Thank you, Olio. That's our elder from Parkside Projects, Olin. The Nasty Four. When I go back to the Nasty Four stories, y'all gonna know who Olin is because we was in his living room, his mama house, and his brother Whip and Raheem. Y'all gonna know these stories. Shout out to Olio. Love you all. Love you all. So Bug said he helped me more than I helped him. That's good. I'm glad I was able to connect y'all guys. And when we go back, we're gonna be telling those stories back. Use science, big science, RIP to big science and all that. We're gonna go back, guys. I'm gonna go back. Reese said, what's up to Olin Campbell in the building, one of our elders. So yeah, Olio, I told the story how Cord tried to help me on that bid, the 25 to life bid when I was locked up. Because Cord and Olin they grew up partners. Those people I looked up to. That's how those were our elders. Those was the OGs from our projects. Watched them. I grew up watching them. That's how we become who we become. And Reese's big brother too. Reese, what's your oldest brother name? Yodi. Yodi and your other brother too. I forgot the guy's name. My memory is kind of bad when it comes to that. But yeah, Yodi too. So anyway, let me go back. So now, guys, the reality of like the Most High has given me a second chance at life. I'm gonna keep saying it because I never let that second chance become what you call that, take it for granted. I make sure that I keep it in the forefront of my mind that I don't ever take that for granted because that didn't have to be given to me. That was a gift from the Most High. Train and Natty. Oh, thank you, Reese. Yodi, Train, and Natty. All three of them. Fact, legends, Hempstead legends. I forgot about Natty. Man, I love your brothers, man. I got a story about Yodi, Yodi was no joke. Boy, I seen Yodi put it in one time. I was like, and Yodi, Reese, I seen Yodi put it in, and he was fighting. But guys, y'all know the karate, the Shaolin, the style, the drunken monkey. Y'all remember the karate movies, right? When they do the drunken monkey, when they fight and they be like drinking some water and then do this and were they not paying attention? That's how Yodi was fighting. He was beating up somebody, but he wasn't even like paying attention. That thing hit me different. I was like, I never forgot that. I'm looking at Yodi. I'm like, he was beating up the dude, but he was like talking while he's doing it, right? Having a conversation and like, he like cutting his toe, his fingernails. And I said, what kind of fight is this? Yeah, that was when I was little. Is Yodi still alive, Reese? I was gonna say RP. I don't want to put that over his head. Yeah, Bug. I know you grew up under them because Martin Luther King job. That's the job. MLK. All right. I'm still writing it right now. I'm finishing. I got a little part, but I'm gonna put the first thick part series, probably a couple of 100 pages. I'm writing it right now. We're putting it together now, Olio. He said, when you gonna drop the book? So, and this, me telling my stories is helping me write it too. That's what I'm doing. So anyway, let me get back. So guys, the surrealness of me. So now my brother takes me onto the patio and he's like, he said, so he got another big screen out on the patio by the pool and there's palm trees and stuff. And he got the Florida, they got the big vent for the flies. So, the big screen, high screen. So it's screened in and it got lights. So he had lights in his pool too. So it was nighttime when he took me out there. So he turned on the lights and he got lights in the pool. So he light up the pool and it's red colored lights. So it's colored water. So now y'all already know, okay, Reese said Yodi passed away a few years ago. R.I.P. Yodi, Hempstead legend. So now y'all know in my mind, I'm like, ooh, wait till I bring a chick over here, right? Oh, here I go. That's why I get a disclaimer at the beginning that my mind is all about finding a wife, right? I'm all about women, right? I done got my life taken from me. Now it's given back. All I'm thinking about is women. So I'm thinking like, Abiyah said that is some multitasking type of fighting skills. I know it blew me away, Abiyah. He was having a whole conversation. He over there doing stuff and he was beating the person up too. Really beating the person up. Right? That blew my mind. I never forgot that. I always looked at Yodi. I was just looking at him with amazement. Even when I was older, I'm like, Dad, Yodi was a bad dude, boy. So anyway, so first thing in my mind is like, ooh, right? Now, guys, listen. My brother then gave me the keys to the Escalade with rims, Rolls Royce grill, burgundy, stretch ESV. He gave me keys to a motorcycle, right? And I got the Mazda, but the Mazda ain't got no AC and it's old. But I'm like, ooh, I got the Escalade and I got this house. And he said, it's mine because he gonna be back to next month. He then took me on the patio. It's a big screen with patio chairs, palm trees. It's a deep pool and it got colored lights in the pool. And he said, you turn on the TV and they watch the game, him and his boys, and he had the grill because my brother think he a grill. You know what, that's a fire. He one of those that burn up. He swear, he wanted to get away from the grill. I swear it's a whole joke within itself. He is he'll stand at the grill. He might as well have on white church shoes with black socks and shorts, right? And standing at the grill. He'll stand at the grill for 90 hours in the hot. I was like, this fool, he sweat. Nobody by the grill. Stay away from the grill. That's a fire. He one of those, right? I'm like, be burning stuff and all that. Fact. And then have a whole argument conversation about cooking the food on the grill. I mean, you take it too serious. He one of those, right? He's serious about his grill work. Y'all know, I'm not sure if this is an other culture thing, but it's definitely a black thing. So I'm one of them. He one of them. He want to control the whole grill, right? He got the grill game. So he's serious about his grill. And his grill is a Mercedes-Benz. You know, he one of those. He got to spend top dollar. His grill look like a whole restaurant. You know, he got the silver and the 9 attachments, and he can make I said, is this fool? He might as well, I swear, he might as well have the white church shoes and the socks with shorts. I said, this fool is crazy. He over there. Oh, man. So he's serious about the grill. So he got the grill. This grill looked like it belonged on the TV show, America's Greatest Grills or something. I said, what is the grill? Oh, my grill game. That sparked him up. The minute I said something about that grill, it lit a match under. Wait till I cook out my grill game. And he the type, he go buy 9,000 chickens, 9,000 steaks, 9,000, like he grill when everybody going to sleep. He like, wake up. you know, everybody sleep. He like, wake up. I'm still grilling. I'm like, bro, you've been grilling since 11 o'clock this morning. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning, 11 this afternoon, 12 in the afternoon. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. He's still grilling. Wake up. Anybody want some more? You got food in the refrigerator. You can't close the refrigerator. Bug, but nobody go by that grill. One of those. I swear he's serious, though. I just laughed because it's a whole comedy show. I said, okay, I know, note to self. Stay away from the grill. You can't grill. You don't know about no grill. There's grilling. You don't know grill. You one of those. You don't know about no grilling. Right? I'm like, this a fool. This boy's serious. So when his friends come over, right? So and he's the type he like to bring his friends because he's only home for 4 days out of a month. So when he come home, he's inviting everybody over. So my house is empty. The house is empty. But when he come home, I wake up and he the barbecue pit master. Brooklyn Red said he watched that show. So Olin said, come see me when you in the A. You the grill master, Olio? I can see Olin being a grill master too. Olio said, come see me when you come to Atlanta. You the grill master, right? So, and Olin said, tell him about your dad always rocking those fly cars. Olin, I said this right at the beginning of this story. So when I first told it, I was telling about how I like the cars, and I guess I inherited from my dad. And I said the older people in my projects knew my dad for always having a brand new car every year. Olin he's my elder. So Olin, they see my dad. That's what I'm telling y'all guys. So that's why, because I made a disclaimer to why I love cars so much. I said, I guess we pass things on through our DNA because I love cars and I inherited it. And Olin just came and he said, tell him about your dad always rocking the fly rods. Yes, he was known for that's what he was known for, brand new cars all the time. So Olin said, I'm that guy. I can see you being the barbecue man, Olin. I swear it fits. Olin said, come to the A and it's going down. Oh man, that's why I like doing this with my New Yorkers here, guys. This is really, it's so much better than me telling the stories, to have my family from New York here because they remember things I don't remember, and so and it lets everyone knows that this is the truth. You know what I mean? I'm not making up something. This ain't no YouTube stuff. All right, Bug said, you better ask Knowledge about your little brother, Bug, the grill game. Oh, you got the, I told you, I knew it's a black thing. Bug, you the grill master too? And I'm the one, I stay out the way, guys. That's what, so you know me, I got my skill sets too, right? But I know when to fall back. I'm one of them. Guys, I'm one of them dudes. I don't have to be the man and everything. You know what I mean? I'm the type, I'm like, okay, I'm going to fall back. Y'all the grill master, go ahead, do your thing. So Bug said he the grill master too. That grill is no joke. You're going to draw back a nub, right? It's like, all right, stay away from the grill. You walk in, and I guess when I could, everybody, stay away from the grill. Note this, a one man at the grill. It's a one-man grill army going on. All right. So my brother grill game, right? So anyway, so I'm there, guys, and I'm like, what is that? And when I pointed to the grill, you know how people love sports or people love something and they passionate about it, right? So you could talk to them and they just monotone, right? They just cool, everything cool. But you touch that one subject and you light they fire. When I said, what is that? Because that grill looked like, I don't know what, he had a Mercedes-Benz for a grill. I said, what is that? Oh, that's the grill. I said, whoa, you like to jump? I'm like, whoa, I didn't see that much life in you since I got off the plane. He like, that's the grill. He might as well said, this is the P90 PX371 7677 Chef Maker Bug Boy RD. Got 7 butane lighter things. And he liked to start telling the specs, and I said, oh, he's serious about his grill. That's why I was like, okay, note to self, stay away from the grill. Do not mess with the grill. Like everything else is yours in the house, but that. Okay, so anyway, Nala said, Juice stay on that grill too, big facts. And ain't nothing like a good grill game. So now, Swift in the building. Swift said your pops had that TV in his cars. Him and Bob. Your father, Swift, was my uncle. That's my father's best friend. Was Swift's dad, Robert Scott Sr. His pops was crazy too. Swift, your pop. When I go back, I'm going back, Swift. I'm going back to the beginning. When I go back to the beginning of my life, that's when everybody comes up. So I'm gonna let y'all know on Facebook when I go back, because I'm gonna go back, going right back to the beginning, and that's all of us is in these stories, everybody. All right, so I'm gonna go back and I'll let you know. I'll put it on Facebook, the thumbnail, when I'm going to tell certain stories. So Swift's father and my father were best friends, and Swift pops is crazy. Big Scotty. Now his And yes, so my father had TVs in his cars back before anyone had TV. This is the 70s. Okay, so my father was known for that. He was known to have the brand new car with the TVs, like a brand new, like if it's 2000 now, it's 23, he got a 2023 Mercedes or Cadillac with, let's say now they got TVs, but let's think of something crazy that could be in your car. Well, we got internet, artificial intelligence, right? This is my pops. This is in the 70s. He pulled into the projects, right? Where Olin and all them, they're younger, and Swift's dad, he pulled the projects with a 2023, let's say Mercedes, with artificial intelligence, with AI, with some type of robot type of thing speaking and that type of thing. So he was known for that. So that's what they're talking about. That's what he was known for. So Olin said, I'm going to get my nasty four brothers together around that grill. I forgot about the TVs in the car. Yeah, he had the TVs in the car and all that. Back in the 70s, nobody, and the phone. I remember the first phone thing he had in the car. I'm like, there was no thing. I don't know. My pops was on some, what they call it? He was on some George Jetson stuff or something. My pops, that's just what he was known for. So anyway, so thank you guys for reminding me of stuff like that. Because there's things I don't remember. And shout out to Swift. Swift, is your dad still alive? Let me know if your dad is still alive or not. So, but I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to our history. Yes, he said him and Bob had stories for a lot. Yeah, I grew up as crazy Scott coming to my grandma, and my grandma, my grandma crazy. Soon Scott coming, she like, oh boy, Scott coming. Yeah, he loud. Swift dad, your dad is a trip. He was so wild, and he is a late. Your dad is a Rolling Stone. My pops was a one-woman type of man, kind of. Your pops, boy, That's probably why your mom's kidding. Because your pops was Mister. He was anything that moved, boy. He like, woo wee. He be like, come here, baby. Like, we can't take 2 steps without Scott. He call it, we can't get through the store. He'll take me through him. Your pops used to be, boy, your pops is no joke. All right. So let me get back to the story. So okay, so now I find out that my brother got this crazy grill of obsession, so I know to stay away from that. But what's in my head, guys, was, wait till I bring a chick back here, right? Because I'm still in girl mode, right? I don't care that I just messed with the Polynesian girl with the extra long clitoris, with the clit. Y'all gotta rewind to hear that story that I just told, right? The crazy sex addict chick. I don't care. They ain't damaging me. I'm still about to find me a chick, right? I got to find me a wifey. She just ain't it, right? So now I'm looking. He got the light up color pool, right? So anything. So now we go back in the house, right? So then he takes me to my room. So he's like, he says 2 rooms empty. It's 2 rooms. Swift say he's still alive. I don't know what the no means, Swift. Let me know if he's still alive or if he passed on. So he got 2 rooms, and he like, which one? So one is a little smaller and it's a big one. So I go into one room, it's nice, and then I go into the other one, it's a bigger room. But this room, the walls are like purple. They're like light purple. That's going to have a meaning that I don't know later. So they're like light purple. So I'm like, okay, this is weird. He like, I know this room was colored that way. So he's like, I use this for my office. He said, but this is the big room. It's a big walk-in closet. It's big and the window faces the pool. He said, so I'll switch my office to the smaller room if you want this one. It's bigger. And I'm like, he had a big screen on the wall. I'm like, I was just about to be in prison. I can't not. I want y'all to understand second chance, the Most High. Now, guys, I got no money. I lost everything. Everything's gone. I'm broke. I ain't got nothing to my name. I got that one Mercedes, but I can't even drive it. The computer's shut, right? Don't got the title, none of that. Don't even know where Christy at, none of it. No penny to my name. All my cars gone. All my houses gone. All my businesses is gone. I have nothing. And now I'm walking into Escalade keys, a 929, a pool with lights, big screen with a deck. He told me, choose my room. I go in the room, so I choose the big room. He said, take this one, the big, with the light purple walls, but it's a big screen. He pulls up, he like, I got satellite TV. So he opens it up, it's like 300 channels. And I'm like, I ain't seen TV. And I'm looking at, again, the surreal and the blessing of the Most High. Now, so then he says, all right. So he says, don't worry. He said, don't worry. You could sleep in that room, the other room tonight. I'm going to move all my office out of here and move into this room, and that's going to be your room. But I'm going to go buy you a bed tomorrow, because then you don't need to sleep on that bed. It's been there. The family come down and they sleep. So I'm like, okay. Olin said, my mom is not doing too well. I was in New York this past weekend, not expecting her to be around too much longer. Prayers up to Mrs. Campbell, Louise Campbell. Very instrumental in my upbringing. Very instrumental. So when I go back in the story, a lot of my beginning starts in Louise, in her house. The Nasty Four was started in her living room. She would allow us to practice in her living room. Listen, Olin, her red, ooh, that was a beautiful living room. Her red living room, ooh, gosh, she had a red living room with like, if I remember, like red velvet couches with the white plastic. You know, y'all know we put the plastic over the couches, the old school stuff where you sleep and your face be sweaty and melt on the couch, you stuck to the couch. But she had red, if I remember, Oli, did she have red carpet too? But that was a beautiful living room, and she used to keep it immaculate. And Miss Campbell was the one that let me know how other people ate food, because she used to have so much fruits on her table all the time. Fruit, bananas and oranges, and grapes and apples, and just a bowl of fruit. And you could just grab a fruit. See, I didn't come from that. Oh, I used to love it. I used to be like, y'all are so blessed. She used to have so much fruit, nuts, and just everything all the time. Food. Oh my goodness. My prayer and blessings over Miss Campbell. May she live as long as the Most High allow her to be here. And thank you for sharing that, Olio. All right. Ola said, you remember that? Yes, absolutely. We used to practice. She gave us permission to practice in that living room. You know, Miss Campbell didn't play nothing about her living room. And she would let us practice. Sophie knows. Sophie come in there. Sophie's instrumental in with us too. Sophie like, y'all go ahead and practice. We be in there practicing nasty for. We gonna go back. Y'all gonna learn. I just did a documentary for Unique and sent it to him. All right, so everybody saying prayers up to Miss Campbell, Olio, over on YouTube. They're saying prayers up to Miss Campbell. All right, so now he so all right, I go to sleep. Okay, so first thing, he sets me up. He bring me sheets. So I go to sleep, and my brother's, the other room got a TV because he got it set up for when my family would come down and visit. And I get to watch TV, and this is the first night that I'm free and I'm like home, that it really sets in that I don't got to spend the rest of my life in prison. I'm saying it because I really want y'all to understand a second chance at life. And I want y'all to understand everyone is not given a second chance. There are people in prison right now who got life bids, who've been there for 30 years, who will never get out. I was gifted a chance, a second chance. So I won't ever take it for granted. And until I die, I'm going to tell my story and show that redemption can come from anybody, and that greater is he that is within all of you. The Most High exists within all of y'all. Everybody. It's inside of you. But they numb us down with society to make it think like it's some, he's a God somewhere else. But the scripture says he wants to reside in your temple. His home is within inside of you. That's what we're called, to die to the sin and the transgression. That's what the whole thing is for. The Most High exists in us. Now, yeah, we went through stuff. We all went through crazy stuff. Some worse than others, right? Some really bad. I remember Olio and them. I watched my elders mess with heroin. Some of them didn't make it. Some of them conquered it. They pushed crack on my generation. They pushed heroin on my older generation. Olio and them. They pushed crack on my generation. Now they pushing like K2 and Mollies and all that crap on these other kids. Everyone didn't make it. Some of us had a second chance. Thank the Most High for second chances. This is my second chance. And it's really happening in real time. So I go to sleep in this bed and I'm in this room and I really can't sleep because I keep waking up and I'm just in the moment like, thank you, God. Thank you, God. I just keep, thank you, God. Thank you, God. And I was playing my life back for all that time when I was like, my life is over. Like, I'm going to be a prisoner forever. And I'm going to have to live a caged life. Like, this is slavery. I lost my freedom. It's one thing to watch the slavery movies, but it's another thing to really lose your freedom and get life. it's nothing I can't explain it to you. You don't want to experience it. It's like being dead but being alive. Unless you just turn into a monster. And that's what most do. And that's how they heal it. They just turn into a beast. But I'm not a monster by nature. Swift said we came from good stock. Exactly. So in my stock, I'm not a monster. So now I go to sleep, we wake up. Now my brother's leaving this next day to go driving across the country. And he won't be back for another month. So now he tells me, all right, bro, we get up. He like, all right. So I go in there. He makes some food. I eat the food. He like, all right, we're going to go by your bed. So we get in this truck, this Escalade, and we go into downtown Claremont. Now, I've never been to Florida, so everything's new to me. So now we go to a downtown area where he lived. It's beautiful. And there is, I don't know, it's girls. Ooh, now I don't know this, but this is mostly New York people. Now, I didn't know that mostly New York is in Orlando. I don't know this yet, but it's mostly New York City. So it's mostly Brooklyn, the Bronx, really Brooklyn and the Bronx. Most Orlando is full of Brooklyn and the Bronx, but it's mostly they're Puerto Ricans, New Yorkers. So the Bronx, Brooklyn and the Bronx Puerto Ricans all move to Orlando. I guess it's a stopping point coming from Puerto Rico. So they got family, so they come, so it's all New York. They're all from the Bronx. And then everybody from New York. I don't know this yet, though. This is coming. So anyway, it's a lot of Hispanics. So he's taking me now, and all I see is girls. So I'm girl crazy, right? I'm like, woo, woof. And my brother like, oh my goodness, this boy. So I'm like, ooh. So they everywhere, right? So I'm like, ooh, wee. I came to the right place, right? They everywhere. So I'm like, okay. So anyway, we go into the spot. We go in, and it's a mattress spot. They got a bunch of store and everything. So he like, all right. So he like, pick out your bed. So I go looking, and you know that beds are expensive, right? So I'm looking, I'm like, phew, please, right? So I'm like, whoo. So I go over there. I'm like, okay, cool. So I find a mattress. It's probably like $300, something like that. And I'm like, all right. I go sit on. I'm like, all right, this good, this cool, right? So the guy comes over, and the guy is like, you know, okay, pointing out and everything. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like, all right, this one. So my brother's doing something. He all on his phone, whatever. He comes in the store, and my brother's funny because now he's older. He's a grown man. I haven't seen him since he was younger. So he's a grown man. He's like the grown man that does the grill. You know, he's one of those, like, you know, on my grill. You know, so he talks like that. He carries himself like one of those men, right? So he comes in, oh, hey, what are we doing in here? Like, he's one of those, right? So like, hey, what's going on in here? You know, I got the grill, right? So I'm laughing because I haven't seen him. So this is how he grew up. He's, you know, and he's big. He's like 6'3". He's like 260. So he's big. He played basketball. So he's big. Got a ball head. He's handsome too. Right? I'll show y'all a picture next week. So, right? So he's big man, right? So he comes in. So he's on the phone. He comes in. He's like, he got this energy. What are you doing in here? What's going on in here? Right? So he comes in. So he's looking around, right? So then I'm like, over here, bro. So he comes over. So I'm with the guy. So I'm like, he's like, okay. I'm like, I'm going to get this one. So he looks like, man, you ain't getting that bed. I said, no, this is cool. I'm cool. He said, no. He said, come. So he take me and he walked me down, right? He walked me down. And he goes down to the expensives. And I'm like, he started sitting on beds and everything. He looking, he like, go sit on that one, bro. So I go sit on it. I'm like, woo. I go sit on it, guys. You know the difference? See, I went and got a $300 bed, right? Because I don't got no money and I'm not about to spend another person's money. Again, showing you my character. I'm not going to spend nobody else's money. He's telling me he's going to buy me a bed, so I'm going to get a bed. But I'm not going to be, you know, I'm not one of those. I'm not going to go spend somebody else's pocket. That's just how I am, right? Right? And I know beds, they're expensive. So I get me a decent bed. I'm good. I was going to be sleeping on a cot for 25 years. Do you understand? So I don't care. I could sleep on the floor. I was just in a program for a year and a half sleeping on a cot, and then I was in jail sleeping on a cot. And I was at 25 years on a cot. So you could have gave me a cot. I'm letting y'all know the reality of me. I'm still like that. Everything stays focused. I'm not, even though when I was rich, I still didn't splurge and I was just kept grounded. I keep myself grounded. That's the word. I keep myself grounded. So he could have bought me a cot and I'm straight. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Right? Could you just give me an extra cushion for the cot? That's all. Right? Just give me a little extra padding and I'm going to cot it out. I'm good money. I sleep on the floor. I don't care. I'm free. That's the reality. I'm free. So now my bro like, nah. So he says, go sit on that one. I go sit on this thing. It feel like I'm on a cloud. Like, I'm like, woof. I'm like, oh my goodness. You know, you like that? I'm like, bro, this is, yeah, but how much? And I look, this doggone bed is $1,600. Right? So I said, whoa, no, bro. He's like, no. I'm like, no, bro, that's too much. He said, no, bro. No. You like that? He said, oh, you can get that one. I said, no, look at that. That was 2,000 something. I like, Vince, no. He's like, bro, yes, you took care of me. Listen, you took care of me, bro. Whenever I needed something, you was always there for me. Remember? Then you start telling me, remember when I didn't have he have clothing to go back to school, and I remember his mom, which was my stepmom, she came into my closet in the project, and I had a bunch of stuff with tags on it, because 40 Deuce was boosting. We was boosters, and I got leathers and she went shopping in my closet. That hurt me too. I'm gonna tell that story back then. She went shopping in my closet, took stuff I ain't never even wore. Y'all know ain't nothing. You know you'll pop a hole. Get your hand out. Y'all know that's black people stuff. You a knocker, certain, but you don't get your hand off my clothes. You don't mess with his food, his clothes. There's certain things you don't mess with black people. This woman then went in my closet and started shopping. Now, I didn't even know. I wasn't even home. My grandmother called me and told me, you better get here. She over in your closet taking your clothes. I'm like, what? Now, I go there. This woman got stuff I ain't even wore with tags on it, leather coats and everything. I'm like, what? And then she like, your little brother needs clothes for just going back. It was back to school. And I didn't want to do it. But when she said my little brother, that was the magic word. I love children so much. I love people so much. I'll do anything. Whatever I got, I'll do. I was always like that. So even though she was violating me because she didn't even ask, I let her do it. And she took a lot of clothes. But later, he said, my brother said that that meant a lot to him because she told him, she got him from me. But which it was with my blessing, because once I found out she was taking my clothes, I let her do it. Once she said it's for him, I said, here, I need my little brother to be fly, And so he remembered that too. So he started bringing up stuff like that. And other stuff I do not remember. Like I didn't remember giving him my Mercedes. He said I gave him my Benz and all that. I don't remember stuff. I remember one thing, taking him to a job. But again, I didn't do these things to be remembered. I just did them because I care. So he's telling me in the store, bro, you took care of me. You always, and he said, let me do this. And I said, okay. I had to learn to let people give to me. Everyone, especially those who are used to taking care of everyone, there's a gift in giving. And if you don't allow someone to give to you, you're robbing them of their gift of giving. That was a hard lesson I had to learn because I was not used to receiving from nobody. I was always used to giving to everyone. But look what the Most High did. He's lowered me to the point where I don't have anything to give to no one else but love. Listen, he took the money, the power, the influence, everything that I had that I could give. The only thing I got now is love. That's it. Nothing else. I can't give you, I don't got nothing to give you. I have nothing. I don't even have money for food. I want y'all to understand, I don't have money for food. So now I have to learn. These are things that he's breaking down in me. He's breaking me down now. Y'all gonna see the tearing down of Rashawn to build up Uncle Yahshuah later. The tearing down first. The break to be built back up. Bug said, and he gave you something worth more than anything, love. Yes. So I had to swallow pride and let my brother buy me this bed. So he buys me this $1,600 bed. The salesman is happy because I was buying the $300 bed. Now you're getting a $1,600 sale. So he happy. Come on, we're going to load it up and put it on top of the Escalade. And, he all happy. And I'm like, man, shut up, right? You just happy because you're making money. And I don't want my brother to do it. But he's like, just let me do this. So we go out, we put the bed on the truck, we drive home. We get home, we set the bed up. He buys the frame and everything. We set the bed up, right? He buys the whole bed, frame, everything. Set the bed up. So then he buys me sheets, everything. Set in a brand new room. So he cleaned out the office. I vacuumed everything. So I got a brand new room with a big screen on the wall. And back then, the biggest screen was small. But because right now we're at 70s and 80s, it was like 50. I think it's probably a 50-inch was the biggest screen. 50-inch on the wall. And so now he tells me, so then he leaves out, he makes the bed up. So I get on the bed and I'm like, oh my, I'm in heaven. Like I get on the bed and I'm like, oh my goodness, right? I'm like, this is my bed. Thank you, God. Here we go. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Like, and I turn on the satellite TV and all the channels and the pretty room. And I'm like, oh my goodness, thank you, God. And I was going to be homeless. I was going to be in North Carolina homeless. That was my plan. I needed to be around Benito. Now he tells me, all right, bro, I'm leaving tonight. He said, but I think Arlene wants you to come to Atlanta. So I'm like, I said, yeah, that's right. When I was in the program, he said, I'll call her. So I called my sister and she like, you home. I'm like, yeah, she says, you are coming to Atlanta right now. So I'm like, how? She said, Vincent is driving right past. He comes through Atlanta on his way up to New York because he drives that truck from Florida all the way up to New York, all the way up in the mountains. He go to California. He go everywhere. He a truck driver over the road. So every time he leave Florida, he go through Atlanta and he usually stop at her house and they cook and all that cookout. He and her husband is laughing at him with the grill. So her husband like every time, and my sister was like every time your brother come through here, we going to buy chickens and he on the grill. We can't stop him from the grill, right? He's a grill freak, right? He a grill fool, right? So she like, so I told him to put you in that truck and y'all drive here and he's going to drop you off. And then on the way back, he'll pick you up and bring you back because you got to spend this time with me. I haven't seen her in 20 years. Y'all learn that later. Okay. Now, so I'm like, okay. So I finished with the phone with her and I'm like, all right, bro. She said He said, yeah, I knew she was not, she wants to see you. So he's like, all right, so pack your stuff. You know, you're going to be staying for a couple of weeks. He was like, he said, I'm going to drop you off in Atlanta at her house. And then I'll be back in about 3 weeks to pick you back up and bring you back on the way back. So I'm like, okay. So now I'm released from jail and I made it to Florida. I done slept in this girl house. I done slept at my brother's house one night. I still ain't get to experience nothing about Florida. And now I'm going to Atlanta. So we get in the truck, we drive to Atlanta. We get to Atlanta and my sister got this big old house. I'm going to the ATL, right? My sister lived in Riverdale or I forgot what it's called. Some of y'all know. Y'all Atlanteans, y'all should know. Riverdale or River something. I can't remember it, right? It's right suburbs. So I found out Atlanta, now I don't never been there. Atlanta is the city part, right? But then you got the suburbs around it. So you got College Park and Decatur and all these other things, but that's all still Atlanta. It's kind of like Florida and Orlando and Kissimmee and all that type of stuff. So I'm going to the ATL. Now I know everybody from Hempstead in the ATL. You see Olin there, Reese there, they all there. So Lisa and everybody's in the ATL. Sly, everybody. That's why I said they even got a Hempstead day. Riverdale. Thank you, Olio. Olio said it's Riverdale. Right. So she live in Riverdale. She live in a nice suburb, Olio. Beautiful line street, line houses, beautiful neighborhood. Probably where you probably live in a beautiful neighborhood too. I know how you get down, Olio. So I go there. She live in a nice, beautiful neighborhood. So she got a 3-story house. I think it has probably like 5 bedrooms, right? And it's really nice. Now we get there, and it's just her husband, and my little nephew, her little son, Chai. And at this point, Chai is like 18. So he's about to graduate high school and go to college. So he's going to leave. So it's really just her husband, and little Chai. So I get to the house, everything bang. Finally seeing my sister. I ain't seen her in 20-something years or whatever. And now I'm in the ATL. I'm in Atlanta, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. You know what I mean? And I know Dow Lex is in Atlanta. Dow from the Nasty Four. So Unique said I gave him the green 98, my green and white car back in the days. So Dow Lex is in there. That's why I said my cousin Dow just got out of jail. And me and little E is going to ATL. Math in the back, big side as well. A daddy you track, but y'all niggas can't tell. That song, right? Had money, had cars, that song is popping, right? So now I'm going to the ATL, right? I'm literally going, right? Because I didn't get to go when I told that story with little E. I ended up getting locked up for 25 to life. I never went. I said, so we never went to ATL with me and little E. I was planning to, but I got locked up for the 25 to life. Now I'm going to ATL. Now I'm there. I'm in ATL. So we get in the house, and my sister ain't changed one bit. My sister Arlene, she is this type that Arlene cannot have 1 penny. Like, she don't got a quarter. Here go a quarter right here. She could not have a quarter to her name. But I guarantee you, her house will look like she's Imelda Marcos. She's a Vanya Trump. I don't know. I'm trying to name some rich. She is Donald Trump. She could have not 1 quarter. She could be in credit card debt up to $1 million. But her house is going to look like, oh, the ministry saw it. Remember all the bling bling when she on the ministry? She got a silver, everything bling bling. She got a cup, diamonds on her car outside. This girl is Eileen crazy. Diamond cut, everything bling bling. She's crazy. So she can have not a penny to her name. Yeah, Elizabeth, that's how she functioned. Now, guess what I realized later, my psychoanalyzing myself. She was abandoned just like me. It was me and her that was abandoned by our mom and our dad. My other brothers and sisters, they had their mom or their dad. Because I got a lot of brothers and sisters. It's like 10 of us, right? A lot of us. See, Knowledge in them, Knowledge, my half brother in them, they got their mom, right? Kevin, right? Me and Arlene was the only ones out of all of our siblings that don't have a mother or a dad. The only ones. That is so traumatizing. Now, the difference is she's a female. If it hurts me, imagine what it'll do to a female. I had to learn that because I had to forgive her for some of the things that she did in her life. Once I psychoanalyzed my life, I understood that's how she dealt with it and coped. Because there's coping mechanisms that you have to have from the trauma of your upbringing, especially abandonment from mother and dad. So now I learned when I psychoanalyzed myself, the way that she made herself feel like worth and value was the same thing as me. I like nice things. Mine showed themselves in cars and things too, because my house, if you ever went in one of my houses, it's nice, but not like hers. Hers showed in her house, like in her car. She had a car, but not like me. She keep a nice car. Like right now, she got a Mercedes and all that, right? And she keep her cars blinged out. Yeah, it shows. It's the same thing, right? It's just I got richer than she did. If she would ever got multimillionaire like me, she would have a blinged out Rolls Royce with crystals all on it, right? But it's us. That was a way that we made ourselves feel valuable. I learned this later. I psychoanalyzed our upbringing. So when I went back, I said, that's why no matter what, she had $1 million house in the ghetto. Let me show y'all this. This is going to make sense. I already got the picture. This is going to make sense. So she lived here. I swear. I cannot, if I'm lying, I'm flying. Present, share screen. This one, share. Arlene ended up living in these buildings on Terrace Avenue. The same buildings that I stayed in when I was going to court, and the girl had rats in the house. So Arlene at one time ended up staying, this was back in the early 90s. She ended up staying in these buildings on Terrace. Now, we from Parkside, and, they don't really cross that much. Most people from Parkside don't live on Terrace and stuff, and vice versa, right? So she ended up living here. It's back in the 90s. So she had a baby daddy from Roosevelt named Rory, Play Hard Crew. So when I go back in the beginning of hip hop, I'm gonna tell you about Slick Hard, Playboy Crew, Play Hard Crew, all that. Nasty Four, we going back, right? Class A Crew, we gonna go back. But so she dated this dude from Freeport named Rory, and he was a DJ for Play Hard Crew, and he was a ex-Marine, Green Beret Marine, and he was a 5th degree black belt, and he had a afro. He from Freeport. His name Rory. For those from Freeport know, crazy as a bag of nuts. This fool then went to the Marines, to the war, and then came back crazy. And my sister marrying this crazy, her boyfriend is a crazy black dude, 5th degree black belt, and he nuts. Rory used to spaz out. When I was in the project, this when I live in the heat, one time I seen him in the room, he 1159, battalion 231, bunker, boom, boom. He in the room jumping, and I said, ooh, this boy, yo, he crazy. And Rory was the DJ for the Play Hard Crew, right? Knowledge said Rondo, Groovy Lou. I guess he calling out that era. So for those who understand, Playboy Crew, Play Hard Crew, it's beginning of hip hop, guys. When we go back, we're talking about beginning of hip hop. This before rap records. This is New York. This is when we started hip hop. It's facts, all right? And it's no joke. These stories ain't no joke. These people ain't no joke. But this fool crazy. He in the room scaring everything. My grandma like, if he come in here, I'ma stab him with a knife. I'm like, Roy, crazy in the room. I come in the room, 11:59. He's hiding under dresses and stuff like shells is dropping, right? He's shell shocked, right? But he a 5th degree black belt. This dude crazy. Now my sister, they married this fool, and I didn't know he crazy. He ended up beating on her. She tells me later. And you can't beat Rory. I'm sorry, ain't nobody beat. You gonna have a hard enough time beating him if you could fight regular, because he a 5th degree black belt. But then this boy is a Marine and he's shell shot crazy. You ain't beating crazy. You might beat karate, but you can't beat crazy. Y'all know that saying in the hood. You might beat karate, but you cannot beat crazy. Crazy is a whole nother strength. That's a whole, and this boy is crazy and 5th degree black belt. You gotta shoot him. You can't stab him. He gonna take a knife. You gonna have to shoot him a couple of times to put him down. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about. You have to put him down. Roy crazy. So anyway, so this is that time. So I'm saying it because I remember going into the apartment, and then my sister told me later what was happening to her in that apartment. Because I came and see her when she was staying in this apartment. And that's when she was with Rory. And she said later, she said he was beating her, and, you know, he was beating her really bad because he was crazy. You know what I mean? And then she ended up breaking up with him and all that. So anyway, so now I'm saying this because in this apartment in like 90s, this is probably late 80s, probably like 88, 89, 87. Lord, yeah, you need an elephant gun to shoot him with. She's in this apartment, right? This the project. This is the hood terrace. Do y'all not know, Knowledge said the Exit 21 villains, Rory, Philip, Crump, Roy Armstrong, Lil Eddie, Prince Collins, all facts. Phil Crump, shout out to Rambo, Phil Crump. When I go back, I'm going back. Knowledge, I'm even going back there with Crazy Eddie and all of them. Facts. I'm going back. Tootsie, Kev, Crazy Eddie, oh, Lil John. Oh, I'm going back. I'm going back to Roosevelt Park, Centennial Park. Oh, I'm going back. Facts. Y'all gonna see some real stuff. It's crazy. But anyway, let me get back. So now I go to see her, and she on terrace. So she give me the address. I'm like, oh my girl, you up on terrace? You up in the projects, whatever. So I go in there, and this terrace. Y'all can see this the projects. So we go in. I go upstairs, right? So I Bugs and tell us about Shazam Mobile. We're going back to the 98. We're going back there. So I go in the house. So it's project, right? So, you know, this ghetto. Why this girl opened her door? She opened the door in this place, and it is glass, silver, gold, diamonds. I open the door, and I'm in a palace. I'm in Trump Plaza Hotel. I'm in Elizabeth. I said, what the? I opened the door, and this girl, and later I found out, I think that's, now I know psychoanalyzing, that's how she healed her abandonment of our people abandoning us to make her feel her worth, is to have all these expensive, live like a queen. I mean, this thing, it's $1 million stuff. Now, this is the funny part. Later on, I find out she went to jail. I never knew my sister went to jail. She went to jail. You know what she went to jail for? Credit card fraud. You know what she did? She ran up her credit cards on all this stuff, right? She ran up her credit cards and got all this stuff. And then, and my sister, she does credit and taxes and all that. So she could do white collar crime if she wanted. She ended up doing some white collar crime. I never knew she went to jail. She told me the story when I went to Atlanta. When I'm telling y'all a story now, because we haven't talked in 20 something years. So I don't know her life. We were disjointed. So we were disjointed. So I was alone, and she had her life. But the Most High covered and protected her. But he let me go through hell. So anyway, so she tells me that, and that's what she said. Remember when she went to jail because it came time to pay her bill. I think she owed like $100,000, right? For all this expensive. I mean, she would get the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 couch. Like I'm talking about rich Donald Trump stuff. But this girl ain't got a penny. I'm like, hold up. I thought you said you broke. How in the world do you live like Imelda Marcos, right? Then she told me, she said, she went to jail. She said she always worked for credit card companies and stuff like that. So she fixed a way to do some credit thing to pay for all the thing and wipe her debt. But she got caught from the records somehow. And she went to jail. She went to jail. She did her time. But later I realized that that was her way of dealing with our abandonment, was for her to have her nice things. So I say that because I go into her house now. Now I'm going to go back. So we go back. My brother dropped me off. We go inside. So first of all, she got this big old house from the outside. Beautiful neighborhood. It's tall and big. She opened the front door. And here I am. I'm in Trump Plaza again. Yeah, it's a paper trail. Open the door and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Now, if she would make a little house on Terrace Avenue in the projects look like a palace, imagine what she gonna do with a 3-bedroom mini mansion in Atlanta. Oh, she a mess. I said, ooh, this is beautiful. This girl. Now, she take me through, oh, let me show you the house, right? So she take me through the house. And I'm like, this girl never changed. So she says, okay, I'm going to show you. So she gave me Diamond, her niece's old room. So she showed me her old room. All right, cool. Little room, whatever. I'm good. So she takes me downstairs where she says, I'm like, where your room? Oh, we got the downstairs, her and her husband. So I'm like, okay. So we go downstairs. This girl then turned the downstairs into a shopping mall. So the downstairs is huge because the house is big. So she painted all the walls blue, this pretty like indigo blue, like a real pretty blue. So it's all blue. But before you get to way where the bedroom is going to be, you have to walk through this big blue corridor room, and it's lined. It looked like a shopping mall. It's lined with clothes and pocketbooks. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Fendi, Prada, Louis, Gucci, Fendi. I mean, every pocketbook you can ever imagine, every shoe you can ever imagine, every clothing you can. I mean, it's so big. We're walking, like walking. It's like a shopping mall. I said, girl, what in the world? Oh, you know how I am. You know, and she goes to thrift stores too. She ain't ashamed. She go to thrift stores. So she frugal, but she know how to shop and she get the best stuff. So she go to thrift stores. She go to regular stores. She go to department store. She ain't no shame. She got a shopping. You know, she got a shopping addiction. And think about it. If the filling the void, our abandonment void, is for us to have nice things, she's filled. You get it? So she's not healed from it. So she's feeding the beast. So I'm looking and I'm like, oh my. Guys, y'all can shop for years. Girls, y'all be lost in there. Y'all go in that basement and that downstairs, and it'll take you 2 years. You won't come out of there for 6 months. You be like, all I need is a concession stand down here. This girl had everything. So I'm like, okay, you ain't changed. Finally get to the end. She got her bedroom. She the type that got the big king's bed. She the type that got a $4,000 mattress. Yeah, and she done charged it on some. Listen, the Most High has been keeping her. He'll do this. He does this for people. You know, the Most High, they say the Most High take care of fools and crazy people. You know, whatever that saying is. Oh, he did that for her. Me, I'll be in debt. I'll be homeless. He let me go through the ringer. Her, he covered her. He kept her. She can have anything. She got a $3,000 mattress. I'm telling y'all facts. She got every TV. This is the first place that I ever seen a big screen be used as a computer. I'm telling y'all facts. I had never seen this before. This is 2010. She got an office. She always got. Her office is better than most of our bedrooms and bigger. Her office. Now, you would think she getting the bag, right? You would think, okay, yeah, your sister's rich, right? She making 6 figures. This girl got a little job and she doing taxes. Yeah, there you go. Now it said, the Lord takes care of fools and babies. That's the saying I'm talking about. Y'all think I'm lying. This girl is living like she is filthy rich, and you would think, how got 3 cars, right? Got an old BMW, old Mercedes, old. You would think this girl rich. This girl got a job. She ain't getting nothing but $20 an hour like you. You like, but how? I don't know. The Most High take care of fools and babies. If she was here, she'll tell you. She'll be laughing. She'll be like, yeah, he telling the truth all her life. I done seen it. So now I go into her office and she got, now the biggest screens at this time is probably 50-inch. She got a 60. This is her. She's this person. Whatever comes out, she got the newer thing, right? So if they come out, let's say if 20-inch rims are the biggest, she got 22s. How? Who knows, right? That's her. If the internet, she got the outernet. Like, that's her. No matter what. But not only that, she got a 60-inch in the kitchen, 60-inch. No, she got a 90 in her bedroom, but well, let's say 60 is the biggest. So 50 is the biggest, but she got a 60. I'm just being rich. So that meant, y'all know TVs, when they first come out, it's $10,000, but you wait, it'll be down to 1,000. She got it when it's 10,000. How she get it? The Most High take care of fools and babies. That's the only thing I'm gonna keep saying. So she got a 60 in her bedroom. She got a 55 in the studio, 55, another 60 in the living room, a 50 in the kitchen, a 40 in the bathroom, a 40 in this bathroom. She got 59,000 TVs. I'm not lying. And things everywhere. Glass, vases, gold things, ornaments, lamps with sparkly things, and just millions of dollars of stuff, like a museum in there. Just like she's just filthy rich. Now, I go in her studio. She's like, this is my office. She's like, let me show you my office. I go in her office. She got a 60-inch screen, but that's a computer. See, now I got it because I got it from her. So I got mine. This is a 55 as my computer. That's what I'm. So when y'all see me looking, I'm looking at my screen. I'm looking at y'all, right? And because my computer, I got that from her from 2010. So I was like, once I seen that, once you go there, you can never go back. You can't go to a little screen. You can't. You get spoiled. So she's like, I'm like, Dad, girl, you got a TV everywhere. She said, oh no, this is my computer. I said, no, not your computer, Dad. She said, no, that's my computer. I said, sis, the TV. She's like, okay. No. And she turns it on. And bang, it turns. How is that a computer? I've never seen it. She was like, oh, we run the internet into the TV. So we use the TV as my, I've never. So I'm on the thing later, and I'm using a big screen. Oh, she'll spoil the mess out of you. Now, this girl ain't got 2 nickels to rub together. Listen clearly. I'm telling y'all. I'm going to show y'all in a second. I'm going to show y'all what I mean. So, okay. So now she take me on a tour. The house is crazy. Everything crazy. Bang. So we sit down, got to see her, meet her husband, all that. We good. So now I got to sleep in the room. So I go to make my room up. So now nightfall, we're in Atlanta. I ain't in Florida no more. We're in Atlanta. It's wintertime. Atlanta gets cold. Florida don't get cold. We're in Atlanta. Nightfall comes. So I'm in the room and I'm like, it's cold in here, right? So I'm like, it's cold, right? So I got my coat on and everything. So I come out the room. I'm like, where's my sis? Sis, it's cold. You know, we black. Remember I told y'all we black. We like things temperature, climate control, right? So I'm like, sis, it's cold. I'm getting a flashback of the Polynesian girl, right? So I'm like, sis, I'm trying to find her. So I come out. I'm like, it's cold. So I see my little nephew, Chai. He come out. So he got a whole coat on. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. I'm laughing because this thing is funny. He got a whole coat on, right? We in the house. This fool got a whole snorkel. You know, a coat. This fool come out of his room with a snorkel with the hood on and everything. So I'm thinking he leaving to go out. So he come out the room. He got a whole coat on. So I'm like, yo, John. So I'm like, yo, he's like, what up, Unc? I'm like, yo, where your mom's at? You know, they be downstairs. You got to go down there. They can't hear you. They be locked in. That downstairs is so big. He's like, you got to go down and get her out of there. So I'm like, man, it's cold. He said, oh, Unc. he said, oh, you better get used to that. I said, what you mean? He said, oh, she don't turn on no heat. I said, hold up, what you mean she don't turn on the heat? She said, oh no, she said the bill. She ain't trying to pay no heat bill. I said, but hold on, child. It's cold. He said, oh yeah, you're gonna have to put a coat on. He said, I sleep with 2 pair of pants. I sleep with a coat. I put a bunch of comforters, blankets. So I'm like, huh? She probably gonna get mad when she see this, but I'm telling the truth. I don't care. I tell the truth on myself. Tell the truth. Lie, pants on fire. I'm telling the truth on everybody. I'm just sorry. I'm telling the truth. When I go back, I'll tell the truth. If I lost the fight, I'll let you know I got beat up. If I won, I'm gonna let you know I won. If somebody wasn't really about that life and y'all think he was, I might pull a card. I don't know. This ain't about pulling people card. It's just about telling the truth, but I probably won't. But anyway, y'all lucky because I'll tell truth to power and everything. If I'm going to tell truth on myself, I'm going to tell truth on everybody. Everybody ain't as tough as y'all thought they was either. I done seen some things. I got some secrets I'll be holding. You know what I mean? Facts. And I let all mine out. I never say I was the toughest. But anyway, so I'm telling the truth on everybody, including myself. Just is what it is. So y'all don't get mad. It's just the truth. So anyway, so I'm like, yo, it's cold. So he's like, yeah, it get cold at night, man. So just cover up and I said, nah, man, you joking. So I said, okay, this is a joke. So I said, where you going? He said, I ain't going nowhere. I said, what you mean you ain't going? Where you going? You guys said, oh no, it's cold. This how I walk around. I said, you walk around with a coat on? He said, yeah, it get cold. He said, that ain't nothing. He said, in the summertime, you better not turn that AC on. I said, what? He said, yeah, mama don't play. She don't play with that bill. She ain't trying to pay that bill. Now this what I'm telling y'all. This crazy girl is in this big old house and she living like Mrs. Donald Trump. She got $1 but I told you she frugal. She ain't got no money, but she lived like a millionaire. She lived a life. She got every Gucci, and they be real. She be finding her. She got diamonds as far as you can see. She is bling bling queen. So I go downstairs. I'm like, okay, this is a problem, right? Because I'm stuck here for 3 weeks until my brother come back and pick me up. And I just missed the Polynesian crazy sex girl trying to freeze me out in her place. And I'm like, oh no. So I go downstairs. I'm like, sis, she can't hear you. He right. They got a cave down there. You got to literally go through her shopping mall. And then when you get past her shopping mall, you're like, hey, then they can hear you. Because that downstairs is the whole house. So the whole big house, they got the whole downstairs. So she made it into it's like a house down there. So their bedroom is at the other end. You got to go through that whole shopping mall, right? So they can't even hear you. So I get to all the way past shopping mall. I'm like, sis. So she's like, what? So she's like, come in. So I open the door. They in the bed. Now, both of them fat, right? Praise y'all, my sister's losing weight now. But both of them fat. Her and her husband, they in there eating everything. They got lobsters. And they that type. They got lobsters in the bed. They watching a big 60-inch. Now, right now, it's like her having a 100-inch screen. I need to give y'all context. Like right now, she got a 100-inch screen on her wall, right? That's her. They in the bed watching a 100-inch screen with lobsters and crabs, and they fat as all outdoors, right? He fat, she fat. They making each other more fat, right? They down there just living. They living the rich life, and then he got no money. The Most High take care of fools and babies. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I see this I've been seeing this her whole life. But I'm laughing because I'm like, this girl do not change. So she, and when she see this, she got, just laugh, sis. You know I'm telling the truth. So she and it's not the shame of my sister's about that life. She live her life, and the Most High take care of her. She don't owe nobody. She did a little thing, that little credit card, because she said she was those days trying. But my sister she don't do nobody wrong. So I don't want to make it, for my people back home to think Arlene living her best life. She living her life. You hear me? And she don't do nobody wrong, and she living it up. Me and her were abandoned by our mom and dad. So don't look at her and try to judge her nothing. I'm thankful that my sister's even functional and not like a crackhead and not damaged from the abandonment of not having a mom. But the Most High kept her. Later, I found that out from her. So I'm thankful for the Most High. She didn't go through what I went through. So he always provided for her. He gave her this kind of life. When I was homeless, she didn't know I was homeless. Remember Unique had him let me live in his house? He never let her homeless. The Most High kept her in $1 million palace. You know what I mean? Kept food and everything. Now, so I'm like, I go downstairs, and I'm like, sis. I'm like, she's like, what? Come. So I'm like, it's cold upstairs. She's like, well, it's extra blankets. She like, go in the closet thing. There's plenty of extra blankets. I said, sis, come on, man. Turn the heat on. She's like, you got money for heat? I'm like, oh, come on, sis. I ain't got no, come on, Arlene, turn it. She's like, that heat bill end up being, and she right, because I did that in my house, that heat bill end up being $1,000. You mess around. But my sister's surviving. This is Black people survival. Just because you poor, you don't have to live like you poor. This is Black people stuff. This how we survive through slavery, through the belly of the beast. I don't care that I'm poor. I don't have to act like I'm poor. I don't have to live like I'm poor. I'm going to make sure I survive, but I'm going to live the best of that life. She's sitting up there with lobsters and crabs, and she got Louis Vuittons, and she got a palace. She got a shopping mall, and she ain't got basically what I mean by two coins to rub together. She just living paycheck to, she pay her bills. I don't mean she got money. My sister don't play that. She keep money. But that's again what I'm saying. She'll keep a pocketbook full of money. But she gonna pay Peter and switch Peter for Paul and yeah, she ain't living poor and she ain't looking poor. She living her best life while she dealing with the circumstances, but she is a survivor. I watched her do it my whole life. Now, again, I don't want to take that back. I don't want y'all to think somebody at home in New York be like, she ain't got no money. No, she keep money. She got a lot of money. She opened the pocket like, look at all that money in your pocketbook and close it. That's her. She like, and close the pocketbook. Yes. But she'll give to you if you really need it. But you going to have to really have to need it because she is not playing. She is tighter than the coin. She don't play no game, but that's how she survived. So we had survival mechanisms, and she did well. And I'm glad she told me the story. She said she's always, and every time I seen her, she got a car, she got a beautiful home, she live in the best neighborhood, and she makes it work. The blessings of the Most High. So anyway, I'm asking her, and she like, I am not. She like, I'll turn on the heat. You better get warm for 5 minutes and then turn it off. Unless you got money. You can turn it on all day. Just pay it. I'm like, I ain't got no money. You got to let me leave my heat alone. So I had to deal with it. And I did. It was kind of cold. I was in there, whatever, but it is what it is. So Unique said she learned that early on. She taught me early on. Yeah. Arlene's no joke. She's a survivor. So then now here we go. I'm in ATL. So now I'm like, all right. I get situated. My sister, I had this big camera from the Palace Mob, and it was a camera because we were shooting our videos in P-Mob TV, and the camera cost me $3,000. A Sony, one of them Sony real movie camera joints, and she was like, I can put that on eBay and sell it because that's one thing I had left from. I had the camera. I forgot how I got it. It was somewhere. But I got it. And she was like, I could sell a camera. So she put the camera on eBay and she actually sold it for like $1,200. So anyway, let me get to this part of the story so we can close out. So Lanicia said, the Most High has really kept us all, even while we were under the curses. Facts. So now let me get to, which one should I get to? All right, let me get to this and then we'll close out with this part. So now my sister was like, we need to go get your Mercedes. And I'm like, sis, I can't. Like, I got no way to get to New York. I don't got my key to the Mercedes. I need the title and all this. And she like, well, you can't just leave the Mercedes. I'm like, sis, that ain't the first Mercedes I left. Unique, no. I left my silver 500 in Unique backyard, and they came and took it. Put tickets on it while I was in jail. A fully functioning European Mercedes that anybody could have had, and they took it. So I'm used to loss. I'm just used to them taking everything from me. So I'm like, and she's like, no, my sister's not having it. So I told her, I said, well, this is what we'll do. I said, you want to get the Mercedes so bad? If you get it, you can have it. I said, because I'd rather you have it than it just, because they're going to put tickets on it, at Joy, and then they're going to take it and sell it at auction. So I'd rather you have the Mercedes, right? But right now, I can't, Unique said in his backyard, yep, they took the silver Mercedes. I'm like, right now, I can't get it. I don't have the money to, and I don't got, so she was like, we gonna get this Mercedes. So she said, we're gonna start, let's call North Carolina. So we kept calling and we got through to Christy's grandmother. Now, Christy was with her new boyfriend now, with my baby. And her grandmother had told her that I got released. So I told her grandmother, I said, could you tell Christy that I need my car keys and my photo album? Because she had my car keys and my photo album. And so because grandma gave me, so I asked grandma about my studio equipment and my music. And grandma said, it's at her dad's house in Maryland. And she gave me the number. So I called Christy's parents in Maryland, and he said, yes, your equipment is here. Yeah, it's all wrapped up in the basement. So I asked about my car keys. He said, Christy took your car keys and she took your photo albums. Because I wanted my photo albums because that's my testimony. I needed the pictures, like these pictures I'm showing y'all. I got much more. I'm like, I needed these pictures because I know that I'm going to tell my story, my life story, and I need receipts. So, and that's the only thing he saved. So we called grandma, and grandma said, all right, I'm going to tell Christy. So we called grandma back again, and grandma said, she's mad. She don't want to give you the car keys. She said, why do you need the Mercedes? You need to pay her child support. And I'm like, what? Now, what y'all don't know, from jail, I was taking care of Christy. And Uniquena was taking care of her when I was in jail. And then when I went to the program, that's what I meant. I was taking care of Christy. So when I was hustling the cigarettes, I was still sending her money. So there's no child, like I was taking care of her. And now I'm home and she's talking about some child support. And I want my keys because I want a key so I can get in my car and get a job and work. So I told grandma, I said, could you tell her, well, I need my keys so I can get a job so that I can send her money. And while she asked about money, I've been sending her money this whole time. So grandma called back and was like, she said, you ain't getting no keys to the Mercedes because you just worried about your Mercedes. And I'm like, now this girl got a whole She got a whole boyfriend, life, my child. Now she being nasty. And I need y'all to know, when I was in the program, I was sending her money and stuff, all that, after the phone and all that. Now, so it's like, listen, guys, she's mad that I'm free. She was okay with me getting 25, like the life. But now I'm free. It's like, so I'm like, Grandma, she said, I know, that's your car. She's like, Sean, that's your car. Yeah, Lenecia, that Eve spirit. And Grandma said, this is what I'm going to do. She said, Sean, because Arlene said, we going. So Arlene said, we're going to leave in the morning. We're going to drive to North Carolina. We're going to leave. We're going to get your car keys to the Mercedes. We're going to drive to Virginia. We're going to stop and see my earth birth mother, my literal birth mother, my literal mother, because Arlene was in contact. We're going to leave Virginia. We're going to drive to Maryland, to Christy's parents' house. This is a lot of driving, right? We're gonna get your studio equipment right here, this microphone that I'm using to serve the Most High with, and the music y'all hear, everything I'm using to serve. We're gonna go to Maryland. We're gonna get your studio equipment, and then we're gonna leave there and go to New York, and we're gonna get your Mercedes. We're going to get the title and everything from Christy and everything, get your Mercedes, get it fixed, and we're going to drive it back. And she said, you could take your Mercedes. And I said, sis, if you do all that, you can have the Mercedes. Literally. She like, now don't tell me. I said, you can have it. You do all that, you can have it. Because this is how I looked at it, guys. It's gone. Meaning I have no money, resources, way to make all this happen. This is going to cost my sister a lot of money. The gas money, the food, traveling, all that. If you do all this, you could have the car. I'm just thankful to get my music, my studio equipment, and these albums, our history, our music, and the photo album for the testimony, right? So Grandma said, we timed it. I said, Grandma, we'll be there tomorrow at like 2 p.m. So Grandma said, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to their house, because I always go over there to see the baby. She's telling me about my little baby, Christiana. She's like, I'm going to go over there. She said, what I'm going to do, Sean? Grandma country from North Carolina. She said, this what I'm going to do, Sean. I'm going to go over there, and Christy think she going to keep your stuff from you? She said, I'm going to take it, Sean. She said, yeah, they be in there while they in the room. I'm going to go, I know where it's at. I see it. I'm going to go in there, and I'm going to take it. It's your stuff, and it's belong to you. She said, so when you come here, I'm going to have your keys, and I'm going to have your pictures, and it will be right here in my room, and I'm going to lock that room, and if anybody, you know how them old women, if anybody try to come in my room, make the wrath of God. I said, come on, Grandma. This the Most High. So, guys, this music, and y'all ain't hear this other stuff, this equipment that I'm using to glorify the Most High, all these pictures, my book, the Most High is still at work. Still at work. She said, it'll be here when you get here. I said, thank you, Grandma. And she said, that's your stuff, Sean. You a good man. You a good man. That's your stuff. And I said, thank you, Grandma. We hung up. Told Arlene, we went out. Arlene got all the snacks, and we got on the road. We drove from Atlanta. We drove to North Carolina. I think that's a lot, like 6 hours, something. That's a lot of time. It was long, 4, 5, 6, something like that. So we get to North Carolina, first stop. We go to grandma's house. Here we go. Now, guys, I ain't seen Christy. Listen clearly. I ain't seen Christy since she came to visit me that last time in jail with Benito. That was 2007. It's 2010. I ain't seen Christy's face. Yeah, road trip, Wyatt. We out. Now, me and Arlene, we get on the road. We out. I'm driving so she could chill out. Driving. Now, only thing I can't drive through Virginia. Okay? So I already knew I had some old crap with Virginia. So I'm like, I ain't messing around with Virginia. I don't play with Virginia. Virginia's a Commonwealth. New Yorkers, we don't play with Virginia. Virginia, you don't want to drive through Virginia. It's no joke. So I'm like, I ain't driving through Virginia because I had messed with them before. They ain't not pulling me over in Virginia. I ain't messed with that. So she's like, I'll drive Virginia. I'm like, I'll drive the rest of everything else. So we head to North Cap. We get to North Cap. We get to grandma's house. I get to grandma's house, the whole family there. I ain't seen them. They all thought I was gone for life. So all the cousins, the nephew, everybody, Sean, everybody, I'm seeing everybody. So the little cousin like, Christy got a boyfriend. I said, I don't know. So why she ain't with you, Sean? I'm like, I don't know. She thought I was going to jail forever. She said, well, she need to leave him, right? So I'm like, whatever, right? So now, grandma, I get there and I'm seeing everybody and grandma, I'm hugging everybody. Grandma see me, she's crying and everything. So she takes me in the room. She said, come here, Sean. We go in the room and she pulls out, I still got the box. It's probably in the garage somewhere. It's in a sneaker box. She pulls out a sneaker box and she's like, here. And I look and in it is some pictures, it's some things, it's my keys. It's stuff, a little record, it's stuff that was in our apartment. So this is the stuff that I left in our apartment that Christy didn't put in the storage unit in North Carolina. And I'm like, so I ain't seen this stuff and my keys. And I pull up my whole key ring and my Mercedes key. I wish I had my keys. I think I still got it on there. I think I took it off. My keys are in the door. I think it's still on. Matter of fact, let's see. Give me 1 second. I think it's still on my key ring. I think it is. Oh no, I took it off. No, I took it off. It's on my other key ring. I got another key ring. It's on that one. I thought it was still on it. And I say that because for a long time, I kept it on my key ring to be fronting. I'm going to let y'all know. To make me feel like I still got something. When I get to the store, y'all going to understand. I kept it on there so if I'm in the store or something, you can see the Mercedes on the key ring and if people can see it, I would situate it where you can see it, like knowing doggone well I'm driving my brother Mazda with no AC. We ain't get there yet. I'm sweating to death. I ain't got no AC in Florida. It's 9 billion degrees. But we ain't get there yet. We'll get there in another story. So anyway, I thought it was just on that key ring. It's not. Okay, so grandma gives me the keys and she's like, here, she give me another bag and it's all my photo albums. So I open it up. I'm like, thank you, grandma. It's the only proof I have of my childhood. The only pictures I have, and she saved it. And she says, yes, Sean, that is yours. So I got you, Yahshuah. I'm gonna do that in a second. And Larry, yeah. So so I'm like, okay. So she's like, Christy says she's coming over. She's having an argument with her boyfriend because he knows he don't want her coming over here really to see you. So I'm like, we in the living room. Arlene is there. I'm there. And then Star and Rashawn are older, but they live in North Carolina. Remember when I said I kept trying to go to North Carolina where I wanted to stay there and be homeless because I wanted to be around Benito. So Star, Rashawn, and Pam and them and Benito live probably 10 minutes away. So they came to the house too. So I got to see Benito. They bought my baby. I got to see Benito. I went through that jail bid being tormented because of me missing my baby boy Benito. And I was on the phone and Pam said, I'll let Star and Rashawn, I'll bring them to the house so you can see Benito. And she bought Benito. And I haven't seen him for 2 years or something. About 2 years, almost 2 years from when they came and visited me in jail. And I saw Benito. Wow, that was amazing. I got to see my baby and hold him, and he was bigger, and all the people in the house was like, Benito, he's so big now. And then we there, and everybody's there. Star and Rashawn is there. They just sitting on the couch. Pam is there. Even Pam is there, sitting on the couch. And Benito's going all through the house because he knows everybody. And then all of a sudden, Christy walks in. Wow. Christy walks in. And somebody says, Sean, look. And I look, and she's standing there. And I'm like, wow. This was the girl that I was going to marry. This the girl from the story and all that. And I'm looking at her, and her hair is like cut, because I had her taking care of her hair. Her hair was long, right? Natural hair. And it's all cut, looked like she'd been permanent and all that, because I had to take care of her hair, right? I had to regrow it and make it healthy and all that. They be permanent out and hot straightening and all that crap. Leave your hair alone, let it grow and heal so it can get full. And so her hair was long and full, beautiful. It's looking all, when they straighten it and, that looking like that ghetto hair. I'm like, but she's standing there and I'm like, she's still pretty. And I'm like, so when I see her though, I miss her. Because I did the bid. I missed her. So when I saw her, I was like, and she looked at me like, so then we like broke it. She started talking to everybody else, right? So she talking to everybody else, whatever I'm talking. So then we would look at each other every now and then. Oh, the baby was there. So the baby, my daughter Christiana was there, but she was asleep. So grandma took me to show me her. She's like, she sleeps, Sean. So grandma said, if she don't wake up, well, I'm going to wake her up before you leave. Because we was only there to get the stuff and stay for a minute, and we need to get back on the road. So grandma was like, if she don't wake up before you leave, I'm going to wake up. You're going to see this baby. This baby going to see her daddy. Grandma wasn't playing no jokes. This baby going to see her daddy. She thinking that other guy's her daddy. This her daddy. You her daddy, right? So we Christy'd around, we talking and everything. So then Christy she like, Sean, she said, come in the other room with me. So I'm like, all right, come on. So we went in grandma's room. So we went and grandma's like, y'all could take my room. Go in my room. So we went in grandma's room. So we go in the room, and now we standing there and we're alone. So first time we're alone. First time me being alone with her since I got the 25 to life sentence. When she was telling me go wash up for my birthday and all that happened. When I got locked up. So we in the room, and I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me, and she like, Dad, you look fly. Now the clothes I had on, guys, I wore my best because I'm traveling. Plus so I got on my lime green, the stuff I bought from the program when I went to Jamaica Avenue, right? From hustling the cigarette, from when I sold the rims. So I got my lime green and white Air Force Ones, white pants, a lime green and white shirt. I got the lime green, I'm matching. You know me, I'm fly. My sneakers, I'm New York. You heard? Y'all know I'm straight I'm so New York. You heard? So New York. Look at that. I'm so New York, right? So I'm swag. Not this new swag with the skinny pants. No, nah. I'm so New York. I'm fleek. Matter of fact, look, let me do you one better. Let me do you one better. How do I do it? That, where is it? I could do that one too. Let me do this one. And then do that one too. I'm so New York. All right, so here we go. So this is, it's no disrespect to nowhere else, but we created hip hop and all that. No disrespect to nobody. Shout out to every state and everywhere and every country. Shout out to everybody. Everybody contribute to swag and everything. So here we go. Let me show you. I'll show you better than tell you. Present, share, window. Share. Now I'm going to show you what I mean by so New York. This is the 90s. This is 92. Look at that. That's what I mean by so New York. Look at the sneakers. Look at the kicks. Look at the goose. That's a Pele reversible bubble goose. You see that? The other side is the blue and all that. You heard? You see the big diamond crusted piece? You heard? You see? So New York. Swag gang. Always. And we see we ain't no skinny, ain't nothing skinny about those pants. Right? This old New York. We don't do that. This ain't that. You heard? So New York. Now that's that's 91, 90, 92, whatever. The early 90s. And every day I can show y'all a different so New York. Right? So ain't nothing changed with the swag. So here, let me do one more. Share screen, window. Where is it? I thought it was open. Oh, I probably could have just went over. Did I not open it? No, I didn't open it. So let me do that now. Open, where you at? There. Okay, now it's open. So here, share. Here we go. Come back here. The window. There we go. Here we go. Share. Now, there you go. That's right before the 25 to life. This is so New York. Crispy Benz, even though that was the temporary, because that's a little E5. I would have had the S, or I was going to have the Porsche, right? But still fleet. But look at me. That's a red Sean John sweatsuit. Big white tee. Y'all remember the old days in my white tee, right? That's a Rolex. The Rolex chain. And the Cartier. And those are red Reeboks, white and red. So New York, right? Swag. So I'm not about to come see you and be looking crazy. There we go again with that. Even if we ain't got nothing, we gonna look like we do. Now, I had something then, but I'm saying I ain't had nothing when I came to see her. But I got my stuff that I bought from the program. You heard? I sold my rims from, and I hustled my cigarettes. That's how I gave her money, right? So I came to see her. Shout out to Michael Watts. Shout out to knowledge, to the guy. The math, to math. That's math. Big math in the back. Big math as well. Daddy, you track, but y'all niggas, that's from the trap house. Big math. He remember the black man. So I'm saying, guys, I'm not going to see her. What you think? You're going to see me and I'm going to look busted? You ain't never going to see me. I don't care. Now I'm talking like my sister. I don't care if I ain't got 2 pennies to rub together. I'm going to look good. Oh, this is a black people coping. This black people stuff. Y'all better hear me, my other nations. Oh, no disrespect to nobody else. You see other nations, they don't care. They sneakers and be raggedy. They look just as raggedy and be rich as all outdoors, right? They can have all type of money and be just as raggedy as they want to look, right? Oh, not us. Oh, we could be just as poor as we want to be. Oh, but we gonna look good doing it, right? We wear poor well. We gonna look good because that's the copanism of not letting it make you who you are. I don't care. I ain't got nothing. I'ma look like I do. I'ma feel like I do, no matter what. You heard? I'ma look good doing it. That's a whole fact. So I come see her, and I guess this little girl think I'm supposed to be busted. Now check this out, guys. Check this out. I look down at her, Math. Listen to this, Math. I look down at her, and her sneakers is turned over. She got, now y'all know doggone world Air Force Ones, oh, you got to keep those crispy. Because once they start decreasing, once they get a crease, they start decreasing. You know, once they start, it's a cycle. You can't pull that back. You got to stop the train. You know? That's why you don't want no Air Forces. You got to keep them crispy. Because once you start down that path, it's a wrap. You're gonna look like homeless in a minute. You got another 2 weeks before you look at homeless in those Air Forces. Air Force ain't nothing to play with. That's why you got to keep those crispy as all outdoors. You got to, fact, that's why you need 100 pair of those. I advise you to get another pair of sneakers. So she come over there. Listen, guys, don't get mad at me. Because you come over there and you got some toasty Air Force. She got some toasty Air Forces. But I got the white on lime green with the patent white shiny leather with the lime green, and I got the white pants with the lime green and white. Oh, this so new. You tripping? I don't care. I ain't got 2 nickels to rub together. Shout out to my sister Harleen. I don't care that I ain't got two nickels to rub together. I'm gonna look like I got 2 nickels. You heard? So I hear my sister all day. You feel me? I don't care. We hustlers. We survivors. We black people. They took us off the slave ships and we made it do what it do. You heard? Facts. And we can always make it do what it do. That's how we created hip hop. Out of nothing. Out of poverty. You heard? Broken glass everywhere. You heard? It's a whole fact. It's black people thinking we do that all over the world, no matter where you find us. We're going to look good doing it. So, guys, she want to look at me and she going to look down and be like, you looking good. You looking like you got money. I said, no, I always look good. You know, yeah, I bought this I sold my rims. Remember the 23s up in there? I told you that. I sold the rims. I bought this. I said, yeah, this is outfits I got in the program. I'm like, yeah, I sent you money from the program. So I'm like, what's up with you? Right? I didn't say it, but I'm like, I kept her fresh. So I'm like, I thought you said, old dude is hustling weed. So yeah. We hustling weed. We doing our thing. We got the 23s. We got 23s on some truck they got, right? So I'm like, okay, all right, y'all got your 23s, whatever, right? So anyway, I ain't trying to do that, but I'm just saying, you talking about my kicks, you looking kind of rusty here. What is he doing? No way in the world I'm gonna have my shorty with some, I ain't never seen Christy like that. That's my thing. I ain't never seen her with some broke down. She has some broke down Air Force. I'm like, all right, whatever, right? So whatever, we talking and everything. So now the baby is there and the baby's on the bed. So she's like, look at her. She look just like you, right? So I go looking at her and I'm like, yeah, she do. I'm like, she said, she's like, you got them jeans. They all look like you. I'm like, I know. She looked just like me. I said, she looked like Star when she was little too, right? So we talking and everything. And so so I'm like, yo, what's up? You good? You happy? She's like, yeah, it's all good. I'm with, I'm safe. He take care of me. He take care of everything. I'm like, yeah, you ain't wait for me. She like, I ain't know, Sean, we ain't know if you was ever gonna come out. So, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So, so we stand, we just talking, and y'all know, well, y'all might not know me, but I got that thing, I got that thing with me when it come to women, right? So I already could peep. So I'm looking at her, so I'm peeping game, right? So I'm like, so I give her that look, and then she look up. Don't look at me like that, Sean. I'm like, I know it's in there. I know it's in there. It's like, stop, Sean. Stop. I'm like, I knew it. It's in there. So we were sitting on the bed, so I stood up. And I said, come here. Now I'm playing. I'm actually playing. I'm like, come here. She's like, no. I'm like, that's because you know better. I said, so you in love with this dude? I'm like, you serious? She's like, well, he's my ex-boyfriend. And I'm like, but we got a family though, Christy. Look at that little girl on the bed. That's our baby, dude. I'm like, we were together. We had a baby. I messed up, but now I got a second chance. Right? I'm like, now I'm a man of God. I'm like, so we got a family, dude. Right? So I'm like, you need to make a decision, dude. I'm like, I got a whole house in Florida to myself. Like, I got a car for us to drive. I'm like, I'm about to get a job. I'm like, where y'all living, in some little apartment? Look at your sneak. Like, she's like, yeah, well, yeah, we live. He's, I said, what are you doing? Well, he sell weed. You know what I mean? But we make it work. I'm on the system and all. I'm like, but we got a beautiful house. We could start our life. I'm like, I want my family back. I'm just telling y'all the truth. And then she was like, Sean, I can't go back to that because, you hurt me, and the thing that you messed with that girl from Brooklyn and you cheated on me. I'm like, oh, yeah, I made the mistake. I get it all, but I'm changed now and I want my family back. So then, she was like, she started crying. She was like, I can't, Sean, please let me go. I can't. Please. You hurt me so much and I'm scared. I'm scared because if you hurt me, then this and that. And I understood. So I was like, you know what? She was crying. I felt it was sincere. So I was like, wipe your face. I wiped her face. I said, that's all right. I understand. I understand. Some scars are really deep. And I know that really hurt you to see that. And I really made the mistake. I didn't smash her. I know you think I did. I didn't mess with nobody else, but that don't mean nothing. Because to me, that would be cheating too. Even though I didn't smash, I might as well. Right? But I know you don't believe I didn't smash, but I didn't. But it don't matter. Right? So I get it. So I was like, well, I'm going to try to go get myself together and then I can be able to come visit her because I want to be in her life. You know what I mean? And so then she stopped crying. So we were talking and she started talking about, yeah, she does this and she's funny. And, she's telling me about her and everything. And so then I'm like, all right, we was in there for a long time. So I got up and I was like, all right, we about to go out. And so when I stood up, she looked at me. Shout out to Dayad in the building. Shout out to Brooklyn in the building. She looked at me. I'm like, what? And this girl took her hand and reached and put it in my crotch and grabbed my genital. And I'm like, and then she looked at me with that smile that, women. And I'm like, I said, you just said all this stuff crying and now you're gonna grab. And she was like, it don't mean I don't still love you. And here go my folio, but I'm so bad. Here I am looking around. I'm like, well, it's about to go. It's about to go down. I'm like, go lock grandma door. She's like, no, sure, you are so crazy. I'm like, that's what you like about me. You like so crazy. I'm like, lock grandma door. It's about to go down. She's like, no, sure, they right there outside the door. And the baby, I'm like, I don't care. I'll cover your mouth. Right? So, no, so anyway, so then whatever. It's like, no, right? So I'm like, all right. So then she's like, no, but serious, Sean. I want you. I love you. I want my family. So I'm like, so what are you doing? She said, I'm just scared. So then I start talking to her, right? And I'm like, all right, listen, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to prove to you. So we sat down on the bed and I'm talking to her. I'm like, all right, I know I need to earn this back, but this is our family, Christy. Understand, like this, and I'm telling her how it changed and all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm telling her. So she's like, okay. So now we get to the point where she's like, okay. So now we make a plan. So I'm like, all right. When she's like, well, I need time. First of all, I'm gonna have to break it to him and his family, because his family loves me. His mom and them treat me like family. So I got to break it to them, and I got to, the apartment, because my part helps pay the apartment. I got a lot to wrap up. So I was like, all right, once I get back, I'll get back to Florida. You just let me know when you're ready, and then I'll come back up. I'll fly up or whatever, and I'll come get you and the baby. Right? So I'm like, she's crying again and she's hugging me and kissing all over me. And like, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. I always think of you and then all this. I love you and all this crap. Right? So I'm like, all right, cool. So now I feel better because I'm like, I think I got my family back. So now, remember I said I was in Florida looking for my foundation, looking for a wife, looking for a family to set a foundation. So now, like, I got it with my real child. So I'm like, all right, cool. That's what we're going to do. So now we woke the baby up. She's like, well, you need to see her. So we woke the baby up. Baby, I'm like, wow, she really looks like me. So, baby grumpy when she first wake up or whatever. So, she's like, this is your daddy and all this stuff. So I'm kissing all over her and all that. So it's like, all right, cool. So the baby, everything's, so I'm like, so we laughing and joking. Now we back, it's like, so it's sitting there. She's like, I got you back. And she's keep holding my face and kissing on my face and hugging me and kissing me and crying. I miss you so much. You know how much I'll be crying in the bathroom. He don't know. I'll be in the bathroom crying and all this stuff or whatever. Right? So I'm like, so it's like, all right. So everything back. Right? So we kind of healed. So now we go out of the room and we got the baby. So when we walk out the room, everybody out there, we're like, the baby up. So I walk out. So I need Benito to meet his sister, right? Because he ain't seen her. I guess he ain't seen her since they were little. So the baby come, everybody like, Benito, look. So she's walking. So she gets down. I'm like, Dad, she walking. So the baby is seeing Benito. And then grandma is standing there. And grandma's looking at me. And she looking at Christy. She looking at me. She looking at Christy. I look at grandma. I look at Christy. Christy look at me. And I'm like, grandma with that grandma ability to see through stuff. I was like, in the world did grandma say, come here, Sean. And she take me in the kitchen. I go in the kitchen. She said, what's going on between you and Christy? Something happened in that room. What happened? said, Grandma, how in the world do you know it? Because you know God tell me everything. So you know God tell me everything. I'm like, Dad, Grandma, how you know? She's like, what happened in there? Did y'all make up? I'm like, well, Grandma, she said that I can have my family back and that when I go leave, she's going to come back to Florida with me with the baby so we can raise the baby together. And she's like, oh, praise. So she was happy. She was like, oh, come here. She was like, oh, that's the best thing she could do. That's the best. That man, that boy ain't no good for her. That ain't there. You, she's missing you. You are the catch. You, that boy. She's like, that's your baby. That's your baby. I keep trying to tell that girl. She don't listen to me. I keep telling her, that's your husband. You need to marry that man. You're going to miss that man. You're going to miss out on that man. And she's like, oh, maybe that girl, maybe it's some light for her at the end of this anyway. Maybe. And I'm like, so she's so happy. So we go back out. Grandma peeped the whole thing. I don't know how. She just peeped it. God done told her. God done told Grandma what had happened in that room. Nobody else seen nothing because we ain't even do nothing. She just felt the aura, right? So God done told her, the Most High. So we come out. Everybody's doing all that, right? So now Arlene like, all right, we need to get ready to start leaving because we got to get on the road, right? Because now we got to go to Virginia, then we got to go to Maryland. So now, all of a sudden, you hear commotion. I hear commotion. So it's like, oh, that's him. So I'm like, so then all this commotion. So then one of her cousins came and said, I forgot his name. Her boyfriend is here. He came to pick her up. So I guess he dropped her off to just see and then come pick her up and leave. But they dropped the baby off for me to see. But she's smart. He shouldn't have his girl there with his ex. Smart man. I wouldn't have dropped her off, period. I would have been there with mine. You're going to see your ex in front of me. I don't know what y'all got going. I don't play all that stupid stuff. I don't play no games. So he come in. This dude walk in and I'm like, what in the world? She said, oh. I'm like, what in the world? This dude, he just, his energy is just dark. Meaning like depressive. Right? Depressive. He like sunken. He like, it's not no, he don't have no alpha energy. It's mad. He walk in and he's just like, and I'm like, yo, what's up, dude? Like, hey, what's up? Like, this the dude you with? I'm like, so he like, you ready? And she's like, yeah. So I'm like, so they in the living room. So she go over to him and she, they're talking and she's doing stuff. And I'm just watching the movie. I'm peeping everything. So I'm watching and I'm peeping the energy. And she do stuff. And then she's like, you want something to drink? So she go get him something. I'm like, damn, she's serving this dude. Right? So I'm peeping because remember, I've been in jail. So my stuff is suspended animation. So to me, jail stops you, freezes you at a point in time. That's why people in jail don't continue developing mentally. When they come out, if they went in at 20, they're going to come out, they still 20. Everything freezes. So me and her, I'm frozen. She went on and had a new life. I've been in the system this whole time. So to me, that's my girl, right? So to see her go serve somebody else, I'm like, it's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? So I'm like, so she go get him something and I'm watching her interact and I'm like, I'm getting angry. Like, I'm like, it's in my face. Like, what are you doing, dude? With some other dude? Like, what? It's like she cheating on me in my face. That's how I feel because everything is suspended for me. So it's still new and current, right? So I'm like, yo, Christy, come here. Right? In front of everybody. And everybody, like the energy change. Like my whole thing. I'm like, come here. So she like, and everybody, ooh, it's that ooh moment. So I'm like, she said, huh? I said, come here, now. And I go in the kitchen. So she come in the kitchen. I said, yo, what you doing? She said, what you talking about? I said, you serving this dude? She like, Sean, that's my boyfriend. And I'm like, oh. Now I'm not realizing, guys, she been living with this guy for years. Remember, I've been in the system. I've been going for years. This is her man. They live together. They sleep together. Right? But to me, it's brand new because I've been in the system. This is what get people in trouble, messing with someone in jail and coming home and you done moved on and you thinking this dude really moved on, but he hasn't because his reality stopped at that point. So I had to grab myself and be like, bro, you tripping. Like, this girl has been with this dude. That's her man. And I'm triggered because it's like, what are you doing? Like, so I'm like, I'm face all screwed up like this. I'm like, yo, like I'm in warrior mode, right? I'm ready to attack. I'm like I'm ready to like, so I'm like, she like, Sean, that's my man. I'm like, ugh. Now I'm trying to realize like, dad, she's right. And I'm trying to play it like, that's right. She lived with, she's like, I always take care of him, make sure he got something to eat and stuff. When we was together, I used to do that for you. I'm like, oh man, you are with him. I'm like, but look at him, dude. She's like, well, I told you he wasn't all that, he wasn't attractive. I'm like, but look at his energy. He's like, I'm like, dude, what are you doing, dude? Like, I'm like, yo, Krista, you bugging. All right, now I see it. It hit different. It was one thing to hear about this dude, but to see it just did a whole different effect. I was like, nah, dude, you can't have this, my daughter raised around this. No, dude, my daughter needs me, her dad, my blood is going through her, my energy. This dude is, and then I'm like, she like, yeah, well, that's what she said. She said, yeah, well, I don't, shout out to Jeannie Pyro. She said, yeah, well, I don't have to worry about him. And I'm like, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You get to control him because Christy's really pretty, right? She a pretty girl. And this dude is not that handsome, but even his energy, and it don't matter, like Biggie Smalls, fat, black, and ugly as ever. However, I stayed Gucci down to the socks, right? Big is the swag. Big is bagging bad chicks because it's the swag, your energy. So it don't matter if you're not physically attractive, it's your energy, who you are. Go bag it. You know what I mean? You can bag anything with your confidence and who you are, but this dude lacked any type of, no disrespect. He would be somebody that I would build his confidence up because I'm a builder of men, right? So I'm not disrespecting. So I'm like, I would build his confidence, right? He's lacking. He needs to, right? So, but for my girl, I'm like, so now I'm like, oh, so you run the house. She said, that's right. He do everything I say and anything I want. You know, now the funny thing, guys, is most of us, alpha males, real men, we can't compete with that. That's that Jezebel Eve spirit. The system has made it matriarchal, and the woman will take, a lot of them will take someone they control. They can control over losing control, right? Because if the man is the head of your household, then that means you relinquish a certain level of control and authority. But they built it in. And with me, she know doggone well. I'm the man, right? I don't abuse now. You straight. She's straight. Everything. I love, compassion, understanding, caring, all of that, providing. But I'm the man, right? Understand that. There's always a respect, and you are the woman. So there's respect and honor of nurturing love and kindness and everything I do for you. But we have roles, right? So the roles is reversed now because she can control this dude. So now I knew she wearing the pants. And if you give her the point to wear the pants for that long, she been wearing the pants for 2 years or something while I was gone. Delilah says she wears both the dressing. So you're asking her to relinquish her power. And then the fear of control to like, what if I do it again? She don't have control. So then I could see her second guessing. And I was like, so what's happening? We still doing our family? She was like, yeah. But I have to let him down easy. Because he's a good guy. And he really doesn't deserve to be hurt. So you got to give me some time. But I'm coming to Florida. I'm coming. Me and the baby are coming. She said, just ignore what you see here. I'm like, all right, I'm about to leave anyway. So we go out the kitchen and I repent and I wish I didn't do this. But I went out and I screw-faced him and grilled him. And I went in his face. And I shouldn't have did that. I apologize. And I'm not proud that I did that because it didn't call for that. I don't like people to do stuff like that. I don't. But I was in a uneasy state. And so I screw-faced him and he turned his head and he said, Christy, come on, can we leave? And I'm like, and I didn't like that I did that. And then they went and they got my baby together. And I watched him and her take my baby and leave with my child. This stuff is crazy. This world is crazy. The way this world just give your children to someone else, I'm like, sisters, imagine if a man just took your child and got it and they just take it and give it with another chick. Y'all don't know how that feel. I know y'all think these babies are y'all's. They ain't y'all's. They're ours. Okay, you didn't make it by yourself and you didn't even have the seed anyway, but still, I'm not saying nothing for us to be against one another. But the world has taught us that it's yours, and that's wrong. It's not yours, it's ours. 2 people made the child. The seed got implanted in you and his seed, and it germinated. You carried it, and you gave birth, but it was his seed. Because you can't carry and give birth to your own seed. You can't make it yourself. If he don't give you the seed, you can't have a baby. And if we don't have you to implant it, then we can't have a baby. So it's 2. Sorry that I'm kind of rough, because this is no joke. This world has destroyed our family because of that. And a good man got to watch his child given to another person when he don't agree. But I don't have the right to take it and give it to somebody. Why do you got more right than me? That's the beast that have done that. Again, this ain't not to pin us against one another. But I'm just letting you know I had to watch my baby go out of here with another man. Now, of course, it was my fault because of the system and all of that. But my 2 newest babies happened and I ain't in jail. Ain't no system. Right? So babies are taken from me when I ain't make a mistake. Okay? So, again, this ain't no, sorry guys, I don't want this to be a vent thing. Sorry, sisters. I don't want y'all to get offended and triggered. For those who are not healed enough to understand, if you put yourself in that situation, imagine someone took your baby and you can't see him, but you got to pay for it every month. You got to pay for this baby and the court tell you, find a way to see it on your own. Get a lawyer. But you got to pay me for this baby. and this dude got your baby with another chick, raising it the way you don't want it to be raised, right? You see the picture of this baby and this other chick that got your baby looking like Bobo the Clown, and you like, what? You would not want them wear that. You would not allow this thing, and you gotta it's just taken from you. It's disgusting. So let me try to wrap this up. This seemed like a little personal story tonight. Next week will be better. So I watched them pack their stuff up and they leave. So grandma called me over and she like, Sean, you think she really coming? I said, I don't know, grandma. I hope so. She said, I'll try to talk to her because she needs to bring that baby to her dad. And she needs to be with you because you are the best thing that came in her life. Okay? Abba Yah said, no offense, Unc. The system is flawed and flawed society with it. Yeah, thank you. Lord Shah, you're just speaking truth to power. So, and it's designed to break us up. That's what it's designed to destroy the children. Okay. Now, okay, so we leave. We finish everything, and now we have to head to Virginia. So we're stopping to see my actual birth mother in Richmond, Virginia. And let me find this. Oh, man. I didn't do the thumbnail. No, what was the thumbnail? The ZOE Power. Oh. Ah. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do it now. We'll be another. That's a whole story. Oh, I messed up. Alex, the Haitian ZOE Power hustler from Miami. I'm so sorry, guys. All right, guys. We don't do clickbait or nothing. I'm sorry. I forgot to do the thumbnail. So next week, I'll start with the thumbnail. Crap. ZOE Power. So, all right. Let me give a basis for it to wrap this up. So I'll tell y'all what happened. We went to get my equipment, everything, the Mercedes, all this stuff. All right. Because I didn't know I was going to go there. I didn't think it was going to take this long. I thought I was going to, because what happens is when I get back, when I get back from this trip and I finally get back to Florida is when I start to live my life. My brother, okay, there we go. I'll wrap this up with this. My brother, we drives back. I'll finish the story next week. We drive back. My brother come back. He picked me up. We drive back to Florida. We get back to Florida, and he's like, all right, bro, I'm out. Right? No. We get back, and he stays 4 days. But 4 days go like this. So he's there for 4 days. We get back, and now it's my first time back because he bought my mattress, got my room set up, and we left. Now it's 3 weeks later. We get back, we unload. Now I go into my new bedroom. Now I done forgot about all this. And my brother's house ain't cold. My sister was freezing me out. I'll finish that next week. Sister freezing me out. But shout out to my sister. She know how to balance her budget. That's what it is. So she got this big house. And if she run all this stuff, she paying everything. So she pays all the bills by herself. So she's funding everything. She got 3 cars, insurances. So she doing her thing. So her thing is like, listen, I ain't trying to be running all this heat. We just going to put on extra, but praise y'all for survival. Okay. So anyway, so now we get back to the house in Florida and I'm like, my new room. And I'm like, oh, and my new bed. Ooh. I get in my new bed and I'm in heaven. Right. So praise y'all. So anyway, my brother's there for 4 days. So then he like, all right, bro, I'm leaving out. So he's like, I'm going to leave you with money because I got to go back to New York to go to court. Remember? That's the story with little E, the little Hoover Crip in New York. So I got to go back to finish the court. So my brother is like, okay, so my sister, she sold the camera and the people paid her. So I think it was like $1,100 or something like that. But she sent me like 600. She kept some for herself, right? So she sent me like 600 or something. So I said, I got 600, right? But I need a plane ticket. I got to do all this stuff, right? So my brother was like, all right. He was like, here, I'm going to give you, he gave me money to go buy the GPS. I think he gave me like $1,000 or something. He gave me money for the plane ticket. He gave me, Unique said Arlene was always a boss. He gave me money for the plane ticket. He gave me money for money that I'll have. And then he gave me money for food because I had no money to eat food. I had nothing. So he gave me like $1,000 cash. So now I had the money for that. So then he left and he said, I'll see you next month. So now he leaves and then I'll save it next week. Okay, let me just do it. So then I go to sleep that night, right? And I'm in the house by myself now. First night, I'm by myself. So I'm in this brand new house by myself. I go out on the patio by the pool. And again, the Most High gave me a second chance at my life. I'm supposed to be doing 25 to life. I'm in this house. I'm walking around the living room. Got the big TV. I can go in the refrigerator. I got this whole 3-bedroom house by myself. And I was homeless. I didn't have no money. But here I am with a house. He left me the Mazda. I got the Escalade and I got the motorcycle. So I got access to vehicles and I got a house. The favor of the Most High, and I was homeless. So I go to sleep that night. It's weird because I'm by myself. Good night's rest in that big plush bed. He bought me the plushest bed like I'm in heaven, like I'm sleeping on clouds, right? So I'm like, oh, and he got like 1,000 count Egyptian cotton sheets, right? He got that. So I'm like, oh my goodness. And I was just sleeping on cots, right? So I wake up and I go in the kitchen. It's bright and sunny. It's Orlando. I open the little blinds with the pool and let all this light in. So I go, I'm walking around. I make me something to eat. And I go to the front door. So he got a front door. So he always comes through the garage. He never walks through the front door. So when I go in the living room, it's a front door, with a glass and stuff. So I'm like, man, he never go to the front door. So I go and I open the front door inside the house. And I open the door and I slam the door. So I open the door, guys, and there's these big birds. They like this tall. Well, okay. I'm 6'1". These birds are like 5 foot tall. So I open the front door like normal, like la 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 la. Open the front door, nice day. And there's these 2 big birds, 5 foot tall, walking towards the front door. Walking. I open the door like, boom, and I slam the door. I'm like, what? And I go to the side window and I'm like, what? These big birds, 5 foot tall. I'm from New York City, bro. We got pigeons, we got crows, we got pit bulls, we got rats, and we got roaches. That's about it. Anything outside of that, you're on your own. Later, we got raccoons. But anything outside of that, I'm from the 90s before raccoons. Outside of that is the wild, wild west. I mean, you in the jungle. These birds are 5 foot tall and they're walking. 2 of them. I open the door and they coming out. Whoa, boom! I'm from New York. We scared of stuff. I'm just telling y'all facts. New Yorkers are scared of stuff because the only thing we used to is bullets. We used to guns, drugs, pit bulls, rats, roaches, pigeons, and some crows. You'll see a crow every now and then or something. I don't even know if we really got crows. That's it. That's it. That sums our whole thing. We ain't scared of that. Anything outside of that, we shook. we scary. Facts. We scary. So I slammed the hell out of that door. I said, "Boo! What the?" And I ran to the little side window. And I looked, and these two birds is just walking like they own the yard. They all in the front door. They at the front thing. I'm like, I don't know. I get on my phone. Bro, I call the phone. You're like, "What up, bro?" I'm like, "Bro, what?" "Joe, bro, it's these big dinosaurs." It's dinosaurs in the front yard. I'm like, "Dinosaurs? What the? He like, "Oh, bro, it's two of them." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh no, they be there all the time. They love, that's our birds. They always in the yard. They walk around." I said, "Those look like dinosaurs. What did they 5 foot tall?" "Oh no, they won't mess with you. They don't mess with you." I'm like, "Yo, bro, I ain't messing with them. Like, I ain't about that life. I don't know what you done did coming down here to Florida, messing with this stuff. We don't got none of that." He laughing. "Nah, bro, it's just, you'll see him. You'll get used to him." I'm like, "No, no, I ain't." Right? So we finally hang up the phone. So I'm looking out the window, right? I'm watching them. They walking around. I'm like, "Go, shoot." I'm banging on the window. "Go. Good job, go." Because I want to go outside. So they taking their time. They walking around. Now I know them. They cool as all I do. They walk around like top of the morning to you guys. Top of the morning. I see them speaking British. You know how the British accent? I can't do it right now, but a spot of tea. There you go. "Would you like a spot of tea?" That's how I look at. Like, you know how you put a tuxedo? All thing I do is put a tuxedo neck on them, and they'll walk around with a tray. "Would you like a spot of tea?" I'm like, "Top of the morning, Bertie. Would you like a spot of tea? Hello, Jerry old pal." That's how they look to me. Like, "Hello, Jerry old pal." Now when I see him in the yard, I'm like, "Hello, Jerry old pal. Cheerio. Cheerio, Bertie." That's how I see him. I love them now. They dope. They all over the place too, right? But I'm scared to death at first, right? So they finally decide to leave, right? I guess they got their spot of tea, right? So they walk and they stay in a couple. It's always a dude and a girl. They stay with this. He stayed with his chick. They walk around, and every now and then you'll see one with a little bird, but they stay coupled up. Right? I forgot what they call them. They big too. Them dudes is no joke. Some of them really tall. So they walk around, right? So they finally they moseyed on down the street and walked on down. Them two walk. That's how you know ain't no crime in this neighborhood. Let me tell y'all something about New York. Them doggone big birds will be a big Thanksgiving dinner for somebody in New York. In New York, they would be riding them. The kids in New York, the kids in New York will have a saddle on that thing. They be riding it like it's a cow. That'd be a whole nother thing. First of all, they would be gangster in New York. They would walk up like, "What you looking at? What you looking at? Right? You got a problem? What, can I help you?" Yeah, that's what. In New York, they'll walk up like, "Can I help you? You all right? We good? We good?" Right? The pictures, they be running around, so it'd be a whole different thing in New York. But so anyway, so they finish, they walk on down the street. Like not a care in the world. Ain't nothing messing with them, ain't no people. I swear, my brother moved me to Smallville. I mean, this is the most calm, quietest neighborhood, like where I live now. Well, now, yeah, it's like where I live now, but it's just as quiet. But it just looks even better. That neighborhood is so beautiful. But it's so quiet that nobody, like you don't lock your doors. You don't lock the doors. So my brother telling me you don't have to lock the door. The devil's a lie. Right? I'm like, "No, you're gonna lock this door." And I'm telling you, bro, I'm telling you, bro, do not leave my door open. Because he would leave out and leave the door unlocked. I wake up, "Bro, what is wrong?" Bro, Listen, bro, I'm not. You done came down to Florida and got soft, Joe. No, no, bro. Not only do we lock our doors in New York, we can't sleep. We gotta watch our cars too. You hear me? You up every hour looking out the window, make sure ain't nobody breaking in your car. Like you on alert all the time. It ain't no joke. So, bro, it's like we don't lock our doors. You don't gotta lock your door, bro. Nobody's coming. If you can leave your front door open, and the neighbor or somebody will come and close the front door and call you like, your front door was left open. We just closed it. And we left you some biscuits. You know, we left you biscuits inside. Katie, she made some freshly baked biscuits and she just left that type of community, like a community. I'm like, bro, live in a community, right? Now, so I lived in a rich house, but it was in New York. I got cameras on my house to make sure dudes don't know where I live, so they don't kick it in and thinking that, So that's why, even though it was richer than this, my house is 600,000. You know what I'm saying? This house only 300,000. In New York, it'll be a lot. But so, I never lived in Smallville, so I never experienced. Honestly, now I live in like kind of Smallville. Like I don't really gotta lock my door now. I still do it, but out there, you really didn't have to. Back then, you didn't have to. And that happened. The garage door was left open and the neighbor closed the garage door. His motorcycle, and my brother leave the door, but so they could just walk. They closed the garage door open and everything, called my brother. We closed it for you. I'm like, wow, these people, this is crazy. I'm in Smallville. Literally, I'm in the beautiful, the most quiet, safest. You could just, what in the, where do they live like this? I'm like, these people are so lucky and blessed. Now, so I want the birds to go away. So finally, here I am still not telling the Haitian story. So I'm going to end it so I can start a little bit of the Haitian story. But now I'm back in Florida. So anyway, Pleasantville. That's what I'm talking about. Pleasantville. Yeah. She says, nice Pleasantville, Smallville, whatever. I never even watched Smallville. I just heard it on TV, the name. But Pleasantville. Okay, because I don't know, Smallville could be something different. So so anyway, the birds go walking up the street, mind their business like they do, and then I walk outside. So now I finally go out the door. So I go out the door, I walk out, and as soon as I get to walk out the front door, there's the cement, the walkway. You go out to the garage. I'll take one step out onto the cement, and giant cranes. That's what they are. I see y'all. And they dope. I see them all the time. They all over the neighborhood. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning. Would you like some tea and crumpets? All they need is tuxedos. They so cute. They just walk around, mind their business. I'm going to show y'all one day in the video. I made a video. They just walk past me scared. They're like, what are y'all doing? They be like, hello. I'm like, hello. They're so funny looking. So there's only some Florida stuff. Like, it was Florida stuff. So I take one step on the cement and I'm like, whoa. Lizards. A mile. I take one step on the cement and I see 1,000 little green things running just all over. Wow. I ran back in the house again. I am a whole New York punk in here in Florida. I'm a whole New York punk. Now, I done spent my time in New York, right? I done got 25 life. I done had shootouts. I done been to the drug dealers and the biggest crime, crazy people trying to kill people. And Junebug said Smallville's with Superman was from. You know I'm stupid, Bug. I don't know. I'm like, I just heard of Smallville. I'm just like Smallville. So Pleasantville. That's what I said. Bug like, you stupid. He said Smallville with Superman. All right, so not Smallville. I mean, y'all know what I mean. Like the Stepford Wives, the community would know. So here I am. I done ran back in the house. Now I'm a whole punk. Now I'm a New York, thug, shootouts. I'm cool. I'm not the toughest dude, but I hold it down. Bug will tell you I can hold it down, right? I can go with the best of them. Right now, I'm fearless though. I done the guns to my head, shooting. I didn't do that. I'm crazy with some guns now. That's one thing. I might, let me see. I might humble myself with these, right? Because I could fight, but I ain't the best. I can't beat everybody. But a gunplay, let me give myself, and I done did my time for any crime ever committed. Let me give myself a few pats on the back. When it comes to gunplay, I ain't no joke. That's when that evens the playing field. You pick that gun up, it's a wrap. Oh yeah, you better be fearless, because I'm fearless when it comes to that. Facts. I stand a bullet right to a gun to my head, temple, everything. What? It's going down. It's going down. That's a whole nother thing. Now I can fight, but I ain't the baddest. But I am the baddest when they pick up that ratchet. Pick up the ratchets. It's a whole nother game. Let's see, because that's a whole nother heart level. The ratchet game is a whole nother heart level. When them bullets start to fly, oh, you see people get scared. Bro, know what I'm talking about. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. You see some of the itch will come out of a dude when them bullets get to fly. You see like, ah! you hear that come out of a dude. Oh! You like, oh, did I just hear that come out your mouth? You heard? So now, when it comes to that ratchet game, and everybody know Unique was there. People been there and watched me plenty times. Guns out, PP. Facts. I'm like this, staring a gun right in the face. You gonna have to. And sometimes they didn't get. That's why the only one that robbed me was successful. Because every other time they weren't successful because I ain't scared of the gun. You wrong. Right? I'll snatch it out your hand too. If you bug official it is, I'll snatch it out your hand too. You get caught out there because I'm looking for any way. You let me see you get too close. I'll facts. I ain't scared of no gun. It's stupid, but it's just the truth. So anyway, let's get back. Cause I was a punk. Let me get back to people. I'm a punk when it came to the birds and these doggone lizards. I ain't used to that. I'm used to pit bulls and rats. I ain't gonna run from rats, right? But I'm running from this pit bull. If it would have been rats, I'd been like, Dad, y'all got rats, man, get out of here. But these doggone lizards, I ain't used to no lizards. We got lizards in New York. All these little green things everywhere. So I'm like, whoa! I ran back in the house again. Slammed the door. Now I'm a whole punk. I'm on the phone. Yo, bro. What is these green things all over there? Like, he laughing again. Yo, bro, that's just the lizards. I'm like, and Johnny, y'all said John Wayne. Yeah, I'm John Wayne when it comes to the gun game. That's a whole fact, right? And that's what my biggest charge is, the gun possession. I got that. I did my time for my crime. But I'm on the phone. So I'm like, yo, bro. Now I'm talking about the lizards. He talking about that's just the lizards, bro. Just they everywhere. They ain't gonna mess with you. They little, they don't bite. And I'm like, bro, they lime green. That's my favorite color. He like, they just everywhere. They just don't leave the door open. They'll run in the house and it's hard to catch them. I'm like, no. I'm used to roaches. Lizards in the house? This is a whole new experience for me. Lizards in the house. I'm like, I'm used to this. Unique. I can deal with roaches. I can even deal with rats. Lizards? What? Okay. So he said, they don't bite. They don't nothing. It's the geckos. And I'm like, geckos? The dude from the Geico commercial? Because this is the time with the little Geico dude. Remember the little Geico dude? He'd be like, he'd do that top of the morning. He'd talk with the English accent, right? He'd be like, could you have what do you say? I forgot the commercial. He'd like, oh, the little Geico dude, right? So he like, that's the little Geico dude. The Geico. I said, oh, the Geico. He like, yeah, that's him. That's them. So I said, they don't bite. He said, no, they don't do nothing. They eat flies. They eat the insects that'll hurt you. So I'm like, oh, man. He said, they everywhere. Just don't leave the door open. They'll be in the house. So I said, okay. So I go back outside. I walk out, and I'm taking my step wisely, right? I'm looking, and I'm like, whoo, they everywhere. They all in, and I'm looking, I'm like, they everywhere. My goodness. And they everywhere. And they stop. And I'm like, these little dudes, they just as fast. They little too. Right? So I'm like, man, this is crazy. What is going on? Right? So anyway, I go out. That was my first experience. My first day. This is my introduction. Big 5-foot birds and lizards running around. This is a whole new world. I'm in a whole new world. All right. So now, let me touch a little on the thumbnail so we can close out. I did 6 hours. I didn't know I was going to do 6 hours. So let me touch it because I don't want to click back. I forgot. I was supposed to do the thumbnail right off the rip. So anyway, now, and I'm going to touch a little because I'm going to do the thumbnail next week because we'll be a whole, because it's a whole story. It's a whole thing with this Alex, this Haitian dude from Miami. This is a whole story. So now I'm going to paraphrase because I'm going to walk it down tomorrow when I got there. Okay? So Florida is dope though, Unique. It's really dope. He said it seemed crazy. It is crazy, but it's dope. It's really, really dope. So I started to later I got a job. So I'm gonna do this next week. I got a job at the college, UCF College. So I'm gonna tie it in so I can touch a little on the thumbnail, and we'll get into it next week. As soon as it start, I'll start with this story. So I'm fast forwarding getting pieces. I actually ended up getting a job eventually. So I got a job and I was working. I'm gonna tell y'all how I got that and all that. So anyway, I got a job because there's things before the job. It's horrible. So I'm gonna hit that next week. I went through some serious bad stuff, right? Before the job. I was on the homeless. I'm gonna get there next week. But I wanted to just touch on, I'm fast forwarding. At this point, I get a job, finally, and I'm working at the college. And I'm working for a nonprofit agency. So I get my first 2 paychecks. Now, my brother gave me his little burgundy Mazda, that's mine, but it has no air conditioning. So I'm driving around Florida and it's old. I got an old school, right? Because in the South, they rock old schools, but they old school cars are hooked up, right? So they got an old school. They might have a 1992 something, but it got some 20s on it and it got the system, they hook everything up. So I'm riding around in an old school Junebug, but it ain't hooked up. It ain't got no AC. I'm dying. So I'll say that. So my goal, if y'all know me, anybody who know me, what is the first thing I'm going to do when I get a paycheck? I got to serve 2. If anybody know me, they know the first thing I'm going to do, Rashawn, is put some rent, hook that car up. That's the first. Now, smart person, the first thing, look, see? Listen to this. I was just about to say, a smart person, the first thing he would do would be fix that AC in Florida. And Junebug wrote, wow, you definitely need an AC down there in Florida, laughing. See, Bug? He wrote it right when I was about to say it. A smart person would put the AC in the car, spend $1,000, whatever it costs. Not Rashawn. Rashawn is going, y'all said rims, and Unique said hook it up. I'm out AC, schmacy, nacy. I don't care. It got to look good first. I said, okay. I saved 2 paychecks up, and I went to Orlando. And in Orlando, they have those little tire shops. You know how you catch a flat tire and they plug your tire? They all over the place, right? And on the street, they'll have rims. So it'll be old rims that someone got new rims and traded in the rims, used rims, right? So they'd be chrome all on the street. You drive past. So every time I'm going to work, I'm seeing these rims. So I'm like, rims. I need to hook this 1992 Mazda 929. I need some 20s. You heard? I need some dubs. Throw some dubs on it, right? I don't care no AC. At least it look good. I might be sweating to death, right? I might be just as sweaty, but look at the right. Look at the shine though. Look at the bling bling. I bet y'all be out there shining up. Sweat. I use my sweat to shine the rim. I don't care about all that, but I'm stupid because a smart man would do what Bug said. You need an AC in it first. But I wasn't smart. I told y'all that's what I'm used to, right? And I need some of my identity back, right? I'm riding around in this no AC, sweating, and I'm riding around feeling bad and looking bad. That's a double whammy. So now, here goes this some black people stuff, especially the stupid black people like me. Stupid black people. This some stupid black people stuff. The choice, feel better or look better? Stupid black people like me, what we gonna pick? Look better. And then we're working on feeling better. That's stupid. And that's me. I was stupid, y'all. I'm gonna look better. I'll feel better next. Look, Bug said you had to, wait till I tell the story, Bug. Yo, Bug, I used to come out the house. Now, Bug, it's 100 and something with humidity at 100%. What that means is, humidity means you sweat, meaning Bug, I would take a shower, get all fresh and clean. I come out, it's sunny and shiny, Florida, palm trees, beautiful. I get to the car, and it's 99 million degrees inside the car with leather seats. And you know that car has been baking in the sun. It's been baking in 100-degree sun for hours and hours and hours, and there's no AC. So when you get in the car, Bug, it's so hot, you get third-degree burns if you touch the door. You be like, whoa, you can't touch. So I got to get in the car, Bug, and the heat from the car, and I already sweat. Why you think I wear tank tops all the time? Why you think I got this rag here? Because it ain't even hot in here. I sweat now. So if I sweat when it ain't hot, I'm a sweaty dude. I sweat. Okay? So, like now, that's why I got this rag right here, and I keep it. So, yo, Bug, I get all fresh, right? Fresh is so clean. I walk out to the car. Now, the house is nice, beautiful, AC, everything cool. I'm all good. I walk out to the car. By the time you walk from the house to the car, you starting to sweat, right? I get in the car, and oh my, it's so hot. And then I stop the car, and this is how I try to cool off, Bug. You got to roll all the windows down. You got to roll all the windows down, and then you got to try to drive as fast as you can. So wind, it ain't going to cool it's 110 degrees. That wind ain't going to cool off your leather. That ain't cool. So the leather is burning. I'm in a convection oven. So now I'm driving, right? So now I sweat already. So by the time I start the car, my whole shirt is soaking wet. I'm talking about wet. So whatever outfit I put on, sweat is just dripping down. So I got my rug. I'm wet. I'm already exhausted. Guys, sweat will make you tired. Meaning you feel like you just played 10 basketball games. You know how you need water? Oh, sweat for an hour now. You felt like you didn't win all day. It's been 25 minutes, Bug. I'm in the car. It's like I need to go home and go to sleep. And I got to drive from Claremont to Orlando to try to go to work. By the time I get to my job, my boss looking at me like, ooh, I got to go in the bathroom and try to wash up and bring an extra change of clothes. It was bad for me, Bug. That's why I said the smart thing would be to get an AC. But no, not my stupid, yo. I want to look good. So anyway, now this is another part. When you get in the car, guys, you try to drive as fast as you can for some air. But you know what gets you every time? The red light. You all right. When there's no traffic and you on an open road, you like, oh man, finally. Right? You all right. It's still hot in there, but you all right. Got your little music a little bit because he had a little bit of no real system. So I'm riding. At least I ain't taking a bus. I'm thankful for the Most High, right? Second chance, I'm supposed to be in prison. So again, I'm thankful for all this. You know what I mean? I don't want y'all to forget that. I'm thankful for all this. I'm free and I'm driving. I'm looking at people taking the bus. Let's get this straight. People are at the bus stop. I'm at the bus stop. That's the grace of the Most High. And I got a beautiful home with a pool and all that. AC and all that, right? But I'm just I got to get my hustle on. I got to try to figure out a way to make some money, right? Legitimately. So now I'm driving. And the air's blowing. So I'm feeling good. Thank you. And then the red light. And you stop at the red light and all hell breaks loose. The heat. It's no wind. You just sweat, pumping, boop, 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 pumping. You just, I'm tired. I get to Orlando and I need a nap. I get to Orlando and I look like this. It's cold, soaking wet, everything. I'm dead. And my stupid butt is want to buy rims when I get my check. Okay, so let me get to it. So I get my second check, and now I've been eyeballing these rims on the street in Orlando, in the hood, going to work. So I got my second check, and I was like, all right. And Bug said I was on the bus down there, so you know how I felt. Facts. I didn't know you was here, Buggy Brown. So I finally pull into the tire spot because the rims up there. I've been eyeballing these rims. I'm gonna show y'all next week. So I pull in and I'm like, how much for them? I think he said something like, I'll give them to you for a G. And I think I had like 1,100, something like that. You know what I mean? Something 550. I saved 2 checks, right? Now I ain't bought no food. I should have bought AC. I should have been trying to stack. Here I am worried about how I look. So I'm like, let's go. Now we gotta see if they fit. So we find out they fit. And when I show y'all, it look good. I put these 20-inch chrome. They was used. I don't care. Scratch. See, that's the Most High humble you. I used to buy brand new. Here I am happy for some used rims. Oh, the Most High will humble your butt, right? This is me coming from Rashawn and able to live this life in Florida. I couldn't have lived it in New York because my people was there. And they've been looking at me like I fell off. And my ego wouldn't allow me. But there, nobody know me, right? So I could ride around with no AC and the car looking all old and raggedy and nothing. But I found the rims. So we put the rims on the car, and the dude who sold me, he was working for the dude who got the tire shop. His name was, I forgot his name. I hope I'll remember it by next week. He became my partner. So this is where I started a car dealership. I ain't gonna tell the story tonight, but there's stuff that happened. So he became my partner. So he sold me the rims, but then he needed, one of the center caps was broken. So he needed to order me a center cap. So I stayed in contact. We got numbers. So he kept trying to find me the center cap, but we couldn't find it. So because of it, I kind of made a friend in Florida because I wasn't letting nobody know me. And he was black and he lived in the hood. And he was from Florida. He's a Floridian. So he was friends with that football player. What's his name? He became the NFL, one of the greatest NFL running backs. That fast boy from Orlando, Florida. Dad, what's his name? This was years ago. If I think of it next week, I'll tell y'all. So he was friends with them. So when that dude went to the NFL, they got us tickets to go and all. Well, anyway, these are Florida boys. They from Florida, right? That's where the jits come from. That's what they were saying, jit. They call little young boys jits, jitterbugs. So I learned their lingo. So where he lived in the hood, so now I have my entrance to the hood. So Mercy Drive is the projects, this Orlando. So they got hoods, right? Pine Hills and all that. He lived over by Mercy Drive. So through him, I started meeting people in the hood, the black dudes from Orlando, the hood dudes. And I'm a New Yorker, so y'all know where they kind of used to some New Yorker. A lot of Hispanic New Yorkers are down there. But y'all know wherever we go down south, they always call us New York, you know, where we from. That's Sean, New York. New York, that's Sean from New York, right? So I got to meet him. So in his neighborhood, he was a hustler, right? He used to be a drug dealer, but now he hustles and he's an alcoholic, drinking beer, right? He's an alky, young dude, right? But so he's always hustling some type of cars, doing something. So his neighbor on the other side in this little beautiful house was this Haitian dude. He was a little short Haitian man, and his name was Alex. And he's from Miami. But he was Haitian and he was a hustler, right? So Alex. So he always got game. He's always gaming something. So he's hustling cars. So he's buying cars off Craigslist and buying cars from people and then fixing them up and selling them and putting them online and selling them. So then he's a hustler. He's a talker. He's short, Haitian. He's funny. He trips me out, but he's always got a hustle, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. You know, that type of dude, always. So he's Haitian. He's a trick, little Alex, right? So I forgot his name. He took me around Alex, and so Alex, I met him, and he was always into hustling, and I like hustle, so I'm like, okay, this dude getting money. So I'm like, what are you doing? Like, he flipping cars. So I'm like, okay, I could find you some cars. So I said, so Alex, because I'm a car dude, y'all know me. So I said, if I find you some good cars, you can cut me something off the top? He's like, yeah, you find me something such, I cut you $1,000. You so I'm like, okay. So I could go online on Craigslist and everything. So and I'm used to doing that because I always buy cars. Right? I'm a car dude. So I started going on Craigslist and everything, and I started looking for deals on cars. You know, somebody's selling a car, and I talk them down, right? So somebody's selling, let's say, a Nissan Xterra, right? This was, because remember, this is 2010. No, this is, what year is we talking? This is probably 2011, right, where I'm talking now. So let's say someone's selling a 2007 Nissan Xterra and they want $10,000. I'll talk to them, and Alex got cash. So that gives me room to hustle. So I'm like, all right, I'm coming with cash. So I'll be on the phone like, listen, I'm trying to get it. They want 10. I'm trying to get it for 8 or 7.5. And then that way I could tell Alex it's for 10, right? Or I could tell Alex it's, 9, and I could get 15 instead of, you know what I mean? I'm really hustling. So I'm doing my thing. So I do it. I call some people, white people, everything, and I haggle them down. I tell Alex, yo, Alex, I'm really getting it. I'm like, you paying 10, but I'm giving them 8.5, and that's my cut. So you ain't got to worry about my cut. I'm going to make my cut off. He's like, all right, we could do that. So we do it. I do that deal. It go through. We get in Alex's car. We ride to the spot. We get there. Alex actually talked the man down even lower. So he keeps that. He give me my cut off of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right, I give, what's the name, my little man, the other dude, I forgot his name, give him a cut because he helped me out to transact the sale. And I'm like, all right, we got to hustle. So now I keep doing this. We're doing it. So then Alex, sharp talking, he done talked some dude on the one of the main streets in Orlando to get his car dealer. Alex is taking over this dude's car dealership, a used car dealer. So now I'm like, and Alex is like, yo, Sean, I want you there because you talk to people. You good with talking with people. So for those on Facebook, if you see my other Facebook profile, it says RASR Automotive, car dealer, whatever. That was Alex Rashawn, and I think his name is Sean, the other dude. I forget now. So I talked to him. We talked, so now we about to have a used car dealership. So I'm fast forwarding. And so anyway, I'm gonna do this just to end the story, 'cause I just wanted to introduce the thumbnail. So inside, there's a story, me not telling the whole story, Alex had other scams going on because he's from Miami. And he claimed that he's ZOE Pound. So the ZOEs is the Haitian gang in Miami, and Alex is from Miami. So he always competing with me about New York, and he always talking about some ZOE Pound. I'm like, you ain't no ZOE Pound gang. Stop lying, Alex. You little, right? Because he too old. First of all, them are the young boys. How you? No, I'm connected. ZOE Pound. And he always talk the Haitian in between the French. He like, I'm connected. He, one of those that want to be a thug. He want to be gangster, right? I'm like, Alex, you are not gangster. So stop it. ZOE Pound. Sean, I'll have the ZOE Pound gang. They'll come up here and they'll do. I said, Alex, I am not scared of you or the ZOE Pound. No disrespect to the Zoes out there in Miami, but I'm just like, because we'll get into confrontation about the money because he's a hustler. So he's always trying to scam you out your money, and you're not scamming me, right? I'm not, no disrespect, but I'm not a bunkin, right? You're not scamming me. You can't scam me. I'm from up top. I'm like, you cannot, like we created scamming, dude. Like you can't get over on me. I know what you're going to do before you even think you're going to do it. So I can sense that you're going to try to stiff me out of it, and I'm already ahead of it. And he couldn't understand. How do you always know? How do you? He said, you do voodoo. Because you're Haitian. You do voodoo. You do voodoo. So I said, I don't know voodoo. I do New York, Alex. New York. You're always New York. You're always New York. New York this. New York that. New York this. Right? 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 So I'm like, he's so pissed because he can't get over on me, right? And he keeps saying I'm doing voodoo because I'm reading his mind, right? Because, Bug, we can smell. Like Alex, I'm like, Alex, I am from the ghetto. Oh, I'm from worse ghetto. Haiti. No worse ghetto than Haiti. Haiti, the worst ghetto in the world. I'm saying, I understand, Alex, yes, but I'm from the projects, Alex. I know it's nothing. No, you haven't seen more poverty than me. I'm like, whatever, Alex. I'm not trying to compete with you in the poverty bus. I don't know why you think this is the poverty. He is steady trying to compete with me and trying to hustle me, guys, and trying to get over, and he's doing it for sport because he wants to prove that New Yorkers ain't as slick as we think we are, right? Or sharp. Bug said when I was down there, I had a few friends who were lions. So he said, I'm like, Alex, I'm not trying to compete with you, dude. Haitian power, ZOE Pound. You know ZOE Pound? I said, I heard of ZOE Pound on YouTube. I get it. I understand. ZOE Pound. You can't, I'll come up here. And I said, Alex, ain't nobody scared of you. And ain't nobody scared of your crew. I ain't in Miami. And I'm not scared if I was there. This how I'm built. We not scared. I don't think I was scared of those little lizards and all that. I'm all like, yeah, stop. You're going to lose. And he ended up losing. That's what I say. Y'all know I got him. Okay, you're not going to get me, and you're not going to get me and think you could just try to get me and you didn't get got. Right? And he ended up getting got, and it went down. So I'm going to say that for next week. Right? He ended up getting got, and then he wants to call the ZOE Pound on me. It was just so funny, guys, because he wanted me to be scared. And I, you don't understand. I'm not scared, Alex. I done been through the shadow of the valley of death, bro. I done been through everything, right? And they don't know about me. They don't know I just beat 25 to life because I didn't go around broadcasting. So it wasn't like I didn't tell none of them know none of this story. Only thing, because people don't let you talk. What I mean by that is, it's like, let's say you having a conversation and I try to say like, yeah, I was balling. I used to mess with Keys. They're like, oh yeah, I mess with Keys. Yeah, this, and I'm the type, I just be quiet, right? And I just let them talk. You know what I mean? So they don't know who they're around. They have no idea, right? They just know I'm from New York and they probably think, I'm just some regular schmegler. And, and I wasn't. You know what I mean? And I'm like, bro, like I was a multimillionaire before. Like I just beat 25 to life. I own 15 houses in North Carolina, this and that. Like I've been doing this my whole life. Like I was hustling back when you was on the streets. I was, right? Like in the rappers, like even with the rappers, they be like, they don't understand. I'm like, yeah, bro, I know, like, I know them. Like, you know, I know them, right? So Unique said, Jumbo said, Parkside's finest. I know, King. So I'm like, but I humble, right? So I just, you know that thing where people don't let you tell your story, right? So you'll be around and like they'll talk, and then when you try to add in, they try to top you, right? And I'm trying to humbly be like, yeah, I had a Mercedes before. I used to have a Lexus. Oh, I had this, and I know doggone well you didn't have nothing because I'm here. I know your story, and I'm around your family. Bro, nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong. Most people are just regular hustlers. Like you didn't, but I can never tell what I had. So they don't know nothing, right? So they have no idea who I am. So Alex is steady trying to get over on me, and he wants me to be scared, but he has no idea who I am, Jubak. And I'm laughing at him because I'm like, bro, I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of Zoe Pound, Doe Pound, Dog Pound. I ain't scared of nobody. I'm like, my stupid butt need to have fear of the Most High, right? But now I'm learning that. That's the respect and reverence. But I ain't scared of nothing. Like I was scared of those little geckos for a minute. Now I don't know what that is. You know what I mean? I ain't scared of nothing, right? So anyway, just to end this to set up next week, it went down because he tried to rob me, kind of. He tried to do me, and he was testing, but that test almost cost him and me because I almost slipped up and I could have been back in jail. And that's when I learned, good, this is a good way to end it. And I'll tell it next week. From that experience, I learned I got to leave everybody alone. I learned that I can't. I learned that the devil wants to take he's not finished. Like I beat the 25, but he wants to take my freedom. And if I allow two people in my life, they could get me in a circumstance where I can make the mistake of defending myself or just being the old me, right? That pride stuff. And yeah, Bug, I almost fell, Bug. It was everything. And that was a big wake-up call. And this little wannabe Zopal, he ain't no Zopal, but he knew them, and he was an elder out there, so I'm sure they respected him because he a hustler, he had money, and he could probably get them to do something, but I don't give a crap who you could get. You could go get the doggone Italian mafia. Y'all know us, we don't care. Who we scared of, Bub? We ain't scared of nobody. What? Everybody dollar just like us. So he didn't realize. Let me put it this way. I found myself in his bushes, looking through his window at his family while he's walking around his beautiful white kitchen. And that's when I woke up. Like, what are you doing? You beat 25 to life. You got a second chance at your life. How are you letting them pull you back into darkness? Because they did you wrong. He was allowed, this is what I learned. This person was allowed to do you wrong because you're in his presence. You allowed them into your life. You allowed them to get familiar, but they don't even know you. So if a person doesn't know you, then they don't know how to treat you. See, they don't know the respect level to have around you, right? So like my brother Junebug here, Bug is well respected. Bug is official. Bug name is stamped, right? But if I go around Bug, he'll treat me with a certain level of respect because he know who I am and he loves me. So I don't ever have to worry about, he'll always treat me like the respect I treat the elders who came before me, like Bug does to me, like, while you raised me, you know what I mean? Just, and it's the love and respect. I have that same for those, the ones who was before me. But if the people don't know you, then they don't know how to treat you and respect you. So they are going to cross you and cross lines. And your job is not to put yourself in that predicament. Why are you amongst them? You are not one of them. So I was going through the process of changing and learning who I am, set apart, learning. You can't just mix in with them. You're not the same. And they won't take the time to know who you are because they're in their own, everybody wants to be something. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to, oh, I was this, oh, I was that, I'm this and that. And I usually be around and don't say nothing. They just all telling stories. We could be out there for hours, right? I would be out there for hours. Shout out to Bug. Most high respect to you too forever, King. So I'll be out there for hours and I would never add in. And they just be telling all their stories. Because if I start to tell my story, it sounds unbelievable. Right? The minute I start to say, I own 15 houses and I had this car I had 5 cars when we was in like it sounds like you blowing a horn. Junebug said, I'll protect you like the president. And that's the love. And that's what I'm talking about. And I feel the same exact way. That's the bond and the love and the respect. But others, they won't know you. And that can be dangerous to you. See? And I learned. And next week I'll tell y'all. I'm in this man's bushes, Junebug. And I'm looking through his window and he don't even know. He in his kitchen, it's all white and pretty. He's walking around. He got his shoes off. He just la 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 la. I'm in the man bushes. And I had to see myself. What are you doing? What are you doing? You going to get just, the devil is after you. And I had to wake up. And I left. And I went, my car's way up the street, parked away from everything. And I get in and I got to sit in my car and like, what did you do? You got to go away, bro. You can't. No one can know you. So to this day, nobody here knows me. The only people who know me is that dude and his family, and I ain't seen them since 2011 or something. And then when I went to the church, when I became Yahshuah Star, that'll come later. But I learned I have to protect. I'm God's son, and he gave me a second chance in my life, and it's for a reason and a purpose. So I need to protect myself from others who don't know who I am and can push me to make a mistake or can pull me into some stuff, right? So imagine I go around them and they just committed a crime. And here I am around them and they drinking beer and smoking, and I'm not drinking or smoking, and they just kicking the bowl, but I just want to have friendship, and they running from the pole. They just did something, shot somebody or something. Here I am. So next week, I'll tell the story of Alex, the Haitian ZOE hustler from Miami, who thought he can hustle me and think I'm going to be scared because he's ZOE. And he got a gang. Boo Boo the Fool. I'm stupios, not scared of stuff. When it comes to street stuff, I get scared of stuff. You know what I'm scared of? I used to be scared of going in a party with all white people and they get drunk and then they, the stuff in the crime network channel, and then they flip on you, and as you know, they trying to kill you. Stuff like that scare me, right? When I ain't got no protection, I can't. Street stuff don't scare me. That's all I know is street stuff. We were born in the streets, Junebug. We might as well have been born on the sidewalk. So, Unique said, brothers gonna get mad because they don't know you, and they deal with the 5 characteristics of the devil. Protect yourself always. Circle becomes smaller with age and with lessons. Good word, Unique. Your circle becomes smaller with age and lessons. That's wisdom. Tight. Those who know you, they know you. Be careful of your circle or they hurt you. I'm going to close out. Hopefully this was okay. It was more, I'll have to watch it back to see if it was, hopefully this was an all right one. It's a lot of personal stuff. Sorry for not getting to the thumbnail right on time. Wyatt said you got to watch yourself at white people. I know that's right. That scares me. If they get drunk and next thing you know, they start, they no joke. So stuff like that scares me. Right? I ain't doing nothing like that. Other stuff in the street, none of that scares me. I'm a survivor. Shout out to everybody. All right, guys. Next week, I'll definitely tell this ZOE Pound story in its detail and actually what happened. And then we're going to get into the real meat of this journey. I just need to touch on, thank you, Unique. Unique said it was a great lesson. Thank you. Hopefully, because sometimes I don't know. You know what I mean? I'll be wanting to bring y'all exciting stuff, but I got to give y'all details because this is a real life. Like this stuff really happened. So y'all got to understand the stuff, what made me to now. For all my people who home and my ministry and the ministry and everybody else who watch, who likes the channel, y'all can understand what happened. All right. Knowledge said, keep the real alive. Love you, big bro. Love you too, Knowledge Born. Love you, Junebug. They hung in there to the end. I didn't know y'all was still here. Love you, everybody over on Facebook. Let me make sure nobody new came in. All right. Shout out to everybody. All right. So make sure, guys, I love you all. Go forth. Keep your circle tight, guys. Watch out for any. Be careful. Don't do any crimes. You don't want to be up in nobody's jail, especially now. It's getting worse and worse and worse. For those who are older, look out for the younger. Watch out for these youth. I got something going to drop on this channel. Y'all going to be blown away. Bug said, the Most High direct you. Thank you, King. So I love you all, and thank you for joining me in the testimony and these testimonies to help others. I love you all. Another one down. Uncle Yahshuah, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Y'all know the motto. Keep it functional. Another one. Keep your circle tight. Keep your circle tight. Watch out for others because they'll pull you into their darkness. Know whose and whose you are. Everyone, you're created in the image of the Most High. You are the gods of this earth. You heard? You are the yards. You are the gods of the earth. Little G's. You're in the image of the Most High. Go forth, be the light. Knowledge Born says, stay sucker free, everybody. All right. I love you all. Another one down. We out of here. Thank you for joining me, guys. And go forth tomorrow. May you all be blessed and have a blessed night. I love you, Hempstead. Oh, Unique said we got honored at the Black History Museum this week. They're honoring the Nasty 4 MCs. He wrote it. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to read it. Daddy, you. Let me see if I can scroll up and see if I can catch it before we close out. They're honoring our rap group, the Nasty 4 MCs, at the Black History Museum in New York. They're honoring the 50 years of hip hop, and they're honoring us as well. So y'all can go in New York and support that. I don't think I could find his long. He left a long. Wait, no. There you go. That's about the system where I passed it. Sorry, I couldn't read it, Unique. I meant to read it when you wrote it. But they're honoring us at the Hempstead Black History Museum in Hempstead. For everybody out there on Strong Island, y'all could go through and support. They're honoring Public Enemy, Rakim, all the rappers from Strong Island, and they're honoring the fabulous Nasty 4 MCs. That's my rap group. So I'll be showing y'all I did a little promo for it. It's pretty dope. I should have downloaded. I could have showed y'all. It's pretty dope. I'll show y'all next week. It's dope. Nasty Form Cs. All right. I love you all. Go forth. Be the light. And I'll see y'all next week. 25 to life, Uncle Yahshuah. You know the motto. Love the Most High. Y'all, we out.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to talk that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshuah. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dog side, strong, the wrong, they think I'm supposed to run. Am I bad, motherfucker?